Trishanku. Written by Mohan Thitte. Trishanku, the legend. A virtuous Hindu king, Satyavrata, wanted to go to heaven in his mortal body. Since it was impossible to do so, he approached his spiritual guru, Vasishtha, to help. The guru advised that his wish was against the laws of nature and hence could not be fulfilled. Not giving up his dream, the king approached his guru's bitter rival, Vishwamitra, who agreed to use his extraordinary spiritual powers to send the king's mortal body to heaven. On successful completion of the rituals, the king started ascending. This alarmed the angels in heaven, who approached Indra, lord of the heavens, to do something to stop this. Indra used his powers to push back Satyavrata, who then started falling. Vishwamitra refused to accept defeat at the hands of Lord Indra and, instead, created a parallel heaven in a portion of the southern sky, which roughly corresponds to the present-day Southern Cross. He made Satyavrata the king of the new heaven. The angels approached Vishwamitra and begged him not to upset the natural order with his powers. The sage was convinced but did not want to go back on his promise to Satyavrata. He agreed to a compromise in which Satyavrata would retain and reside in his new heaven, to be called Trishanku's heaven, but to make sure he would not challenge Indra, Satyavrata would reside in his heaven with his body upside down. Some birds live in a particular place all year round, but many are only temporary visitors. The birds that regularly undertake such seasonal movements on specific routes are known as migrants. Birds migrate to seek shelter from the elements, to find safe areas to rear their young and, in particular, to seek places where food is plentiful. Birds usually molt just before migrating, so that their plumage is in the best condition to withstand the inevitable buffeting that lies ahead. Alderton, D. 2012. The Illustrated Encyclopedia of Birds of the World. Quicksand, UK, Hermes House. pp. 470-471. Om Jai Jagdish Hai, Swami Jai Jagadish Hai, Bhaktar Yano ke Sankat, Kshana mein Daur kare. As the eternal song, deeply imprinted in the Indian spiritual psyche, started blaring over the loudspeakers, I went into a trance. The sounds, the smells, the bright lights, the ghats, the history of the place, and the sea of people with folded hands singing in unison, it was a profound experience. As our boat came close to Dashashwamedh Ghat, the sun was setting on the Ganga river. We were on top of the deck and could get a 360-degree view of everything that was happening and about to happen. In the backdrop of the beautiful sunset, the lights on all the ghats suddenly came on, accentuating the visual feast that the city is so famous for. The ancient city of Benares was getting ready for the famous Ganga Aarti. Our tour guide, Madhav, who was barely 17, but had spent his entire life as a boatman on the Ganges, made a dramatic statement. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a poignant spiritual moment in one of the oldest, continuously inhabited cities in human history. Not knowing what to expect, we waited in anticipation. Scores of priests in dhoti and saffron-colored kurta and women dressed in lovely Banarasi saris stood on specially erected stands. They started moving big lamps in precise choreography, while bells and drums created a spectacular auditory sensation. The rhythmic chanting of holy mantras by the priests was accompanied by blowing the conch shells to sanctify the atmosphere as they waved the incense sticks to worship Mother Ganga. Thousands of devotees, including foreign tourists, lined the ghat to get a better view of the Aarti spectacle. In the midst of all this, some devotees continued to take a dip in the holy water to wash away their sins, dropping diyas in the water. Their fervent devotion and attachment to this ancient temple city was writ large on their faces. Jignesh and I were lost in the intensity of the moment, but when it was all over, we went back to a sobering reality. We were there to perform a sad and important task. The next morning, we were up very early to meet the priest. We meandered through the city's famous narrow streets that gleamed with last night's rain. The alleys were already bustling with people who were jostling with bullocks and cows. Shop owners had started raising the shutters while slurping unimaginably sweet chai. Pilgrims were making their way to the holy river to take a dip at the auspicious moment of sunrise. Panditji's home was very old, like the rest of the city, with photos of various Hindu gods adorning its walls. We met an aging, short, and generously built man, with his hair tied into a thin ponytail. After exchanging pleasantries, Panditji started explaining what needed to be done. I said, Panditji, my friend, Jayant, suffered a lot before his death due to depression. His wife has asked for special prayers that can liberate his soul from the pain he suffered on earth. Panditji nodded his head and said, Krishanji, I understand. First, since Jayantji was a Brahmin and crossed the seas to go abroad against our beliefs, we need to do Shuddhikrana, a purification ceremony. As far as suffering is concerned, as you know, we believe in reincarnation. The soul leaves the present body and simply takes up a new life, just like we discard old clothes and wear new ones. His suffering was simply a result of his karma in his last life. Since he was a good man in this life, you can be sure that his next life will be full of joy. You will see the proof yourself today when we offer pindadana to crows at the end of the ceremony. If the crows eat the rice as soon as we offer it, you can be sure that Jayantji's soul has passed away peacefully. We fervently hoped for this to happen and followed Panditji to the Manikarnika Ghat. Several families had already gathered on the banks of the river. We looked around in amazement. Women were drying their colorful saris on the ghats while children played around. A marriage ceremony was underway, with the bride and the bridegroom fully decked out as they dutifully following the priest's instructions. There were also cattle being bathed and street dogs seeking food. Pilgrims took a dip in the holy water and prayed to the sun god and Ganga Mata. Some sadhus were in deep meditation, while others with fanciful facial and body decorations posed for photographs to the delight of foreign tourists. As we reached Manikarnika Ghat, bodies were being brought for public cremation. The smoke from the burning funeral pyres was overwhelming. Ashes and flowers from previous cremations had already started flooding the waves. The ghats were at once full of the sounds and smells of life and the silence and odor of death. It was as if Varanasi was saying an enthusiastic hello to life and a friendly goodbye to death without being afraid. Jignesh seemed to be completely out of his comfort zone, especially when asked by Panditji to wear a dhoti and put a sacred thread over his right shoulder. Panditji started the ceremony by invoking the gods Vishnu, Brahma, Rudra, and Yama. Jignesh followed every one of the priest's instructions, translated by myself, and started performing the rituals with full devotion, while making sure the dhoti was tied tightly round his waist. Toward the end of Shraddha ceremony, Panditji asked Jignesh to offer 4 pinda, rice balls, 3 of them representing 3 generations of forefathers and 1 representing the deceased. He was then asked to press all the rice balls together to make one large ball to signify the meeting of the departed soul with his forefathers. The pinda was then offered to the crows, messengers of the Lord of Death, Yama. We eagerly waited for them to come. Unfortunately, none arrived for quite some time. That worried us, but we waited patiently. After some time, Panditji said, Jignesh beta, something is worrying your father. Do you know what worried him the most? Jignesh hesitated, but then said, well, he used to worry a lot about what would happen to my mother if he passed away before her. Panditji asked Jignesh to offer special prayers and promise his father that he would take care of his mother, no matter what. Jignesh made the promise with folded hands and tears in his eyes. Within seconds, crows had pounced on the pinda and started eating it. I could not believe my eyes. Jignesh wept like a child as I placed my hand on his shoulders to comfort him. After the Shraddha ceremony, we walked toward the Ganga river with a renewed sense of hope. Jignesh strode carefully into the water holding the urn containing his father's ashes over his head. As the ashes merged into the flowing Ganga, Jayant was once again reunited with his motherland. Watching the ashes reminded me of the fragility of human life. The somber mood inevitably raised the existential question, what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? I also looked for answer to the question, what did Jayant and I achieve by leaving our homeland on our own volition and coming to Australia? When a tree gets uprooted and is replanted in different soil, what determines whether it thrives or wilts, and how it redefines and reconciles its relationship with the new soil? Giant and I kept seeking answers to the questions, where is my home, and whether being in a golden cage with material comforts was worth the migratory efforts and attendant sacrifices. Trishanku, a mythological character caught between two worlds, not knowing which one to choose, aptly reflected our dilemma by symbolizing a big question mark as to whether we had truly arrived or got hopelessly lost. Suddenly, Jignesh turned to me and said, "Uncle, I wanted to officially change my name to Jack. Now, I want to retain my original name." I patted Jignesh's shoulder and said, "That's great, beta. By all means be a proud Aussie, but don't forget where you came from." During the long flight back home, for the first time in 2 weeks, I slept soundly as my memories drifted back from the pressures of the present. Part 1. The Making of Me, 1.1. Carefree Childhood. "What are you reading?" Vinay raised his head slightly, looked at me dismissively and went back to reading. I snatched the book away from him. "Tell me what's it about." "Krishna, you idiot," Vinay yelled. "Give the book back now." As usual, Mom came to my aid. "Your little brother is asking you so nicely. Why don't you answer him? His teachers say he never reads and just plays all the time. You should teach him good habits." Vinay sighed. "Oh, okay then. Duffer, it's about Tarzan, a feral child who is adopted by a group of apes in Africa. Because he was raised in a jungle, he is capable of climbing and leaping like an ape. He swings from vines and travels at great speed. In other words, he is a monkey like you, only more intelligent and fit." Tarzan became my instant hero. I ran out of home shouting, "Hey, look, I am Tarzan." I started doing somersaults on the road, but there was nobody to watch and applaud. It was hot as hell that Sunday in Bagalkot. Most of the elders were enjoying their afternoon siesta. That meant full freedom for the kids to escape from the watchful eyes of parents, a perfect time to engage in some mischief. Despite being a small town, there was always much to do for us kids. I always wanted to go to this place near our home where there were lots of empty containers placed next to each other. They stood in front of giant trees with long branches. It was a storage shed of the Public Works Department, and there was no way children could enter it during weekdays as it had a long, low fence with a watchman guarding it. To my mind, it provided a perfect backdrop to play Tarzan. To live my dream, I needed a perfect team though. I started mentally scanning the profile of my friends. The first name that came to my mind was Bhima. He was bold, athletic, and acted without thought. If I asked him to jump in a well, he would do it in an instant, even though he did not know how to swim. Shashi also fitted the bill as he was street smart and could talk his way out of trouble, despite being very puny. Well, if I applied the fitness criteria, most of my friends, including myself, would not have made the mark. Almost all of us were skinny and would have been swept away by a strong wind. For us, it was not the survival of the fittest, but the survival of the fitting. We did not have physical strength, but we were second to none in ingenuity and tenacity. Or so we thought. I ruled out including Balor in the Tarzan team almost straight away, as he would break under the slightest pressure. One slap from his father and he would reveal all our secrets. So, it was Bhima, Shashi, and myself. A small, but carefully chosen team. During daytime, children were allowed to freely play outside or visit one another, so I needed no parental permission to step out of the house. Shashi saw me approaching his house and came running. I just said to him, "Shashya, it is going to be an interesting day." Shashi knew instantly I had some adventure on my mind. When we went to Bhima's house, he was cleaning his father's rickshaw. Every Sunday, it was his job to clean his father's only means of livelihood. Because of all the hard work he did, he looked like a grown-up teenager with a finely chiseled face and an intensely muscular body. We patiently waited for him to finish his chores. When he finished, he took out our favorite toy, a discarded tire which we used as a wheel to run around the streets. I revealed my plan to the team and saw blind faith and total approval on their faces. We started running toward the Public Works Department shed, taking turns to push the tire. Bhima had no slippers. It was a luxury he could not afford. Running helped him protect his feet from the hot tar road. It was so hot that there was hardly anybody on the streets. All the shops were shut. To our surprise, even the watchman was not around, and we could easily jump the fence. We tried to climb on the metal drums, only to realize they were quite hot under the sun. Rather than standing on a drum then, Bhima simply jumped on it, grabbed a long flowing tree branch, and started swinging, just like Tarzan. That was exactly what I had dreamt of. For the next hour, we kept swinging from one tree branch to another, briefly pausing to step on the drums for balance before taking another swing. We would have gone on forever, but we felt very thirsty. Bhima said he was hungry too and wanted to go home. No way. How could we let this fun stop? Shashi suggested we go to a nearby hut and ask for water. We climbed down and walked toward the huts. We saw some laborers, who perhaps worked for the public works department, sitting outside. The heat was not a bother for them because they were used to toiling hard under the hot sun all year long laying roads. When we asked for water, one of them said, "Are you sure? We are lower caste people." Among us, I was the only Brahmin boy. I was not sure about Shashi's caste, but I knew that Bhima was from a lower caste as his family wasn't allowed into anybody's house. I was not allowed to eat at Bhima's house, but nobody had told me about not drinking their water. For a 10-year-old, that was a good enough excuse to go ahead. When the hut dweller handed over the water cup, I could not help but notice how dry and worn out his face and hands were. The water was quite cold, and I wondered how. Later, I saw the mud pot in which it was stored. Simple, but effective. Suddenly, Bhima asked whether he could have some food as well. I thought now we would be kicked out for asking too much. I was wrong. The man said, "Come on in, I can give what I have." I thought for a moment. If I ate this food, I would be in big trouble at home. But how would they come to know if I kept quiet? I was hungry and did a quick analysis of my options and the consequences. Hunger won. As we walked inside, we saw the bare minimum of possessions. A sleeping cot, a few kitchen utensils and a few clothes hung in the corner. The man said his wife and daughter had gone out to work in somebody's house as maidservants. He served us dry jawar roti and hot chili chutney. It was the best meal I had ever had. The man noticed that Bhima had blood on his feet. Bhima must have got injured while jumping on the drums. The man applied wet mud to his feet and off we went to the shed again for another round of swinging. The laborer warned us to watch out for the watchman. After another round of tree jumping, when we went back home as it was already getting dark and the weather had cooled. My mom was busy cooking. She looked up when I walked in and said, "Are you ready for dinner?" She did not bother asking me where I was all day or where I had my lunch or why I had dirt all over my body. She just assumed I would have spent the whole day at some friend's place and eaten there. Oh, those carefree days. 1.2. Blast from the past. Mom, look, there is a puncture in my bicycle tire. I am sure Krishna has something to do with it. Now I will be late for my class. I was about to get up from my bed when I heard Vinay shouting. I quickly went back to pretend sleep. I knew Mom would come to my defense. "Why do you always accuse your little brother? He can't even brush his teeth properly and you think he can puncture your bicycle tire? Really? Just ask our neighbors what he is capable of. You have given birth to a snake. I wish he was never born. Do not ever say that about my son." As Mom started shouting, I heard Vinay crying in desperation. For the first time, I felt sorry for my brother. Unlike me, he was a serious chap. To my parents' delight, he was quite studious and conformed to expectations. Even his name, Vinay, hinted at his pious personality. He would diligently do his homework on time and was considered an ideal student at school. He had very few friends, however, and they were boring like him. We were poles apart. Every visitor to our home would never fail to compare the two of us and heap praises on him and say that I should look up to him as my role model. I hated him for being so different. Often, I would do something to damage the things he liked. I had punctured his bike tire the previous night because he had refused to let me use it, but the poor chap was copying the blame for accusing me. I came out of the room only when I was sure Vinay had left home. Mom was busy cooking and came forward to offer me milk. "Did you puncture your brother's bike?" she asked me quietly. "No," I said emphatically. "Krishna, I saw you near the bike last night. Look, I know you don't like being compared to him, but you need to grow up now. I cannot keep defending you. Vinay is my son too. When I came out of the kitchen after finishing my breakfast, I saw Dad going through things from his favorite trunk. The old trunk was normally kept in the attic, but he would open it occasionally. He was looking at some photos and seemed to be lost in thought. My dad was an introvert and a very quiet man who spoke little about himself or his childhood. I often wondered about his childhood and what my grandparents were like. They had passed away before I was born. I heard him once talking to my brother about our family history, but then I was too young to grasp his pride in our lineage. I walked softly into the room and hugged him from behind. He was pleasantly surprised. Vinay was never an affectionate person and was reserved, but I always kissed and hugged my parents, especially when I wanted something or to seek forgiveness for mischief. I ran my fingers over my dad's slowly receding hairline and asked him what he was doing. He said, "I am visiting my past. Would you like to see it with me?" I said, "Sure, but only if you tell me about the interesting bits, like what games you played, with whom, whether you got into mischief and things like that." He smiled and said, "My childhood was nothing like yours. You have so much freedom to do what you want." My dad was quite strict. After all, he was an officer in the British government. I said, "British what? Now, you have already started boring me." He affectionately pulled me toward him and said, "Come and sit in front of me. Today, I will tell you all about our family." He pulled out a photo and said, "This is your grandfather." I saw a gentleman neatly dressed in a suit. He looked very handsome and had a big nose just like my dad. I asked whether he always dressed like that. My dad said, "No. Only when the British officers visited him. He used to hate wearing this." According to my dad, my grandfather was a gentle and well-respected person. He was a graduate from Pune University. The British officers at the time would come to him to learn Kannada, our mother tongue, and the history of his hometown. Apart from having 10 children of his own from 3 wives, 2 of whom died during childbirth, he had to take care of the extended family, including uncles, aunts, cousins, nephews, and nieces. My ancestors were priests in the state of Maharashtra, and they moved down south following the royal Maratha family they were working for. My dad then pulled out another photo and said, "This is our hometown, Badami, and this is the Banshankari temple where we used to be priests." The temple looked beautiful with a lake in front of it. My dad said Badami was a historic place that was the capital of a southern royal kingdom and is famous for sandstone cave temples. In one photo of Badami, I saw hordes of monkeys and rocks that shone in the relentless heat. My dad said locals used to defecate behind the rocks, oblivious to their historical significance. He said when he was growing up in Badami, the main temple, featuring the revered goddess Banshankari, attracted thousands of devotees throughout the year, but more so during the annual festival. Pilgrims would typically offer new saris to the goddess, freshly bought at local stalls. The priests would open the saris and drape them on the goddess in front of the devotees, then quickly remove them and keep them by the side. Within no time, the saris would make their way back to the stall owners and the same saris would then be resold to the next customer as brand new. The priests' children had a busy time during the week-long annual festival and my dad, being one of them, would sit at the temple entrance to crack open the coconuts being offered by the devotees for a small fee, and this would add up to a tidy sum by the time the festival ended. Often fights would break out between the priests' families as to who had the hereditary right to worship at the main temple and pocket the main offerings. As these families expanded, so did their fights. My dad's childhood seemed more interesting than mine. I asked him why we were not in Badami anymore. He said that once it dawned on the Brahmin families that they had to pursue other occupations beyond priesthood to survive, they started moving out. "Do you know your grandfather was the first in the family to get a university degree?" he asked me. He started working as a school teacher and, later, became an education officer. He made sure his children studied hard and settled well. My father took out another photo and said, "How do I look?" I could not believe my father once looked so handsome. He had a head full of hair and was very smartly dressed, just like my granddad. I knew my dad did some important job with many people reporting to him but had no idea what his position was. "What do you do, Appa?" "I am a vet. That means I am a doctor for treating sick animals." "But you are so afraid of animals. I have hardly seen you going near them, let alone treat them." Well, that's true. But it gives me a secure job. That is all that counts, son. I love cricket, but if I had become a cricketer, you would not be having all these comforts, you know. I work in a government department and do paperwork mostly, so I do not have to go near animals. You better stop playing all the time and study hard too, like Vinay, otherwise, you will end up pulling a rickshaw like Bhima's father. Oh, my brother in the never-ending comparisons. I decided to cause more serious damage to my brother's bike next time. Then, Mom walked in. She started looking at the photos too. As I sat on her lap, she said, "Show him our marriage photo." Dad showed me the only black and white marriage photo he had. I always liked the way my mom looked, but I was impressed by how she looked 10 times more beautiful at the time of her marriage. "Mom, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I hope my wife will be as beautiful as you are." That totally melted my mom, and she gave me a tight hug. By now, I had had enough of my family history and got up. My dad said, "Wait. I have something interesting to show you." He pulled out a paper and said, "Look, this is your horoscope. It tells you what your future is going to be." That got my attention. I sat down and asked my dad to read it to me. The priest who wrote my horoscope must have been a colorful character, as my handwritten horoscope contained not only drawings but also vivid language in terms of predicting my future. Writing in both English and Kannada, the priest predicted Raja Yoga for me, based on auspicious signs guaranteeing grand success in every walk of life, thus making a person extraordinarily famous and successful like a king. According to the priest, I would grow up to be fun-living, humble, long-lived, prosperous, multi-skilled, helpful to society, well-spoken, prone to illnesses like earaches, and with a weakness for women. The priest was so confident of his prediction that he declared that he would bet his career that I would achieve greatness in life. That brought a smile to my face. My mom dragged me toward her, hugged me tightly, and said, "I have always known that my son is going to be a great man. I don't need an astrologer to tell me that." Dad said, "Yeah, but only if he studies like his brother, as otherwise, he will end up a paper king." Oh, my God. Vinay again. Writing in both English and Kannada, the priest predicted Raja Yoga for me, based on auspicious signs guaranteeing grand success in every walk of life, thus making a person extraordinarily famous and successful like a king. According to the priest, I would grow up to be fun-living, humble, long-lived, prosperous, multi-skilled, helpful to society, well-spoken, prone to illnesses like earaches, and with a weakness for women. The priest was so confident of his prediction that he declared that he would bet his career that I would achieve greatness in life. That brought a smile to my face. My mom dragged me toward her, hugged me tightly, and said, "I have always known that my son is going to be a great man. I don't need an astrologer to tell me that." Dad said, "Yeah, but only if he studies like his brother, as otherwise, he will end up a paper king." Oh, my God. Vinay again. Krishna. You wanted to see Bangalore, right? Well, we are moving there. I looked at my dad in disbelief. My first reaction was, "But what about my friends here?" Even though we had moved before, I was too young to remember, and therefore, there was no attachment. But this time, my friends were the center of my world. I had built my kingdom here. Bhima was my muscle, Shashi was my brain, and Bala and Basha were my legs. At the same time, yes, I wanted to see and live in Bangalore. Everybody from every corner of Karnataka seemed to move there at some time. It was like a sea where all the rivers converged. I wanted to see the big buildings, big cars, and, most importantly, airplanes. But how would I fit in with so many people? Who would I play with? Did kids swing from tree to tree there? Did they celebrate Holi the way we do here? Would I be able to sneak into a theater there during the interval? The more I thought about it, the more nervous I became. Who wants to see airplanes? I was better off here with my friends. The city kids would not listen to me and respect me. They would make fun of my clothes and ignorance. I ran to my mom crying, "Mom, please tell Dad not to go to Bangalore." My mom hugged me tight and consoled me. "Krishna, your dad is in a government job, and he is going to get transferred now and then. You better get used to it. You can make new friends. Within no time, you will forget your friends here." No way. I dreaded to think how I was going to break the news to my friends. But, within no time, the news had spread, and Bhima and Shashi were at my doorstep that same evening. Bhima had tears in his eyes and Shashi kept looking away from me. I had never seen Bhima cry. I hugged him tightly. Seeing us, Shashi came close and hugged both of us. The three amigos were silent for the first time, not knowing what to say. Shashi finally broke the silence and spoke like a wise man. Look, this had to happen one day. Let us look at the bright side. We will join you in Bangalore in a few years' time, and we can all go to the same college as big boys. That brightened the mood a little bit. I said Shashi could take over from me as the leader of our gang and Bhima would be his deputy. The succession plan was thus set in place. With my friends watching me and saying tearful goodbyes, my family left Bagalkot for Bangalore. As our rickshaw passed the theatre and the public works department, I was devastated as I knew a happy phase of my life was ending, so I just closed my eyes. 1.3. Trouble comes looking. Krishna, wake up. We have reached Bangalore. I woke to see what looked like a city with no beginning or end. I could cycle from one end of Bagalkot to another in 1 hour, but Bangalore looked endless. There were rows and rows of houses and some very tall buildings, as well as people crammed into buses, hundreds of cars and rickshaws, and even bullock carts meandered through the city streets early in the morning. I saw traffic lights for the first time. It all looked too frightening. I tightly held my mother's arm. I was missing my friends already. As our rickshaw pulled into our new home, I was disappointed by its tiny size compared to the big house we had in Bagalkot. The neighbors popped out and said hello to my parents. We were subjected to a barrage of questions about our background by an old lady, and the neighborhood looked distinctly unfriendly and impersonal. Neatly dressed kids were coming out of homes and lining up on the road for the school bus. They all looked at me, but no one spoke. It was not the kind of welcome I was looking for. 2 days later, my parents took Vinay and myself to our new school. We wore a new school uniform and carried new school bags with new books and stationery. Vinay was at ease, but I was gripped by anxiety and clung tightly to my mom. The school was huge with hundreds of kids lining up for the morning prayers and to sing the national anthem. The principal looked like a monster and just glared at me. His mustache was so big it dangled like a dog's tail. He looked at Vinay's school records and seemed to be impressed. Vinay was joining high school and I was enrolled in grade 5. For the first time, I was wearing a tie as part of the school uniform, and it felt good. I wondered why my grandfather and father hated wearing ties. I was taken to class 5D. In the Bagalkot school, we used to sit on the floor, but here the school furniture looked impressive with rows of wooden benches and a chair for each student. There were separate rooms for art class, music class, and a science laboratory. I thought, wow, no wonder city kids are so smart. My classmate looked much more sophisticated than what I was used to in my previous school, but hardly anybody even noticed my presence. They just ignored me and kept talking to each other. My school bag was heavy with all the new books and the stationery. I took out all the contents from the bag and set them neatly on my table. That was a mistake. During the chaos in between classes, somebody had stolen my compass box. I looked around and shouted. Everybody turned around and laughed at me. I saw that the boy sitting next to me had the same kind of box. I assumed it was mine and grabbed it from him. He slapped me hard and complained to the teacher that I stole his stuff. The teacher came to my bench and sternly ordered me to return the box to him. My first day at school was a disaster. I hated everything and everybody. When my father asked me how my day at school was, I burst out crying and said I hated Bangalore. My mother seemed to worry more about the compass box I had lost and asked me to be more careful with my belongings. When they asked Vinay about his day, he said he had a great time, and that the teacher was impressed with his math and science knowledge. Adding salt to my wound, he said he loved Bangalore. What a creep. My father took me out and got me some ice cream to cheer me up. The next day at school, somebody asked me where I was from. I did not want to admit I came from a small town. Instead, I decided to impress them. I suddenly remembered what my father had told me about our ancestors moving down south following the royal family they worked for. Even though I was not 100% sure of my so-called royal connection, I tried to brag about it in front of my new classmate. Well, actually, I belonged to a royal family and moved to Karnataka when we won some territory there after a battle. There was a collective mock gasp. Wow. Did you hear that, guys? Krishna has royal blood. From now on, whenever he comes to the school, we must stand in line, salute His Highness, and blow the trumpet announcing his arrival. To my acute embarrassment, some boys engaged in an elaborate mock royal welcome. While one shouted, "Hoshyar, beware. Rajadhiraja His Highness Krishna Maharaja is coming your way," some saluted and others took their hands to their mouths, pretending to blow trumpets. The worst thing was that even the girls started laughing. My attempt to impress had backfired badly. Not wanting to cause further embarrassment to myself, I decided to lay low and kept quiet. Some kids then took me for granted and started bullying me. When somebody said, "You are a king who steals others' stuff," I could not take it anymore. I tackled the kid who mocked me and almost choked him. Just then, the class teacher walked in and saw me fighting. She approached me and said, "You seem to be a very mischievous boy. Yesterday, you took somebody's compass and today you are choking this poor kid. There is no place for bullies in this school. You better bring your parents to school tomorrow, otherwise, don't come to school." Bring my parents to school? No way. I decided to ignore this instruction. When I turned up at the school the next day, the teacher refused me entry into the class and asked me to stand outside as a punishment. I saw all my classmates looking at me and laughing. Feeling utterly humiliated, I walked out of the school grounds, wanting to go home. I walked for some time in the heavy traffic in the direction I thought my new home was, but soon got lost. I stood alone on a busy road, crying. People just ignored me and walked past until somebody stopped and asked what I was doing alone on the road. I said I left school because I was not feeling well but lost my way. He said he would take me back to school. Dreading further punishment from the teacher, I started running away from the gentleman until I could run no more. I thought I should change direction to reach my home. I started crossing the road and, suddenly, all hell broke loose. All that I remember is hearing a loud honk from a speeding truck and passing vehicles screeching to stop to avoid hitting me. I panicked, seeing this giant truck coming straight at me, and froze in fear. The truck somehow veered away from me, but from the corner of my almost closed eyes, I saw a car coming fast toward me. In the midst of traffic fumes, loud horns, people shouting, and the screeching of tires, my whole body trembled like a leaf being lashed by wild weather. I do not remember what happened next. When I woke up, I was in terrible pain, my hands and legs were bandaged, and I saw my mother by my side. Dad was talking to the doctor and Vinay was sitting at the corner with his head buried in a book. "Why did you run away from school? Why?" My mother started crying. I watched her fingers stroking my hands, but I couldn't feel them. Beneath the bandages, my hands were on fire. Flames of pain licked up my legs. My throat rasped as I spoke. "Didn't I tell you Bangalore is a bad place? Why do you guys insist on staying here?" The school conveniently blamed it all on me. My parents were told by the principal to instill some discipline in me. They were asked how come their first son was so bright and well behaved and the second one was the exact opposite. To my surprise, it was my classmate who understood me and started treating me well. Even the boy whose compass box I had snatched came to me and said I could take anything I wanted from his bag. By the end of the month, I had settled in well and started looking forward to going to school. I agree with you. Show no mercy to him and take him to the police at once. Ever since he was born, he has been nothing but trouble for us. We should have named him Kamsa, the tyrant uncle of Lord Krishna. That is what he is. I slap him every day, but still, this kid goes out the next day looking for trouble. Look at my other son, but not this one. From now on, he is not our kid anymore. Send him to an orphanage. Thanks to my mother's melodrama and emotional maneuvering, the situation had suddenly turned and, instead of focusing on me as the injured kid, everybody started talking about how difficult it was to manage juvenile delinquents. This time, even I knew that the situation was serious. But what could I do? Just when I was settling into the new school and surroundings, trouble came looking for me again. One Sunday when I was playing cricket with the neighborhood kids on our street, I hit a ball that landed straight on the bonnet of a car nearby with a thud. We stopped playing and sheepishly looked around to see whether anybody else had seen what just happened. I heard somebody shouting, "You hit my dad's car?" I looked around to see our homeowner's son, Gundu Rao, walking menacingly toward me. Everybody hated Gundu. His family owned half the land and the houses in the neighborhood. Being the only son of rich parents, Gundu was an arrogant, ill-mannered, fat kid and always took the chance to remind all the kids that he was the boss. We mostly stayed away from him and that infuriated him even more. I knew I was in trouble though. I readied myself, expecting a hand-to-hand combat. Just when I was thinking how best to tackle the evil that was fast approaching me, Gundu turned around and picked up a wooden rod by the side of the road. Fortunately, I still had the cricket bat in my hand, and it came handy to shield myself from the rapid force of the rod that Gundu swung at me. I was careful not to use the bat to hit him back as I was in the fault and simply wanted to protect myself. Still, I had to endure several blows from the rod, while all the other kids just stood and watched. I seethed with quiet anger when I went home with a badly bruised body and a terribly hurt ego. I was too proud to report the matter to my parents. Instead, I waited for an opportune time to strike back. I got my chance when I spotted Gundu a few days later, walking alone on a deserted street. He walked with the kind of a swagger, like he owned the whole street, his hair shining with oil in the sun. I grabbed a stick that was lying on the road, ran toward him and swung it wildly. He stretched out his arm to catch the stick but was instantly writhing in pain, blood oozing from his hand. Unfortunately, the stick had a rusted nail in it and the sharp end had pierced his outstretched hand. I panicked, seeing blood and watched him wailing. As usual, I thought that by running away from the scene, the problem would go away. I roamed the streets aimlessly to pass the time. When I returned home a few hours later, the whole neighborhood seemed to be waiting for me. There was yelling all around and my parents were standing helplessly trying to defend the indefensible. Somebody spotted me and shouted, "Here he is." The landlord grabbed his son, turned him toward me and said, "See what you have done to my sweet little boy." I mumbled, "He is not all that sweet. He hit me first." "Really? Show me, where did he hit you?" "That was some time ago. I do not run to my parents every time somebody hits me. I tackle it myself." "This is how you tackle it yourself? You are a hooligan." The boy's mother came forward and yelled, "It is a shame that your parents have named you after God. Do you know how sweet Lord Krishna was when he was a kid?" My mother stepped forward and, to my surprise, she used a standard tactic of a mother with a defiant kid, turned herself into the victim, so she urged the crowd to take me to a police station or an orphanage. After gratuitous discussions on the finer points of good parenting, the neighbors had had their fun for the day and started dispersing, and the last one to leave even advised my mother not to throw me out on the street. I was dragged inside the house and locked up in a room with the strict instruction that nobody feed me. I too felt the seriousness of the situation and went to sleep crying, only to get up the next morning to see some food being slid under the door. Then I heard a voice in a hushed tone. "Krishna, eat something." It was Vinay. 1.4. Love is in the air. By the time the second term started, I had settled well in school. I still missed my friends in Bagalkot, but now I had new friends. However, there was no place in this crowded city to play Tarzan or steal wood to celebrate Holi. But there were other attractions to somewhat make up for them. Bangalore kids had much better toys and they were happy to share them. Yet, there was no sense of wild adventure in my classmate and neighborhood friends who were all sedate and disciplined. I was the hyper kid, perennially looking for excitement. There were interesting eateries and ice cream parlors though, and I loved going on the school bus that meandered its way through crowded traffic. We would be boisterous inside the bus while it was moving until the driver scolded us to be quiet and be seated. There were nice parks with playgrounds, but my parents kept a constant and careful watch on me, lest I run away and get lost. The freedom I enjoyed in Bagalkot was gone. I still hated my studies but was forced to do my daily homework under the watchful eyes of Vinay, who took great pleasure in supervising me and reporting any mischief to my parents. He now had a second-hand motorbike to attend his tuition classes. He thought he was the king of the world while riding on his bike and never let me even touch it. When I walked into the classroom one Monday morning, my attention turned to Mala. There were 10 girls in my class, and I had never paid much attention to them. Boys and girls sat separately and hardly interacted with each other, except for the mandatory group activities. Most of the time, the girls were giggling and acting silly. If we saw any boy talking to a girl more than the bare minimum which was necessary, we would mercilessly mock him so that he would never venture to go near them again. Mala looked different that day. Suddenly, it occurred to me that her hair was loose, and she did not have the ponytail that was the norm for girls. As she was telling the teacher that she had washed her hair and could not get her mother to tie it in the morning, and I noticed that many boys were looking at her too. She looked pretty as a princess with her free-flowing hair. For the first time, I looked at her with interest. She had very beautiful eyes that lit up as she spoke, an expressive face, and a sharp nose. When she walked, her long hair swayed with her, her hands moved in rhythm, and, when she spoke, I saw her lips move, but heard no words. I had not seen a girl like her, even in the movies. How come I did not notice her before? She was right in front of me for the past 6 months, yet I had overlooked her. It appeared I was not the only one in her newly formed fan club, though, as a few other boys were paying attention to her as well. How shameless, I thought. I was interrupted when the teacher spoke. Okay, boys and girls. Today, we have an interesting exercise. I will show you all a world-famous portrait painting made by a legendary Italian artist, Leonardo da Vinci, called the Mona Lisa. I want you to look at it carefully and write a story around it, anything that comes to your mind. She held up the portrait. Yuck. It's a girl's painting. That was duffer, John. What do you mean, a girl's painting? Do you have any problem with it, boys? There was dead silence. Okay. It looks like the boys in this class have a problem with girls. Let me address it. I want you to form a pair, a boy and a girl, and write the story together. Alright, come on, boys and girls. I do not know what happened to me. Before anybody could move, I had sprinted across the benches and stood right in front of Mala. A small voice in my head told me that if I did not move quickly, some rascal would enjoy the company of the prettiest girl in the world. Even the teacher appreciated my initiative. That's nice. Krishna has taken the lead. Now everybody follow him. Come on, be quick. Mala looked at me with bewilderment. She did not know what to make of my swift move. Fortunately, others had not noticed my newfound infatuation and started making pairs. For the first time, I was face to face with my angel. We sat down on a bench. Okay, let us start. What do you think of the portrait? It's beautiful, isn't it? Mala said. Hello. What do you think of the portrait? Look at it and tell me. I was not going to waste my time staring at a dumb-looking Italian woman while my Indian princess was right in front of me. Well, she is not even half as pretty as you. I could not believe I had said that. That was my very first flirtation. After all, my astrologer had said I had a weakness for women. I think the trait was lying dormant, waiting for the right opportunity. Mala blushed and, oh my, she just killed me with that look. I never knew girls had so much power over boys. Please be serious. We have a story to write. You tell me what you think first. I put the ball in her court. Mala paused and took a good look at the portrait. Well, I think she is looking at her baby playing. Look at her, only a mother can give such an affectionate look. Don't you think? This mother-child comparison was ruining my mood. No, she is looking at her boyfriend who is doing her portrait. It is not a mother's affection. It is love. At this point, I was convinced I was possessed by the love god, Karma. Words were coming out of my mouth that I had never even thought of, let alone said to somebody. I had become an instant poet. Gee, I do not believe in this boyfriend-girlfriend business. What will the teacher think if we write a story around that? Okay, you write whatever story you think is right. I will just sit and watch. Mala gave up and started writing something. All that I could think of was Mala. While she was writing, her hair partially obscured her face. I felt like moving it aside, but I did not have the guts. As her hands moved, they looked like ripples in a lake. Her face was full of concentration, beauty, and brains. Time stood still until I heard, "Okay, kids. Stop writing. Now it is time to share your story with everybody." I came back to the real world with so many people and so much noise around me. I thought it was just Mala and myself, sitting on a mountain top amid dead silence. Something profound was happening and I had lost all control on my mind and body. When it was our turn to tell the story, the teacher said, "Okay, Krishna and Mala, what is your story?" I simply looked at Mala. "Well, teacher, I wrote something all by myself because Krishna just kept staring at me." The whole class erupted laughing. I looked around. Instead of feeling embarrassed, I felt the whole world was applauding and approving our union. It felt good. Damn good. Throughout the day, I was not in a mood to talk to or play with anyone. I was lost in my thoughts. It was as if I had become a different person. I could not recognize the new me. When I reached home, I gave my mother a tight hug and kissed her. She was a bit taken aback. "Looks like you had a great day." "Couldn't be better, Ma. You know, Dad did the best thing coming to Bangalore. I have so many great friends now. I am very happy. By the way, I do not like you to tie up your hair. Keep it loose and flowing. You will look beautiful." Vinay gave me a dirty look and said, "Did you do any study or just kept prancing around all day?" I gave him a serious look of a philosopher in the making. "There is a whole new world out there, bro. You just need to lift your head from your dumb books and look around." I liked the way the new me spoke. So profound. The more I tried to take my attention off Mala, the more I felt the urge to look at her. Since my seat was not convenient in terms of looking at her, I tried to persuade my classmate to exchange his place with mine. He said, "But you always wanted to sit on that seat. Remember, you even fought with somebody to take it?" For the first time, I fumbled to find the right words and the right argument. Yeah, but I have an eye infection and the doctor has advised me to keep away from sunlight. This seat exposes me to too much light. But my seat gets more sunlight during the afternoon. Leave that for me to decide. Are you giving your seat to me now or?" After shifting to the new seat, I was closer to Mala, but still had to turn 90 degrees to look at her. The only way to look at her directly was to sit right in front of her, but that required a social revolution. I realized it was impossible to convince the school to make boys and girls sit in front of each other with half the class facing away from the teacher. Mala noticed the change. I was now sitting quite close to her, and I kept looking at her on one pretext or another. I even tried to close my eyes and then to look at her from between my fingers. It was a classic case of a cat drinking the milk with its eyes closed, thinking the world would not notice. Slowly but surely, the world noticed though, and my classmates started talking. I knew the game was up, but I was unable to control myself. After all, it was written in my horoscope that I was going to be a Romeo. Somebody said, Mala should change her name to Radha as Bhagwan Krishna's girlfriend. Surprisingly, I was not angry when everybody started laughing. How can love be a matter of embarrassment? In a conservative town and school, this was sensational news to 10-year-old kids and became a hot topic of discussion. The news spread and reached Vinay's class. He confronted me in the school ground with the news during lunch break, and I vehemently denied what was blindingly obvious. That evening, when I got home from school, Vinay spilled the beans. "Mom, Krishna is in love. He is going lur over Mala." This was a surprise even for my mother. "What? All these days, I am used to hearing him hitting other boys. Now you are telling me he is hitting on girls?" "Yes, Mom. The whole school is talking about it. Even the girl whom he likes has told her friends that she likes him too." I was about to slap my brother, but my hands stopped midway. I said excitedly, "What? She said that she likes me too?" I was caught red-handed. "See, Mom, he is admitting that he likes her." Not knowing what to do, I ran away, and my mother started laughing, which angered me even more. During dinner time, my mom raised the topic with my dad. "Do you know what your favorite son is up to? He has fallen in love." "What?" My dad could not believe what he had just heard. "Are you out of your mind?" "Dad, I like her, and she likes me too. Do you even know what you are saying? Look, Krishna, we are a Brahmin family and decorum is everything for us. You have already caused enough trouble. Now do not do anything stupid. Just focus on your studies. Look at Vinay. He is 4 years older than you and he has never caused any trouble, ever. Oh, that comparison again. My mom came to my rescue. Why are you making it such a big thing? He is just a little kid. You are reacting as if he has proposed marriage to her. By the way, what is her name? What is her caste? Caste? Don't these adults know that love knows no caste? Fortunately, a neighbor knocked on the door to borrow some sugar and the conversation ended there. At night, I could not sleep and kept tossing and turning in bed. Despite the turmoil my new adventure had created at home, I was ecstatic that Mala liked me too and had openly expressed her feelings. With her by my side, I could take on the world, I thought. Vinay noticed I was still awake and asked what the matter was. I said, well, thanks to you, Mom and Dad hate me now. Happy? Vinay got up from his desk and came to my bed. He placed his hand on my head, ruffled my hair, and said, look, Krishna, we all love you. We do. I have never said this to you, but I love you too. Mom and Dad are not angry with you. They thought it was funny that their 10-year-old son is madly in love. Do not worry about Dad's lecture. He had a bad day at work, and he snapped. I just went by their bedroom, and he was having a hearty laugh about the whole thing. Tell me, are you really in love with this girl? I could not believe my brother was being so nice to me. We rarely shared tender moments and I thought he hated me. I held his hand and said, yes, I am mad about Mala. I just cannot take my eyes off her. But who told you that she likes me too? Vinay smiled and said, well, your Mala is a close friend of my classmate's sister. He overheard her saying to someone that all the girls in your class were jealous of Mala getting so much attention from you, and when she asked Mala, she confessed that she likes you too. Happy? I hugged Vinay and said, you are the bestest brother in the whole world, do you know that? Vinay got up, pushed me aside and said, okay. Now do not try to butter me up. I am still going to keep a close watch on you. Remember, I have spies in your class, and I will come to know if you are up to some hanky-panky with that girl. I just like that girl, that's all, I protested. Is it a crime to love somebody? Vinay laughed. Oh, so sweet. My little brother is a big boy now. Go to sleep. I must study for my exams. I could not wait to go to school the next day. I wanted to hear directly from Mala that she liked me. As I stepped into the classroom, my eyes wandered around looking for Mala. She was not there. While taking attendance, I noticed that the teacher did not say Mala's name. I wondered why. Soon came the announcement that shattered my world. Kids, your classmate, Mala, will not be coming to school anymore. Her father, who is in the army, has been transferred to North India on short notice and her family is moving with him. Suddenly, the world looked ugly and cruel. My sweetheart was snatched from me, and I could not even say goodbye to her. I did not want to go to school anymore. I stayed at home for 3 days, telling my parents I was feeling sick. Then Vinay shared the news that Mala had left school. Now my parents knew why I was staying home, and I was forced to go back. I just could not take it. Every moment was torture. I approached John for help. Even though he was bad at his studies, he was good at English. I persuaded him to write a letter to the teacher pretending to be my father, seeking exemption from attending school due to a family emergency. Being a Kannada medium school, even the teachers did not know much English and, therefore, any letter in English, no matter how badly written, was accepted without suspicion. So, for the next few days, I dressed up to go to school and went out of my home, pretending to take the school bus, but instead of getting into the bus, I would walk aimlessly through the streets. I would sit somewhere to eat my lunch, wander again, and then come home just when all the kids were returning from school. Soon though, I got caught by my parents who were tipped off by some neighborhood kid. I expected severe punishment, but to my surprise, they understood what I was going through and tried to comfort me. I just hugged my mother and cried to my heart's content. Then I got up and said, Mom, you have tied up your hair again. I told you I don't like it. 1.5. The Man with the Golden Pot. Do you have any idea that we have exhausted all our savings, including my provident fund? Besides, Vinay is finishing his grade 12 soon and we will have to pay hefty fees for a private engineering college if he does not gain admission to a government college on merit. On top of it, you want to invite all our relatives to Badami for the holy thread ceremony. How can we afford it all? I woke up to hear this heated conversation between my parents. It was a surprise. Normally, it was my mother who made all the decisions in the family, from trivial household matters, dealing with issues within the extended family, as well as the family budget to her kids' education and future. My father was a very quiet person. Most of the time, he would agree to whatever my mom proposed, no questions asked. Either he thought very highly of my mom, or he just did not want any conflict in the family. On this rare occasion when they were arguing, I was keen to find out what must have caused it. Mom was arguing that we needed to borrow extra money to finish the house we were constructing in our hometown, Badami, on time, so that they could celebrate my holy thread ceremony. Her point was that the holy thread ceremony should take place before I turned 12, and she was hell-bent on doing it at our new home. My mother was adamant. Vinay is a smart boy, and I am sure he will get admitted to a government college. Let us borrow money by pledging all the gold jewelry that was given to me by my father during my marriage. It has been my dream to celebrate Krishna's thread ceremony in our own home. I still get livid when I remember all the barbs and innuendos that my sister-in-law heaped upon me when we did Vinay's thread ceremony at my father's place. Well, if you had not given away your share in your father's property to your greedy brother in a moment of weakness when your father passed away, we would not be in this situation. I told you to wait until after your father's funeral, but you were too emotional and signed the papers straight away. Really? We are in this position because of me? What did you get from your father? I had to fight to save my gold when you were about to spend it on your sister's marriage. I wanted to work as a teacher after marriage, but your mother stopped me, saying Brahmin women are not supposed to work outside of the home. My father must have realized he had crossed the line by bringing his in-laws into the discussion. He quickly offered a truce. What I meant to say was that even if we borrow money by pledging gold, it will not be enough to complete the construction. Do you know how scarce cement is in this country? First of all, it is rationed, and whatever quota you get from the government, you will have to bribe the government officials to get it released. Even then, you get ripped off since you pay for a 50-kilogram bag and get only 30. I realize that, but during all our years together, have I ever asked for any luxury items, or have you ever bought anything fancy for me? I don't even buy many saris as the neighborhood ladies do. We only have a radio for entertainment. Even Krishna wears old clothes used by Vinay. My slippers are worn out, but okay, I get your point. It is not that I spend lavishly on myself. I still wear the same suit that I got stitched for our marriage 17 years ago. All of us are making sacrifices so that Vinay can go to a top private tuition class and do well in grade 12. Once he starts earning well in a few years, he will fulfill all your desires. Nobody seemed to think or talk about me helping the family, so I butted in. Don't worry, Mom. I will get your silk sari and golden bangles and build a big house for you. In return, I got a sweet hug from my mother, but she clearly did not seem to take me seriously. It appeared she thought that only Vinay was her ticket out of misery, despite my horoscope predicting a Raja Yoga destiny for me. Oh, well. Just then, Vinay came in, heard the discussion, and came up with a brilliant idea. Why don't you guys finish constructing only one room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, instead of building the whole house in one go? You can rent the partially built house out and save enough to build the rest of the house upon Dad's retirement. My parents were impressed. My dad proudly said, "See, I told you. Vinay will solve all your problems and fulfill all your desires." My mom seemed happy. Thus ended the only heated conversation I ever saw between my parents. My family was dependent on a single income and, like all other families in the neighborhood, we were living month to month. Making the most of what one had and living within the means was the norm everywhere. That included buying a big piece of cloth and making shirts or skirts with it for each child in the family. Nobody had a choice of color, design, or variety, although occasionally the teenagers would be allowed to go with the fashion of the day, be it bell-bottom pants or Hawaiian shirts. When the older children outgrew their clothes or shoes, the younger ones would wear them, with no questions allowed. I knew that whatever Vinay was wearing would be worn by me in a few years. That is why I often insisted on having a say in any birthday gift Vinay got. My mother loved haggling with everyone from vegetable vendors to gold merchants. She was only happy when she got something free along with whatever she was buying. Old clothes, utensils, newspapers, and whatever else was worth recycling was traded to buy new utensils. Women would relish every opportunity to bargain with street vendors, and, unless they got something that was free, whether it was free chilies or coriander from the vegetable vendor or an extra piece of cloth, they would not stop negotiating. The vendors knew their psyches and went through an elaborate charade which ended in a seeming win-win for both sides. There were very few restaurants, and one would go into them with a guilty feeling. To even appreciate the impersonal and mass-made restaurant food was an act of betrayal and damnation of mom's lovingly curated home-cooked food. Only non-Brahmins ate non-vegetarian food, and that too on rare occasions as it was expensive. Liquor shops were even more scarce, and the few customers that frequented them would enter them under the cover of darkness and get the bottles wrapped in paper. Even these shops were named after gods to market the goods as almost being approved by the heavens. So, you could buy whiskey from the Ganesh liquor shop or the occasional chicken from the Lakshmi mutton shop. A few progressive Brahmin families ate egg omelets for which there was a separate stove and cutlery set, and they could only be prepared outside the house, often without the knowledge of the women and elders. My mother was aghast when I once insisted on eating eggs. My father tried to convince her, saying until my holy thread ceremony, I could be given some freedom, but the idea was shot down. Nobody dared question my mom's authority in these matters. When the barber came to the home to cut men's hair, it was all done outside the house, and men were allowed back in the house only after taking a bath. Every time I protested that my hair was being cut too short, I was told it was to save money. Family entertainment was limited mostly to the radio. When Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, the whole of India was glued to radio, with visuals limited to documentaries shown at the movie theaters. If the family was a little better off, a tape recorder was a prized possession. It was perfectly all right for those who had a tape recorder player to turn the volume to the maximum so that the entire neighborhood could enjoy the music. If it were a conservative neighborhood, mostly religious music, starting with M.S. Subbalakshmi's Venkatesh Suprabhatam, would play from 5 in the morning. On festival days, songs would blare nearly 24/7. A younger neighborhood would play Bollywood and local movie songs to the delight of the youthful generation. Essentially, it was a communal living with no privacy expected nor demanded. Everybody would rejoice or mourn together. Even though I was only 11 years old, I understood the economic difficulties my parents and people around us faced. Today, when I look back at life in the 60s and 70s in India, it may appear like the dark ages, but it was a simple and happy time. Frugal living was the order of the day. Whenever I was sent to a nearby grocery store to purchase things, the shopkeeper would look up our credit account and ask when the past dues to him were going to be paid. He would charge whatever he wanted, fully knowing that people had little choice but to live on credit until the next monthly salary. People kept talking about the food shortages in the country and how the country was desperately dependent on foreign countries for food aid. I would hear how wars with China and Pakistan had caused economic hardships. The government was rationing everything and was asking people to sacrifice for the sake of the nation. As independent India struggled to provide a decent infrastructure and standard of living, so I used to hear elders endlessly criticize the government's socialist policies and agendas. People trusted the BBC more than any other news source to get the true story. The slave mentality had well and truly taken hold of the country's psyche. There was corruption everywhere though. Even the quality of rice and wheat being supplied by government rationing shops was so poor that people had lost their confidence in authorities. Whenever a ship carrying wheat donated by the USA landed in Bombay port, it was big news. I was too young to understand how my country was in the grip of a national crisis caused mainly by the government's Soviet-style socialist policies and a political class abetted by a bureaucracy that was riddled with corruption. By this time, I had become an ardent fan of Bollywood actor Amitabh Bachchan, who became emblematic of the angry young man growing up in utter poverty and taking on the vested interests, the villains in the establishment, corrupt politicians, cops, and assorted other bad guys. He was the voice and the Robin Hood of the masses who romanced the beautiful daughter of the villain, providing 3 hours of escapism. My family eventually traveled to Badami for the housewarming and thread ceremony. This was my very first visit to my ancestral hometown. On first glance, it looked like a village, even more backward than Bagalkot. My uncle, Govind Kaka, who lived in Badami, had come to receive us. He was an impressive-looking man with long flowing hair. Later, I came to know that, instead of working as a priest, he had become a theatre artist, which was an extremely unusual profession for a Brahmin. There were no rickshaws. Instead, we hopped into a horse cart. I jumped straight into the carriage and sat right next to the tangarwala, even before my father could negotiate a price. The tangarwala let me hold the reins and showed me how we can make the horse obey his commands to move and turn left or right. That was so cool. But the poor horse had to carry 6 people crammed into the cart, along with all the stuff my mom had brought for the function. On the way, Govind Kaka told us how some of our relatives who stayed in Badami were still at odds with each other for the right to perform pujas at the main temple. He said there was hardly any income for the priests who struggled to survive as fewer people were visiting the town. Most of their income came during the annual Jatra festival in January, when thousands arrived to worship goddess Banshankari, our family deity. We stopped at the construction site of our new house. The very basic house was almost done, and it was just about ready for habitation. My mother was not too happy with its size, but there was a provision made to extend it later. Before alighting from the tanga, my mom whispered to my dad to get a full account of all the money Govind Kaka had claimed to have spent on the construction. We were then taken to the Banshankari temple. The priest on duty, another close relative, looked happy to see my father. He said, "Look, all you guys left our hometown and nicely settled in cities. The burden is now on us to carry on the family tradition. Even my children are urging me to move to the city, but what will I do there? My son is finishing high school next year and I am hoping he can stay with you in Bangalore for further studies." Before my father could say anything, my mother whispered into his ear, "Do not make any promises. Remember, you have your son to educate first." All my father could say was, "Don't worry. Within a few years, I will retire and come back to Badami. I will lend you a hand in running the temple." It was now the priest's turn to guard his interests. He hastily said, "That's good. But remember, we will not be able to share whatever little income we are making from the temple with those returning home." My father laughed and assured him he just wanted to do his duty toward the family deity and was not expecting anything in return. While doing a production of the temple, my father proudly told me, "Do you know this temple is over 1,000 years old? Our ancestors were brought here by a Maratha king 200 years ago as official priests. We have been here ever since. You are lucky your thread ceremony will be held in this ancient temple with our family priests still in charge. We will do even winners and your marriages here. By then, I would have retired to Badami, and I can take my grandchildren to show them the historical places around here." I felt an instant connection to Badami. I thought no matter where I go in the world, Badami would always be my hometown. Though Badami looked like a tiny town, history was everywhere: temples, lakes, giant rocks, and, most impressive of all, the famous Badami caves. There were monkeys everywhere. My mother showed me a monkey that was chasing some kids and said, "Now you know where you got your monkey brain from." Instead of feeling angry, I felt immensely proud that I belonged to such a great historical place. Our relatives started arriving from all over for the housewarming and my thread ceremony. While some of them passed snide remarks about the unfinished house, I was busy playing with my cousins, some of whom had come from Bombay. The aura of Bollywood had rubbed off on every Bombayite, and, whenever they visited other parts of the country, people would look at them in awe. I too was mesmerized by the presence of my hip cousins living in Bombay. They narrated their daily lives in Bombay in such grand style that one would think that you were leading a wretched life if you were not living there too. I knew my hero, Amitabh Bachchan, was there. I asked my cousins whether they had seen him. One of my cousins said, "Oh, him. He lives very close by in the same suburb. I can introduce you to him when you come to Bombay." Vinay took me aside and said, "He is lying. Don't believe him." But I wanted to believe him. I went to my mother and said, "Mom, during the next school holidays, let us please go to Bombay." She was too busy attending to our relatives to pay any attention to my vacation plans. Suddenly, there was a buzz in the house when my father received a telegram and said, "Guess what? Suresh from America is in India, and he is coming here for the function." For the next few hours, all that everybody was talking was about Suresh uncle and how rich he had become after going to America. While the women were busy in the kitchen, the men sat on the big veranda in Govind uncle's home and started dissecting Suresh uncle's life while chewing pan. Govind uncle led the charge. According to our scriptures, Brahmins are strictly forbidden to cross the seas. He has violated our religion and cannot enter the temple sanctorum. I will not let that happen, no matter what. My father seemed keen to make sure there was no trouble, and nobody offended Suresh uncle. He said, "Yes, but the same scriptures also prescribe a solution for such violations. He simply needs to undergo a purification ceremony. I will go to the temple to talk to the head priest and arrange the ceremony." Yes, agreed Madhav uncle. Also, make sure you sprinkle Gomutra all around the house before they come. You know, Gomutra has the power to wash away all sins. Ram uncle also offered support for Suresh uncle, but for a different reason. Do you guys realize how rich these Indians who go abroad become? I am sure he has a big bungalow, a few cars, and plenty of servants in America. Rather than shaming him, we should support him so that he helps our families with financial aid. A few nodded their heads. But Govind uncle was adamant. We are Brahmins. We can't lust for money like others do. People who go abroad may make tons of money, but do you have any idea how morally bankrupt their lives are? Yes, agreed Hanumant uncle. The other day, I saw this movie called Son, You Have Become an Orphan. The hero goes to America and returns home with an American wife. His parents, who are very conservative villages, struggle to adjust to their daughter-in-law. Some people see her eating beef and her in-laws literally die of the shame that she has brought upon the family. And guess what the son does? He returns to America after selling the cows in his family farm to a butcher. While the discussion was in full swing, I went into the kitchen to get some water. The women were equally busy gossiping about, you guessed right, Suresh uncle and his family. This group was being led by my mother. She was saying, "Thank God, Suresh has married an Indian girl, otherwise, all hell would have broken loose." My neighbor was saying she saw this movie called White Wife. The hero comes back from America with a white wife. She is a nice girl and adjusts to Indian culture and all that, but can you even imagine your son going abroad and coming back with a white wife? Hearing all this, I thought everybody's perception of those who go abroad was mainly shaped by movies, and everybody seemed very curious to know what it meant to live overseas. No wonder all my relatives were eagerly awaiting the arrival of Suresh uncle. There was a great sense of anticipation and excitement. We were told his car would arrive sometime in the morning. Everybody forgot about the function and waited with bated breath. There were at least 50 people who had gathered in front of our home to welcome the VIP. I was right at the front of the crowd. Finally, the car arrived around noon. When Suresh uncle emerged out of the car, I was a bit disappointed to note that he looked just like everybody else. Only his dress appeared quite different. He took out something which I later came to know as a video camera and started filming. Nobody had seen a video camera before, and there was a rush to stand in front of it. People started waving madly at the camera. We asked him to show us the recordings, and when he did, I thought I looked very handsome. I rushed inside to comb my hair in readiness for future sessions. By then, Suresh uncle's wife and daughter had come out of the car. They too looked just like us. I wondered what all the fuss was about. They both had sunglasses that gleamed under the sun and made them look glamorous like movie actors. His daughter, who looked my age, seemed to be frightened at seeing a fawning crowd making such a fuss. Suresh uncle said this was her first trip to India and she was not used to big gatherings. His accent appeared strange, even though he was speaking in Kannada. When the driver opened the trunk of the car to take out their luggage, the crowd rushed to look at the bags, which looked very fancy and fashionable. My father told Suresh uncle how happy he was to see him at the function. Well, when I received your invitation, I thought it was the best chance to bring my daughter to visit India for the first time and introduce her to all of our relatives. We had some anxious moments when she was born due to some delivery complications, and I had taken a vow to visit Badami temple to thank our family deity. Suresh uncle then looked around and said, "Well, where is the hero of the function?" I pushed through the crowd to rush towards Suresh uncle and proudly introduced myself. He hugged me and said, "Well, I have got some interesting presents for you." I was ecstatic that I was getting presents from America. I asked excitedly, "Can you give them to me now?" He patted my back and said, "Hold on, boy. There is no rush." Once everybody had lunch, a small crowd gathered around Suresh uncle. He was bombarded with questions. Everything he had, from the camera down to his underpants, was looked at, scrutinized, and quizzed about. I had my own set of questions. When you sit in the toilet in the airplane, where does the poo go? No, it does not fall down the way it does in the running Indian trains, but it is collected and disposed of when the plane lands. I have heard that people use toilet paper after attending to nature's call. Is it like a newspaper? No, it is more absorbent. And what do you do with the toilet paper after you use it? It is flushed down the toilet. But your bum is still yucky until you wash it with water. No, you can clean it when you are having a shower. But until then you walk around with a dirty bum? I was made to shut up by some elders as more important questions needed to be asked. How is it to live with white people? They are, of course, different than us. Like how? For example, some couples may say to each other that my children and your children are playing with our children. It took quite a while for people to understand what that meant. When we learned that in a blended family, a couple might both have children from previous relationships as well as from present relationship, there was a hushed silence. Suresh uncle's daughter, Vidya, who was strangely addressed by her mother as Vid, had by then got somewhat used to her surroundings. I found her accent and manners very funny. She tried to say something to the girl sitting next to her. We knew she was speaking English, but we had never heard that accent before. I said, "Can you speak Kannada?" She said no. That was the end of our conversation with her. In the meanwhile, Vid's mother was surrounded by women asking her all kinds of questions about life in America. She seemed to give up after desperately trying to convince the women that she still cooked Indian food and maintained Indian traditions at home. It was quite apparent that Suresh uncle was loaded with money. He was working for a big American company. He was funding the education of his brothers in India, but, apparently, this had a bad effect on the family. I heard other relatives whispering to each other, "Do you know both his brothers are completely spoiled? One has left his studies and another continues to fail. What do you think will happen if he keeps sending an unlimited amount of money to his family? Look at his daughter. She does not seem Indian at all. She can hardly speak and understand our language. I am sure his daughter will soon have an American boyfriend. Who is going to marry her in India? Well, she will have to marry a white boy, and soon it will be the 'my children and your children living with our children' story." Everybody laughed. Sunil uncle, who was living in Bombay and considered himself superior to other relatives, said, "Not really. It depends on how close your family unit is. Look at our relationships with our brothers right here in India. Some of them are not talking for trivial reasons. Couples are fighting all the time, but accept it as their karma with no way out. If I go abroad, my case will be different, and I will preserve family ties and culture. I have asked Suresh whether he can find me a good job there." The whispers suddenly stopped as soon as Suresh uncle and his family came back home from the temple. Vid was wearing an Indian dress and had a big tilak on her forehead. Her mother was dressed in a sari, and even Suresh uncle was wearing traditional dhoti. They looked every bit like us. We heard Vidya crying. She needed to use the toilet but was refusing to use the Indian squat toilet. After lot of coaxing, she relented. Once Suresh uncle's family had settled down, Sunil uncle asked, "How was your temple visit? You must be put off by all the dust and dirt on the roads here." Suresh uncle replied, "Hey, I grew up here, remember? It felt good visiting the temple. The temple priest had accompanied him home and said, "Listen everybody. Suresh has agreed to donate 5 lakh rupees to repair the temple sanctum sanctorum. Not only that, but he has also agreed to fund the education of my son and the children of other priests." I did a special puja and sought the choicest blessings of goddess Banshankari for him and his family. I am also happy to announce that the temple authorities have decided to organize a boat festival, as well as the procession of the temple goddess, in a chariot tomorrow night in his honor. All of you are invited. Everybody was impressed with Suresh uncle's generosity and congratulated him. I asked him when I would get my present. "Oh, sorry, I forgot about that." He took out an impressive looking toy car from his bag. When I was busy examining it, he said, "You can use the remote control to make it run too." To the astonishment of all the children around, myself included, he put the car down and started operating it with the remote control. It was fast and furious, flipping up and down and even flashing its headlights. Suddenly, all the kids wanted a go. I snatched the car from the ground, ran toward my mother and said, "Mom, keep it safe in your bag. We will open it only when we go back to Bangalore." I had come a long way from the tire in Bagalkot to this fancy-looking, fast-moving car and did not want other children to spoil my new toy. Suresh uncle then took out chocolates from his bag and distributed them to all the kids. I had never tasted such lovely chocolates before. Somebody said, "Be careful. These chocolates may have egg in them." Everybody stopped and looked at Suresh uncle. He said, "Sorry, I didn't check that." He looked at the chocolate box to check the ingredients and announced, "I am so sorry, yes, they have egg." Suddenly, all the parents started snatching the chocolates from their children. We all ran out of the house, and while our parents chased us, we gobbled up the chocolates as fast as we could. When I slept that night, I had a beautiful dream. I was living in a big bungalow in Bombay, right next to Amitabh Bachchan's residence, and then I took a plane to America. There I had a big mansion, Mala as my wife, butlers opening the door, valets, luxury cars. I suddenly woke up, went searching for my mom and woke her up and asked her whether she had kept my toy car safe. 1.6 Pressure cooker moments. Just when I was about to step out of the house to play cricket, Mom stopped me. "Don't be late tonight and don't get tired. You need to fast tomorrow." "Fast? Again?" I almost shouted. "Mom, I am fed up with your rituals. You have been making me fast almost every week for the past 1 month. I need to eat well, Mom, to grow well. Ever since my holy thread ceremony, all my privileges as a kid were taken away and I was made to sit to recite mantras for hours, observe fasts, and do Sandhya Vandan every damn day. All for Vinay. He was sitting his 12th standard exam that year and everybody was behaving hysterically as if he was going through critical surgery. Mom was keeping vrat after vrat and performing Satyanarayana Puja almost every other day to pray that he performed well in the exam. Vinay was spared from the rituals as he was busy studying and Dad would go to office, so it was poor me who had to bear the brunt of Mom's obsession. I slammed the door shut on my way out and went straight to Gundu Rao's home. After our infamous fight, Gundu and I became quite close. Since his family was loaded, he always had plenty of money to spend on whatever we wanted. I loved to eat egg omelette from vendors at the Bangalore railway station and then either go to watch a movie or take a joyride on Gundu's swanky bike along the famous Mahatma Gandhi road with an ice cream cone in hand. When I came home that night, Vinay was sitting in his room in total darkness, dozing on and off. His math book had fallen on the floor. I picked up the book, put my hands on his shoulders, gently squeezed them and asked whether he wanted coffee. He gave me a weak smile and said, "Yes, please." For the past 2 years, I had rarely seen him smile. He was not eating well and had lost a considerable amount of weight. He had no extracurricular activities and had become a zombie. Ever since Vinay entered year 10, the poor guy had been toiling hard to do well in his studies. Though he wanted to do a commerce degree, there was no way my parents would allow it. When he tried to IU, he was told, "Are you a girl? If you want a secure job, you should become either an engineer or a doctor." And that was the end of the discussion. So, Vinay was made to choose the science stream and started attending extra classes in physics, chemistry, math, and biology. He struggled in physics and math. The more he struggled, the more classes he was made to attend. I heard my dad telling him once that he was spending half his salary on his tuition alone and he expected results. Poor Vinay would simply nod his head and say, "Yes, I am trying my best, Dad." Unlike me, Vinay was always very quiet, introverted, conformist, and eager to please. Being the firstborn, my parents had pinned all their hopes and aspirations on him. He was their retirement plan. He not only had to endure relentless pressure from my parents, but he was being constantly compared to his classmate, neighborhood kids, and cousins. Whenever class test results were announced, I would see the poor guy sobbing the whole night. The more he tried, the worse it seemed to get. Day in and day out he would immerse his head in his books. He had no time to play with me, and whenever I went to talk to him, he would say, "Sorry, I have a test tomorrow." As he entered year 12, he had become quite weak, and the pressure only kept building. Occasionally, I saw my parents discussing him in their bedroom. They were concerned about Vinay's health, but not once did they talk about easing the pressure on him. My father's typical comment whenever my mom tried to say something about his health was, "We are Brahmins. Education is our only ticket out of poverty. Vinay has to simply learn to cope under pressure." A week before the results, my parents started visiting all the temples and dragged poor Vinay with them. Special prayers were held at the Badami temple. On the suggestion of Badami priests, they took an oath to contribute to temple reconstruction funds if Vinay did well in his exams. There are moments in life when your brain is relaying a fact, but the mind stubbornly refuses to believe it and so thinks the opposite. They say when somebody stabs you, you won't feel anything at all at that moment because the body goes into survival mode. I froze when the door was kicked open. Thank God, my father and mother recovered quickly enough to do what was needed. Otherwise, if it was just me, the unthinkable would have happened. Even today, I wonder how come my parents recovered and acted so swiftly, even though what they saw was the worst thing that could happen to a parent. Yes, we all were anxious when we got up that morning, but nobody had imagined that the day would end the way it did. Vinay's year 12 results were being announced that day. The night before the announcement, my mother kept chanting Vishnu Sahasrangam hymns for 24 hours. Even I felt quite anxious when my father and Vinay went to the college to see his exam results. When they did not come back for a long time, my mother got worried and kept pacing the floor with prayer beads in her hands. Finally, we saw a rickshaw pulling up in front of our house. My father got out and helped Vinay down. He looked pale and completely worn out. There was no need to ask about the results. It was writ large on Vinay's face. Nobody said a word. My mother offered food, but Vinay said he was feeling nauseous and wanted to rest. While Vinay was sleeping inside, I heard my father tell my mother that the result was quite bad. He had scored very well in chemistry and biology, but he fared poorly in physics and math. With a teary eye, my father said, "With a second-class result, forget engineering or medicine, I doubt whether he can even get an admission to a BSc." Apparently, Vinay fainted when he saw the result, and that is why they were late coming home. Just when we were absorbing the shocking result, firecrackers burst in the neighborhood. Shortly after, our neighbor, Rajiv uncle, came to give us sweets and announced that his son, Ajay, had secured 90%. He said excitedly, "Ajay is quite sure to get into Indian Institute of Technology, but we want him to study in Bangalore and not be away from us." Then he remembered Vinay. How did Vinay do? My mother said, "Well, he has been sick all of this year and could not concentrate on his studies. He wanted to take a break, but we pushed him to continue. Anyway, he will try again next year." Rajiv uncle responded, "Oh." Ajay was saying that Vinay was struggling to cope with study pressure. "How much did he get?" My mother brushed him aside. "We can discuss that later. Vinay is sleeping right now." By evening, many people had visited us. Some gave us sweets and gloated about their children's performance, while others simply came to inquire about Vinay's result. My parents were busy fending off unsolicited visitors. Nobody paid attention to Vinay. A few hours later, my father asked me to wake him up for dinner. When I went to his room, it was locked. I was surprised because Vinay never locked his door. I knocked. There was no reply. I frantically called my father. He came rushing and kept knocking on the door and then suddenly realized what might have happened. He kept kicking the door to force it to open. My mother rushed upstairs and we both joined my father to push the door open. Finally, with repeated kicks, it gave way. I saw Vinay's body hanging from the fan with a towel tied to his neck. All hell broke loose. While my mother held Vinay, my father rushed to untie the towel from the fan. I stood frozen. He then ran out to call our neighbors for help. Fortunately, Gundu Rao's father's car was parked right outside, and Vinay was rushed to the hospital. A few minutes ago, my parents were cursing the cruelty of the neighbors, but then the same neighbors suddenly came from nowhere and took charge of the unfolding drama. 2 motorbikes rode in front of the car carrying Vinay to clear the chaotic evening traffic in Bangalore. My parents and I sat next to a motionless Vinay and kept rubbing his body to keep him warm. It was heart-wrenching to see Vinay that way. My mom and I started reciting mantras with tears rolling from our eyes. When the car reached the nearby private hospital, the staff did not seem to be in a rush to help us. Rajiv uncle knew a doctor working in the hospital and he dashed inside and literally dragged him out of his clinic to attend to Vinay. There was a collective gasp when the doctor checked Vinay and declared that he was alive, but critical. He said Vinay had developed pulmonary edema and immediately started resuscitating him. He thanked my parents for rescuing him just in time and rushing him to hospital. When the admission clerk demanded a hefty deposit to admit the patient, Gundu's dad rushed home to get cash. We were told Vinay needed lots of blood and our neighbors who had rushed to the hospital lined up to donate some. Things were happening so fast and my parents were in shock and could hardly say or do anything. They did not have to. The whole neighborhood was there in our hour of need. My mom was inconsolable. She kept asking why he didn't say anything before he took the drastic step. My father simply nodded his head, but I couldn't take it anymore. I said, "He didn't say anything, Mom? Are you out of your mind? He has been crying the whole year, he has lost lot of weight and still you think he didn't say anything?" My dad pulled me aside and asked me to shut my mouth. He said, "Look, we know it's our fault and God knows how repentant we are, but this is not the time to stir up your mom. Please show us some mercy." I felt bad. "I am so sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just can't imagine living without my brother, that's all." My father bent down, held my shoulders, looked deep into my eyes, and said, "I am the one who failed all of you, Krishna. I am the one who should hang his head in shame." "No, Dad. Please don't say that." I started crying. Vinay came home after a week. We kept a constant vigil over him, day and night. Somebody was with him all the time. My mom resumed her puja with more vigor. Even though the gods had not delivered a good result for Vinay, we were utterly grateful that they gave him back. Vinay's college principal visited our home. He told Vinay to look at the bright side as he had done very well in chemistry and biology. He encouraged him to enroll in a biochemistry degree which had excellent career prospects. That pleased my parents and lifted Vinay's spirits. On his way out, the principal took my father to task for piling up pressure on Vinay. He said he was used to seeing at least 3 or 4 suicides by students every year after the announcement of Year 12 results, all due to poorly informed parents and their unhinged expectations of their children. My father folded his hands to seek forgiveness and tears rolled down his face. It was my father's 55th birthday, but the mood at home was quite sober because it also happened to be his retirement day. There was no way he wanted to retire at that young age. Vinay was doing his biochemistry degree and I had just entered high school. My mother had pushed my father to undertake the extension of our Badami home before his retirement by borrowing heavily and creditors were lining up in front of our door. My father tried his best to postpone his retirement by getting together with his colleagues to bribe the chief minister to increase the retirement age to 58. The minister took the money, but nothing happened. At the ripe young age of 55, with his children still studying and mounting debt, my father retired. It was decided that we continue to stay in the rented house in Bangalore until both Vinay and I completed our education. Our Badami home was rented to a relative and he chose to pay rent only when it pleased him, fully knowing that my parents could do nothing to force him to pay on time. Using part of their retirement savings, my parents ordered a new sofa for our home to reward themselves. My mother very much wanted one and she was eagerly waiting for it to arrive. When I came home one day, I found my parents in a despondent mood. What happened, Mom? Ah, karma. The shop owner who took our money for the sofa has gone out of business with debt. All his customers have lost their money. What do you mean, lost their money? Do you know where he lives? Can't you go and talk to him? We know where he lives. But what's the use? I felt the need to do something. I had just come home after watching an Amitabh Bachchan movie and, like my hero, I was the angry young man who had to take matters into my hands and get justice and the sofa delivered. I got the address and left home on my bicycle without telling anybody where I was going. When I reached the shop owner's house, he was not there, but I met his wife and children. I barged into their house and, in a typical Amitabh Bachchan style, thundered, "Where is your cowardly husband hiding? Do you think he can just take our hard-earned money and run? Tell your husband that if he does not give us the sofa or the money by tomorrow, I will come with my friends, take away all your belongings and you will be on the streets." I came home and went to sleep as if nothing had happened. The next day when I came back from school, some neighbors had gathered around my house and looked at me in contempt. My mother came out in tears and said, "What have you done, Krishna? What happened? Do you know we have never had police in our house in our entire life and thanks to you, we had to meet an officer today in front of all our neighbors? Why did the police come here? Why? Shouldn't you answer that question? Who asked you to go to the shop owner's house and threaten his family?" I realized then what I'd done. Well, I wanted to get our money back and I just went there and said we will take away their household goods. I just wanted to frighten them. I didn't do anything, I swear. Didn't do anything? The shop owner has gone to the police and lodged a complaint that you assaulted him. He even had a bandage around his hand and said you hit him. What? That is a lie. He was not even at his house. Look at me. Do you think I am capable of hitting anybody? Even my parents had to agree that with my frail body, there was no way I could assault an adult. Well, we have to go to the police station tomorrow and you better come with us. I could not sleep that night. Though I had had my share of troubles, I never had a brush with the police. I had heard and seen in movies that police typically roughed up suspects until they confessed. The third-degree treatment was a powerful disincentive for most people to avoid any contact with the police. A visit by the police at home was the ultimate badge of dishonor for any family in a decent neighborhood. I felt bad that my parents had to endure it because of my impulsive behavior. But I felt too scared to go to the police department. The next day, I pulled out my bicycle and told my parents I had to go to school on an urgent assignment. My parents knew I wanted to avoid going to the police, but by then they too had realized that I did what I did out of love for my family. My father went to the police on his own and explained to the inspector that his son was very young and had acted on an impulse. He also asked for a case of fraud and cheating to be registered against the shop owner for non-delivery of the sofa and not returning payment. To my father's pleasant surprise, the shop owner offered a compromise. He offered to return the money if no charges were pressed against him for fraud. When I returned home in the evening, expecting fresh trouble and possibly even an arrest by police, I saw a brand new sofa in the lounge and my parents proudly showing it off to the neighbors. I was a hero to my parents for not letting go and taking decisive action. I looked at Amitabh Bachchan's poster in my room and smiled. The 26th of June 1975. The President of India declared a state of emergency in the country, suspending all civil rights. While studying the history of India's independence movement, I had always wondered how a few thousand British troops could control a few 100 million people in a country far away from Europe. Historians said that divide and rule was their most potent weapon and multicultural, multi-ethnic, multilinguistic, and multi-religious India was an easy target. I used to think that if I had lived before independence, I could have done something about it. That time had come. I took my bicycle out to go around the city and saw a group of people discussing some protest action. I intervened. "I want to join your group and offer my help." They stopped. Somebody said, "Go away. This is not kids' play. We are doing something serious that is beyond your age." I remained there defiantly. One guy had a brainwave. "Hold on. He can be of use to us. He can distribute our newsletter in his neighborhood, and that way, people will come to know what is really happening. What if he gets caught? You can't risk it. Who will catch and punish a kid? At most, they will warn him and let him go. That day, I became the voice of freedom that my rebellious and prosaic mind always aspired to be. As soon as school was over, I would collect the newsletter copies that the opposition parties were secretly publishing, put them in a bag, and furtively drop them in front of people's homes. One day, I dropped the paper in front of my teacher's house just as he happened to come home, and he saw me. He had never liked me for asking too many uncomfortable questions in class. He asked what was it that I was distributing. Nothing, sir. Somebody asked me to circulate these papers and gave me some money. The teacher saw the newsletter, instantly realized it was a banned publication, and relished the fact that he had caught me red-handed. I knew you were up to something no good. But this is even beyond what I could have thought of your shenanigans. Come to school tomorrow and you will realize how serious it is to flout the law. I thought it was futile arguing with a person who had no principles nor a patriotic bone in his body, and walked away. The next day, as expected, the school principal called me to his office and sent somebody to call my parents. The interrogation started in front of my embarrassed mother and father. Do you know you can go to jail for working against the government during the emergency period? This time I stood tall and asked, why, sir? You have always taught us that we live in a free country and that we owe that freedom to our elders who fought against the British Raj. You want us to be grateful for the sacrifices made by them. That freedom has been taken away. So why should not I follow my elders and protest? The principal, who used to praise my public speaking skills in front of all and sundry and say how proud he was to have me as a student in the school, had no answer. My parents too kept quiet, not knowing how to counter my forceful argument. Well, Krishna, this is real life and real politics, not a debating competition. The school authorities are under strict instructions to report to the police all anti-government activities. If you persist with this, all of us will go to jail, including your parents. So, please, for everybody's sake, stop it. I did not want to cause any trouble for my parents, who were already struggling with their own problems, and decided to give up my nascent foray into politics and activism. Elections were called a few months later, and my parents gladly allowed me to attend political rallies and campaign for opposition candidates in the election. I shed tears of joy when the opposition won with a thumping majority. Part 2. The Upgrading of Me. 2.1. On the road again. Bombay. When I saw the flashing destination sign on the luxury bus, I smiled. Hello, Krishna, can you please do the honors and lift your luggage from the rickshaw? Vinay said, disturbing my moment of joy. He was right. It was time to hurry and not indulge in an Amitabh Bachchan-style reflective mood. We were quite late as the bus driver was already seated and making last-minute adjustments. It was my mother who had delayed us. For the past few days, she was extra affectionate toward me. Every day, she was making one of my favorite dishes and making sure I finished all the food on my plate. She didn't even let me say proper goodbyes to my friends, as she oversaw my daily calendar, which was mostly filled with going to one temple or another. She made sure the priests knew I was going away to Bombay and, therefore, needed extra divine protection from all evils. Even on the way to the Bangalore Central bus terminus, we had to visit 3 temples. The Bangalore to Bombay bus was packed that night. This was my first long journey to an unknown, but coveted destination on my own, and I felt quite nervous. I had never seen a luxury bus before, and when asked by the conductor to place my main bag in the boot of the bus, I hesitated and wondered whether somebody else would steal it on the way. I recalled my parents chaining their bag to the pole underneath the seat while traveling in trains and checking it was still there whenever the train reached a station. But here people did not seem to mind and looked much better off than me anyway. I jostled in to find my seat number. Once settled, I came out to say goodbye to my family. It was a nervous but exciting moment for them as well. My parents felt so happy that they had published an advertisement that day in the local Kannada newspaper with my photo that read, "Congratulations. Vasudev and Devki Patil of Bangalore are proud to announce that their second son Krishna Patil secured the second rank in economics in Bachelor of Arts exams conducted by Bangalore University and has been awarded National Merit Scholarship by the Government of India. He has had an illustrious academic and extracurricular record and has won several state-level debating, essay writing and general knowledge competitions. On the eve of his departure to Bombay to undertake a master's in economics at the prestigious Bombay School of Economics, we wish him the very best. Having never stayed alone over the last 21 years of my life, I did not know what to expect in Bombay, a city that had captured my imagination throughout my childhood. I pictured it to be like the Bollywood movies and I could not wait to meet Amitabh Bachchan in person. My father said, "Be very, very careful. Bombay is a big bad city. When I studied there, it was very charming, but not anymore. It is full of opportunists, thieves, and thugs who are out to cheat you. Just follow the instructions of your aunt and uncle." It was my mom who looked the saddest. Her eyes swelling with tears and voice breaking, she hugged me tightly. I shared a very close relationship with my mother. Being the naughtiest child in the family, there was hardly a day when my mom did not scold me or raise her hand to me in anger, but, at the same time, the bond we shared was very special. If I was quiet, she would worry whether I was sick or upset. During my school days, whenever I participated in an elocution competition at a school, she would quietly stand hidden in a corner and watch me with pride. She thought if she sat in front seats in the audience, I might get distracted. Whenever I won a prize, she would emerge triumphantly to the adulation of the crowd. She always insisted on personally taking the trophy or certificate home, and no matter what time it was, she would go around the neighborhood to show it off, despite the general lack of interest. There was a TV advertisement, Neighbor's Envy, Owner's Pride, which reflected my mom's sentiments. If ever I did not get a prize, she would blame the judges of bias and tell me not to get disheartened because the world is full of jealous people. She would often boost my morale by saying, "Remember, you can buy praise, but you will have to earn jealousy." Today, her favorite son was leaving the nest to fly out and explore the world. Dad did not say much and just kept looking at me. I knew he was equally sad that I was leaving home, but I don't know what it is with dads that they just can't express themselves. I touched his feet to seek his blessings. Vinay hugged me tight and said, "Make us all proud." Then Mom started giving last-minute instructions. "Eat well, Krishna. Once you move into the hostel, make sure you visit your aunt's home every weekend to have home-cooked food. Okay, Mom. Study hard. Make good friends. Also have fun." "Yes, Mom." By then, the bus conductor asked all the passengers to come inside. But my mom had not finished. "Spend money wisely. If your scholarship money is not sufficient, just let us know. Don't think we cannot send you money. I will sell more jewelry to make sure you are comfortable." Before I could answer, the bus started moving. I quickly touched her feet, untangled myself from her hug and rushed into the bus. As the bus left the familiar surroundings, I noticed that the seat in the front leaned back. I realized one could push the seat back and relax. Cool. While the rest of the passengers went to sleep, I could not. After all, my dream to go to Bombay had finally come true. But reaching there was an arduous path. By the time I entered grade 10, I was still not sure what I wanted to do, but one thing was clear. I hated science subjects, especially math. In year 10, I just got 35 out of 100 in math, which was just a borderline pass. Just one mark less, I would have failed. The very prospect sent shivers down my spine. The experience traumatized me so much that for a long time, I used to have nightmares of failing in math exams. After Vinay's episode, my parents never pushed me toward science and let me decide what I wanted to study. But I had no idea what I wanted to do. Still, one day, a VIP who was the chief guest at a school function showed me the way. I was asked to greet and garland the VIP at the school gate on behalf of the students. When a car with a national flag and beaming red lights arrived, followed by few other cars at the front and back, somebody said, "The district collector Saab is coming." There was a buzz among the school authorities who all lined up to welcome the VIP. A few serious-looking men came out of the cars holding some files in hand. I was not sure who I was supposed to garland. By then, a smartly dressed car driver came out and opened the rear door of the car with red lights. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and pants, wearing lovely sunglasses, came out and looked around. He looked quite ordinary, but there was something magnetic about his personality. He oozed authority. The school principal rushed forward and greeted him with folded hands. Somebody pushed me forward to put the garland on this gentleman. He smiled at me, took the garland from my hands, patted my back, and asked my name. I proudly said, "My name is Krishna Patil, sir," and involuntarily raised my hand to salute him. I was in awe of this powerful man. As the district collector briskly walked to the stage, he inquired with an official who followed him about a burst water pipe near the chief minister's residence and sternly told him to fix it straight away. He then looked at another official and asked about the security arrangements for a political rally that was to take place that day. By the time he reached the stage, I was convinced he was the most powerful person in town. While addressing the students, he asked us to follow our passion and not to be afraid to pursue any profession. I asked a teacher sitting next to me how one can become a district collector. He said, "Oh, you have to pass the Indian Administrative Services (IAS) exam." I asked, "Do you have to study science to pass it?" When he said, "No, you can do any subject," the answer brought a smile to my face. IAS was the most coveted career as it was synonymous with power and prestige. IAS officers were civil bureaucrats and had enormous clout with having a car, a big bungalow, scores of servants, and hundreds of government officials reporting to them. Considering my loathing for science, IAS appeared to be the best career choice. So, I decided to do liberal arts and major in economics. Unsurprisingly, I had no trouble convincing my parents. They said, "Look, after what happened with Vinay, we don't want to push you to do anything you don't want. Just finish whatever studies you want to do and get a good job. That is all that matters." But there was a problem. The liberal arts teachers in my college were awful, to say the least. Forget any subject knowledge, they could barely instruct in English. They would read out from their notes and the students were supposed to take notes of their notes and reproduce them verbatim in the exams. I realized if I followed my teachers, I would end up like them. Forget Bombay, I would be stuck in Bangalore for the rest of my life. Failure was simply not an option. Going for expensive tuition classes was also not possible. I took matters in my own hands and started self-study instead of attending classes. Every day, I went to the library and made my own notes. Since I was performing well in exams, the teachers could not insist that I attend their classes. When the timetable for the exams for the final year of Bachelor of Arts degree was announced, I knew it was crunch time. I burned the midnight oil and studied as hard as I could. At the same time, I was very apprehensive of the examination process because I had heard that, with thousands of students taking the exam, the teachers who marked the papers got so bored of this tiresome chore that they hardly read them and took frequent breaks. Some even boasted of marking based on how many pages were written and not really evaluating the quality of the answers. I had to do something. But what? After quite a bit of thinking, I decided to write a note to the examiner on the first page of every exam paper, and the letter would read something like this: "Dear examiner, you are holding in your hand, not a piece of paper, but the future of a student who has worked very, very hard. You may be thinking I am writing to ask for more marks, but I am only requesting you to read my paper with as much seriousness as it is written. It is my earnest request that you do justice to my hard work and give me the marks that you truly think I deserve. Thank you for your kind attention." And that is what I did. Midway through the exam period, a lecturer asked me how it was going, and I said I was doing very well, but to make sure that the examiners realized how hard I worked, I was writing a cover letter in every paper. The teacher was shocked. He said, "Do you know that it is an offense to identify yourself in any way in the exam paper? They could fail you just on those grounds." That gave me jitters. But I had fallen in love with the idea so much so that I justified it to myself, saying anybody who read the paper would know I was a high-performing student and forgive me. I expected no less than high distinction and felt quite confident. Even so, butterflies danced in my stomach, fearing the unknown. When the college declared the exam results and asked the students to collect their scorecard, I told my parents I would go alone and rushed to the college on my moped. My poor mother had been chanting Vishnu Sahasrangam hymns for the past 2 days. My dad said, "Look, whatever happens, embrace it. For God's sake, don't even think of doing what Vinay did." There was a disappointment when I collected my mark sheet. I had only secured a distinction. This would not secure me the kind of future I was looking for. The principal had asked the exam clerk to send me to his office, but I was in no mood. I came home utterly dejected. My parents did not know what to say. Though they thought distinction was good enough, they knew their son was not happy. My mom just said, "Have your lunch." My dad simply patted me on the back and did not say a word. Vinay came to my room, put his arms around me and said, "Well, I don't have to tell you how disappointing this is. If my experience taught me anything, it is that there is always a way out, always, and often it is better than what you were aiming for." I cried silently. My dreams were shattered. After a few hours of quiet despair, I opened the score sheet. As was the practice then, the marks were written in hand and signed by a few officials. When I checked individual marks for each subject, they were as good as I expected. Then how come I did not get the high distinction? I had a closer look. "Oh my God, Dad, come here," I shouted in excitement. My dad rushed in, thinking I had a meltdown or something. "Look at the total. It does not add up. I actually got a high distinction." My dad did not believe me. "Krishna, you know your math is weak. Let me check." Vinay came running and checked too. Yes, the total was wrong. I jumped out of the bed and rushed toward my moped. "Where are you going?" shouted my dad. "To the university headquarters, Dad. Where else? Only the university examination registrar can reissue a new certificate." Once at the university, I literally ran to the registrar's office and tried to explain the gross error to the officer in charge. I was out of breath and incoherent in my excitement. The officer looked at the score sheet and said, "Oh, no big deal. You can come tomorrow, and we will check all the scores again." "No big deal?" I raised my voice. "Do you realize you are playing with my career?" My body started trembling with all the tension, anger, and exhaustion. My voice broke and, with tears rolling down my cheeks, I said, "I will not leave your office until I get a new certificate." My voice was so loud that everybody in the office stood up from their desks to see what was happening. Even the registrar heard the commotion and came out of his chamber. He was angry at the noise and came to give a piece of his mind to the person causing it, but when he saw a young, frail-looking man in tears, he mellowed. Once the registrar was told what had happened, he put an arm around me and said, "Look, young man, I know how important this is to you. Somebody in this office seems to have messed up big time. You sit down and no matter how long it takes, I will make sure all the marks are checked and, if needed, a new certificate is issued by the end of today." 3.5 hours later, I walked out with a new scorecard that said, "Passed with high distinction." A week later, the college principal called to say I had secured the second rank in the entire university and how proud the college felt of my achievement. The same week, I was declared Student of the Year. A month later, I got the news that I had secured a National Merit Scholarship. 2 months later, I was admitted to the prestigious Bombay School of Economics. The good news was pouring in from all sides. The adage, "When it rains, it pours," had, indeed, come true. Suddenly, the world looked bright and beautiful. 2.2. Bombay, here I come. Sion, Sion. I suddenly woke up by the conductor's announcement and realized my stop had come. This is where my Bombay aunt had told me to get off and catch a rickshaw to her home. As soon as I got down from the train and collected my luggage, which was fortunately still there, I was thrilled that I had finally set foot in the Maya Nagari, or dream city, that was Bombay. I took a moment to take a deep breath and looked around. Even though the sun had just come up, it was already hot and humid. There were hundreds of people rushing to get into or out of the Sion bus and train stations. The place was crowded and chaotic. It felt as if the whole of Bangalore town was residing in one suburb of Bombay. My first instinct was to hang on to my luggage and touch my pants pocket to make sure my wallet was safe. People seemed to speak all kinds of Indian languages, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, and who knew what else. My Hindi language skills were put to test for the first time, and I felt nervous as nobody seemed to speak my mother tongue, Kannada. I hesitantly approached an auto rickshaw guy. Kidhar jaane ka? Where to? Donor. Theek hai bheto. Okay, sit. Lekin kitna paisa lagega? But how much will it cost? Arre yaar. Meter ka hisab se de do. Aur kya? Just pay as per the meter. What else? I paused to assess whether the rickshaw driver was trustworthy. The driver got irritated. He continued in Hindi. Do you want to come or not? God knows where all these people come here. I do not have time to waste. If you wish to come, sit, otherwise, F off. Being a Bollywood movie fan, I understood most of what he said, but was offended. What a rude guy, I thought. That was my first brush with Bombay wallers for whom time was money and every interaction was purely transactional and devoid of emotion. Little did I realize that, within 1 year, I would love them and embrace their Bombaya spirit. As the rickshaw moved, I saw people everywhere running around like headless chickens. There were too many vehicles on the road, from bullock carts to swanky cars. I recalled how I felt when I first moved from Bagalkot to Bangalore, but Bombay was at a totally different level. The feel and smells of the place were unlike anything I had ever seen or felt before. The place looked extremely unfriendly and unclean, with no place to stand and stare. I started missing Bangalore and my family already. This was the first time I had ever stepped out of my comfort zone, and I felt lost and lonely. Bombay looked like another country. Before I could gather my thoughts, the rickshaw stopped at Donor, my aunt's place. I began another round of interesting conversation with the driver. Kitna hua? How much? Poochi's rupiah. 25 rupees. I looked at the meter. It read 6 rupees and 25 paise. I knew 6 rupees was too low a fare for such a long distance, but 25 rupees appeared excessive. I recalled my father's words, be very, very careful. Bombay is a big bad city. It's full of opportunists, thieves, and thugs who are out to cheat you. I gathered enough courage to ask, but the meter is showing only 6 rupees? The driver got very angry, and it looked like he was about to give me a verbal lashing, but a havaldar, or police constable, passed by and he had to restrain himself, lest he would have been hauled up for harassing a young man who looked more like a teenager. Mister, you need to pay 4 times more than what the meter says. Look at this government-issued card here. I did not give up. But this card does not have a government seal. The driver was, indeed, speaking the truth but did not know how to convince an out-of-town idiot like me. Forget this card. Do you trust the police? Yes. The auto rickshaw guy called the havaldar and requested him to explain how the meter system worked in Bombay. He took a good look at me and laughed. His pot belly rhythmically jumped up and down, and I wondered how he was going to catch a thief being so obese. Anyway, on getting confirmation from the havaldar, I paid up and moved on. When I reached my aunt's place, I was so glad to see a familiar face who spoke Kannada. I hugged her tightly. It was the first day of college at the Kalina campus of Bombay University. I approached the notice board where the names of selected students for the MA in economics was displayed. That was when I met Hari for the very first time. Little did I know that I was meeting my best friend for life. At first sight, he was unremarkable. He was much taller and more athletic than me. He had come to check the same notice board. I was the first to speak with him. See the 5th name from the top? That is me, Krishna Patil. He turned to me with curiosity. Oh, you are on the high achievers list. Looks like you did very well in your BA exams. Yes. I was second in my university. The way he looked at me, he certainly did not think I was rank holder material. I asked him, what's your name? Hari. Hari Sivarama Krishna Nair. Oh, from Madras? No wonder you have so many gods' names. No, I am a Bombay guy. Born and brought up here. But your native place is still Madras, no? I persisted. If you insist. My native place is Palghat in Kerala. But I consider myself to be a Bombay boy. You should never forget where you come from. I will always be a Kannada guy, no matter where in the world I go. Hari looked unimpressed. Won't you consider yourself to be an Indian first, whether you are here or in another country? No. Janmabhoomi, my birthplace, comes first, always. Everything else is just a karmabhumi or workplace. Hari did not want to give up easily. Okay, but is your so-called Janmabhoomi Karnataka or India? Hari, that way you can argue that this whole earth is your Janmabhoomi. See, my mother tongue is Kannada, right? And your mother tongue is Tamil, right? But we both are speaking in English, right? Does that make English our mother tongue and England our Janmabhoomi? I was now getting under his skin. Okay, if that's what you think. He tried to put an end to the discussion. But I was only warming up. Think about it. If I live in another country for the rest of my adult life, it will still be an alien country and language to me, no? Do you know the best way to find out what one's mother tongue is? Kick the person hard when he is fast asleep and see what language comes out. Hari tried to change the topic, but to no avail. I was now fully into my debating avatar. This is just a sample, boss. I was a debating champion at my university. I can argue as long as it takes to convince a person. Yeah, it's more like coercion than conviction. He was right. 30 years after our first meeting, we kept arguing the same point as to where our home was. Our very first class was econometrics. I had not even heard of the subject. So much for a rank holder. At the end of the class, I appeared very nervous. Hari asked why. I hate numbers. I almost failed the math exam and changed to arts. This subject is full of stats and math. I did not understand a word of what the lecturer said. Though I fell down a notch in Hari's estimation of my capabilities, then he felt bad. Especially when I told him how I had studied on my own. He must have thought, why make fun of a small town guy who felt like a big frog in a tiny well of his hometown? I said, look, Hari. I realize that I have come to a big city and a big university. I just cannot afford to fail, man. I need your help to succeed. Hari decided to do whatever he could to help me settle in Bombay and into my studies. Hari too had grown up in a traditional Brahmin family. It was one world inside the house and another outside. He had learned to satisfy both his parents and friends by living two lives. Like others, his parents expected him to do engineering or medicine, but when he opted for economics, there was quite a commotion at home. What is wrong with you? Hari's father had yelled at him. You have been given all the opportunities that we were deprived of, but you still stubbornly decide to destroy your life. What job you think you are going to get with a degree in economics? Hari did not know the answer but came out with a googly, the entire country depends on the economy, appa. There will be plenty of opportunities, including the Indian Administrative Service. A career in IAS was a common excuse for most students who did not know what life options awaited them. Even though the exam was very tough, all parents thought or hoped their son or daughter could crack it and bring prestige to the family. There was another strong reason why Hari had opted for economics. His secret girlfriend, Meera. Even though Meera belonged to the same community and caste as Hari, the cause of parental angst and marriage disputes in India, all parents thought that even thinking of a girlfriend was a no-go until one got settled with a decent job first. If Hari was stupid enough at that time to approach Meera's parents to express his interest in marrying her later, her father would have asked him to go get a decent job first. So, it was all hush-hush. Hari did not have to ask me if I had a girlfriend. He realized how conservative my upbringing was when a female classmate sat next to me, and I immediately got up to move away from her. He asked me what happened. I said I never sat next to a girl in a class. That did not prevent me from casting my eyes across the room though. We were into the third week of our studies. I would take a bus from my aunt's place and spend the whole day attending classes or studying in the library. We were excited that Prof. Brahmadana, head of the department, and a famous, well-respected economist of India, was taking the class. As he spoke, everybody listened with the utmost attention. Halfway through the lecture, he said, I realize that many of you have come from different parts of the country and would perhaps find it difficult to adjust to a new place. If you need any help, just ask. Nobody dared to speak. One hand went up. That was me. Sir, I have applied for admission to the hostel and waiting for room allocation. The office people say that it will take another month. How long can I stay in a relative's house? Please do something. The professor smiled and said, consider it done. The very next day, I was allotted a room in the Churchgate hostel. I should have been thrilled with the news that I was going to stay in an upscale part of Bombay, but, instead, I was disappointed. Not being given a room in the Kalina campus meant that I had to travel some distance daily, and that too by a local train. Hari said, "Why are you worried? Local trains are the lifeblood of Bombay. Hundreds and thousands of people take them every day. They are safe and almost always arrive and leave on time. But I had heard that they were extremely crowded, and one simply got pushed in or out of them. Instead, I wanted to take road transport, which would have meant that I had to change 2-3 buses, taking double the time." Hari assured me that he would travel with me the first few times until I got used to it. First, we had to take my luggage from my aunt's place to Churchgate. As the taxi moved to Worli, I started seeing the best parts of Bombay for the first time. Haji Ali, Pedder Road, Marine Drive. I kept stretching my neck out of the car and said, "Wow. This is real Bombay, and I am loving it." Hari just smiled. He knew what Bombay meant to the rest of India and how people like me were pouring in every day from all over India. As the taxi reached Churchgate, I was ecstatic that I was going to stay there. Hari went toward an elevator at the hostel, which I was seeing for the first time, and I flatly refused to get into it. I was scared something might go wrong, so we took the staircase instead, with Hari carrying the heavy luggage as I was too busy looking around. The local train ride experience was not bad at all. After just 2 trips, I declared to Hari that I had overcome my fear of local trains, and, by the end of the week, I was standing dangerously by the open doors, holding the central pole. It was like my Titanic moment, with my arms stretched out and the wind blowing across my face as the train hurtled on. It is amazing how 10 minutes in the morning makes a big difference in how the rest of the day goes. Whenever I got up a little bit early and managed to catch the train just before 8 a.m., the commuter rush was far less and the travel that much more pleasant. Any time after 8 was a mad rush, with people mercilessly pushing each other and 1,000 people getting into a compartment that was designed for a few hundred. Everybody knew that if they reached the station before 8, they could avoid much of this mad rush, but the few minutes of extra sleep was too powerful an incentive, and that made the rush hour unbearable. After spending just a few months in the dream city, I considered himself a true Bombayite. Even though there was no standard definition of what a Bombayite was, I thought that first of all, it meant that you were accepted as part of the happening city, daring to come to Bombay and managing to cope with the ordeal. If you survived the first few months in Bombay, then you were ready for anywhere and could enjoy all the benefits the city offered, including its cosmopolitan lifestyle and the best career opportunities that any Indian could aspire to. Who would not want to live in a city that offered so much and demanded only a little bit of street savvy and a can-do attitude in return? This was perfect for me. The very fact that I thought it to be just a little bit of a tough life meant that I had become a part and parcel of the city. Only a few weeks before, when I had first arrived in Bombay, I felt traumatized. I considered myself lucky that I was staying on the Western Railway line. Economic and social status in Bombay was neatly divided based on which side of the railway line you lived. Local trains being the lifeblood of Bombay, it was no surprise. Bombay had 3 train lines, the Central line starting from Kalyan to Victoria Terminal, VT, the Western line starting from Virar to Churchgate, and the much smaller Mankhurd line ending in VT. The suburbs on the Western line were considered better than those on the Central line. But within each line, the western side of the line was considered better than the eastern side. So, Mulund, West, on the Central line was better than Mulund, East. Similarly, Kandivali, West, was better than Kandivali, East, in addition to also being on the Western line. And, of course, the closer you were to the city side, that is, closer to Victoria Terminus from the Central side and Churchgate on the Western side, the higher the real estate value and people's social status. In a city where something like 10 million people lived in a total area of 600 kilometers, making it one of the most densely packed places on earth, a slight shift from east to west or north to south made a huge difference to one's cost of living, lifestyle, and status. In the dream city, people always aspired to achieve that geographic nirvana. Even in 1661, when it was given as a dowry on the marriage of a Portuguese princess to Charles II of England, the 7 islands that constituted Bombay would have been worth their weight in gold. Just as the major cities in America are known throughout the world, the major suburbs in Bombay are well known throughout India. There are hundreds of songs in Bollywood movies that vividly describe the allure and the dark side of Bombay, describing the famous suburbs and surroundings. But once you enter the local trains, you are just part of the crowd. But not really. First, there were first-class and second-class compartments. The first-class compartments were very few in number, with leather-upholstered seats, and tickets cost 3 times more than second class, which had wooden benches. As one can imagine, people who traveled in the first-class compartments were well-to-do traders and white-collar professionals. But there were too many well-heeled commuters compared to the seats available in first-class compartments, so they were still crowded with hardly any standing space in comparison to the second-class compartments, which were very, very crowded with hardly any breathing space, let alone standing place. The definition of crowd, of course, differs from place to place. In a country like Australia, which has the population the size of Bombay, but spread over a vast continent, a gathering of a few hundred people may be considered a big crowd and may even be mentioned in the evening news. Well, in Bombay, 100 people may live comfortably in one chawl, a form of low-cost communal housing, or few huts in a slum, with children studying without disturbance, old people watching TV, and young couples getting intimate without being seen all at once. There were 2 important differences between the first-class and second-class train compartments in Bombay local trains though. Since most people in the first-class compartments were well-educated, they mainly spoke or rather tried to speak in English. The second-class compartments, of course, represented migrants from all over India who all spoke, or rather tried to speak, a unique form of Bombay Hindi, which was as loose or as tight as one's proficiency in Hindi was. In Bombay, there was only one rule for communication: one could speak any language in any accent if the other person understood it. Because both the first-class and second-class compartments were overcrowded, tensions boiled for the slightest reason. These tensions, however, manifested in different ways in different compartments. In the first-class compartments, people yelled at each other in English, whereas, in the second-class compartments, a liberal use of racy and foul Bombay Hindi was the norm. Also, since the commuters in second-class compartments stood much closer to each other, in fact, pressed into each other, with little space to breathe or turn their heads, the fights often turned ugly. Those not involved in the fights took the liberty to join the fights, took sides, and offered unsolicited opinions. In the first-class compartments though, people looked at those who were fighting with the kind of superiority that indicated they were not in the right place or with the right kind of people. Another important lesson for any person using the Bombay local trains for the first time was that if one was not sure where to get off, the crowd decided that for them. When waiting to get onto a train, if anybody felt overwhelmed by the sea of people around them and wondered how to pass through them to get onto a train, they did not have to worry. They just needed to stand in the middle of the crowd, and, when the train arrived, they were miraculously swept inside. Similarly, when they needed to get out, they simply had to bring themselves to the middle, and, before they knew it, they were thrown onto the platform when the train stopped. It was certainly not a travel for the faint-hearted. There were other unwritten rules too that were imposed by regular commuters. For example, those who boarded the train from its origin enjoyed certain privileges over those who boarded in between stations. These regular commuters would form their groups and used the commuting time to play cards or sing religious hymns or just sit and gossip. These groups were so well organized that, as soon they got in, they would spread a mat to keep their playing cards, or somebody would place down some god's photo. Somebody else would bring a garland for the photo, and some others would bring various musical instruments and start singing bhajans together. They would get down one by one as their station approached. When they were at it, if some outsider tried to get into their space, they would gang up to shoo that person away. There was no laughter or singing of bhajans or playing cards in the first-class compartment though. People either remained silent with a smug face, buried in a newspaper, or did crossword puzzles, or else engaged in a quiet chat, mostly in English or Gujarati, the former being professionals and, the latter, businessmen. Small fights did break out in the first-class compartment when it got too crowded, however. After all, they were human beings too. But people did not shout, rather they showed their superiority by displaying their knowledge of English. Excuse me, can you please stand straight so that I don't have to smell your face? Really? If you cannot stand the crowd, why don't you use your helicopter? If the argument continued, others would look at them with condescension or pretended to ignore the commotion by pressing their face in the newspaper, but still intently listening to what was happening. The one who spoke better English by using the least words from his mother tongue was considered the winner, no matter what the issue was. Bombay buzzed with money and Bombayites knew that time was money. Therefore, they had no patience for those who wasted their precious time because they could not make up their mind quickly. When one got into one of Bombay's best buses, the conductor made sure that everybody got a ticket, no matter how crowded the bus was or at which end or where any commuter was standing or sitting, or even, as happened on many occasions, they were floating between bodies. You see, there were ticket inspectors who boarded the best buses regularly, and if they caught somebody without a ticket, both the passenger, as well as the conductor, were fined. That is why the conductor was so keen to give a ticket to every commuter, no matter how difficult it was to reach them on a bus that was full of people getting in and out. Anybody in the world who thinks they have lousy work conditions should see best conductors in action or the dabberwallahs who transport homemade lunches to office workers, and they will change their mind. To speed up the process of issuing tickets, the conductor regularly shouted, asking commuters to keep the right change handy. Once, I did not have change and, to make matters worse, I was lost in thought. When the conductor arrived, I fumbled to take my wallet out, which irritated the conductor. Hello, you think I have nothing to do but to wait for your highness to take out the money? I ignored him and handed the conductor a large note. The conductor rang the bell and stopped the bus. Get down. Having grown up in small towns thinking I would always fight for my rights, I protested. What? Why should I get down? Take the money and give me the ticket. Where have you come from? I do not have time to give you the change. Just get the exact change or get out. How can you be so arrogant? I will report you to higher authorities. The conductor took a deep breath, promptly removed his name tag, handed it to me and said, I will make your task easy. Take this badge and submit it with your complaint. What I did not know at the time was that best conductors had the protection of a strong and powerful trade union. As people around me laughed, I realized that threatening a Bombayite was the worst thing one could do. This was a city where if somebody went under a train or a truck, there was gawker curiosity, but the public kept moving on as if nothing had happened. Bombayites had their own mini-culture and, if somebody threatened their set ways, they just gave it back so strongly that an outsider was left bewildered by the backlash. This seemed to be the case, especially with public servants, from the police to office clerks and conductors, who were constantly inundated with hundreds of people clamoring for their attention and service. Staying in the university hostel in Churchgate gave me the rare luxury of living in the most expensive part of the city but paying the least possible rent as a student. Once, after seeing an English movie, I was taking a leisurely stroll late at night on the beautiful Marine Drive promenade that weaved like a necklace around the Arabian seashore. I saw some police constables stopping people and asking them what they were doing at that time of the night. As I came closer to where the police were standing, I saw a constable giving a solid slap on the face of one young man and shouting, "You want to know what right I have to question you? Did you get the answer, or you want some more?" Whatever thoughts I was entertaining about standing up to the police vanished right there. When my turn came, I simply mumbled, "I stay here, and I am just out for a stroll." The constable laughed and said, "You live here? You think you are a Maharaja of Bombay that you can afford to stay in this posh locality?" I said I was a university student, staying in the nearby hostel. The constable mellowed on looking at my trembling body and gave me a lecture about how to be careful in this big bad city. I later came to have tremendous respect for the Bombay police who constantly battled to keep law and order in a city that is teeming with millions of people from all over India, half of whom lived in slums and struggled to eke out a living. Bombay police were as famous as Scotland Yard for their efficiency, whenever they were given freedom from corrupt politicians and the overzealous judiciary. That freedom sometimes resulted in encounter killings, where they simply preferred to eliminate hardcore criminals in fake encounters rather than going through the lengthy and frustrating process of taking them to the courts only to see them freed by smart lawyers. Yes, I went to Amitabh Bachchan's bungalow in Juhu on a Sunday, as I had heard that, every Sunday, he made an appearance in front of his house to meet and greet his fans. By the time I reached his place, though, there were already hundreds of people waiting to catch a glimpse of their superhero. The security guards at the gate had a hard time controlling the ever-swelling crowd. Every time the gates opened to let somebody in or out, the crowd surged in anticipation of catching a glimpse of their idol. I saw a slightly raised wall on the right side of the security gate and jumped on it to get a better view of my hero. Slowly, the crowd started losing patience and started yelling for Bachchan to come out. Then, suddenly, the gates opened again and there he was, my childhood superhero, dressed in a white kurta pajama and a shawl. He climbed up a podium and began waving at the crowd. Somehow, he looked old and ordinary with no superhuman qualities about him at all. It was as if my dream had come to a horrible end. I don't know what I expected to see, but whatever I saw was a pale shadow of my imagination. Within a few minutes, he had gone, and I was brought back to reality as the security guards started shouting at the crowd to disperse. 2.3. In search of a career and a bride. By the end of a year, I was used to Bombay life. This was proven by the fact that whenever a full local train pulled up at the station, I effortlessly ran parallel to it and climbed in before anybody else could. Also, if there was a public brawl or an accident on the road, I simply ignored it and moved on. I got impatient if somebody took the time to make a purchase or did not give exact change. I never picked a fight with the best bus conductor or the police. I never bothered what language people used or how well they spoke it. I was at ease in speaking the famous Bombay Hindi. I said, "Abe chal foot, get the hell out of here," or "Khali peeli bomber bum kaya ko kata, why the hell are you unnecessarily making a noise?" To dismiss a person, or "Boss, thoda adjust karo, please adjust a bit," to ask a person to make way for me to sit on a train. Another hallmark of a Bombaywala was to dream big and give it a go. That made both Hari and I seriously evaluate our career options. By then, we both had taken the Indian Administrative Service preliminary exams and flunked. We consoled ourselves saying we did not want to end up as Babas, bureaucrats, in a government office taking orders from corrupt politicians. And we did not want to live and work in some god-forsaken backward area in North India. "Boss, kuch karna mangta hai. We have to do something," I said. "Nahi to hamara career chaupa ho jayega, yaar. Otherwise, our careers will be ruined." Hari was thinking the same. Even though we were studying in a prestigious school, an MA in economics would at best get us a lecturer's job or an officer's job in the Reserve Bank of India. That was not sufficient for Hari to get the courage to approach Meera's father with a marriage proposal. There was a strong possibility that there would be a proposal for Meera from well-placed professional or some engineer or doctor settled in the USA who might have the trump card of a dollar income to back their credentials. Financial capacity and stability were the key criteria for most parents then to choose the bridegroom for their daughter, and no Indian salary would match the American dollar salary by a long stretch. And if Meera protested, there would be the inevitable, "I will go on fast, and you can marry of your will over my dead body" drama by her parents. Hari was not even sure Meera would strongly protest. That was the power of the American dollar. And even if she ended up marrying Hari, he had no doubt that for the rest of their life, she would keep reminding him that she could have been infinitely better off if she had taken the other option and gone to America. So, there was only one good option for Hari: to go to America himself. I had come to the same conclusion, even though my reasons were a bit different. I had seen firsthand how my uncle living in the USA lived a lavish life, like wealthy Bollywood stars. I wanted my parents to live in luxury as I had seen them struggling to just scrape by for most of their lives. While we both wanted to go overseas, one movie changed my desired overseas destination. Yes, just one movie, called Wind Rider. If you have not heard or seen the movie, don't worry. It was not that famous anyway, except that it was Nicole Kidman's first movie. Set amidst the magnificent beaches of Perth, Australia, the movie featured a filthy rich and carefree guy who competes in a world windsurfing competition by developing an advanced sailboard, with a beautiful girlfriend beside him. For somebody who grew up in the small towns of India and struggling in the dream city of Bombay, the heady mix of beach, beer, and bikini was intoxicating. I saw Australia on the movie screen in all its glory and instantly fell in love with it. I had no idea about the country, its people, its economy, and its culture. All that I knew was that there was this beautiful and bountiful country to make a life in. The second-hand copies of the Australian Bazaar magazine that I had bought from street vendors on the pavements in Churchgate, featuring glamorous girls, whose pin-up photos I had plastered all over my room, added fuel to my desire to make Australia my dream destination. With both of us deciding to go overseas, albeit to different destinations, the question was how. Not with an MA economics degree, for sure. Enter the IT industry. Those were the early days for India to become the back office of the world. The Indian call centers were yet to be born. In a country where even owning a phone, let alone a computer, was a luxury, the IT industry had risen from the surfeit of unemployed engineering graduates. In our economics lectures, we had heard how the Hindu rate of growth that just matched the population growth and finally broke its shackles with the liberalization of the Indian economy in the early 90s. Suddenly, everybody was talking about Santa Cruz Electronic Export Processing Zone, SEEPS, in Bombay. We were not interested in what and how much was being exported out of SEEPS. We were only interested in how people who joined the IT companies in SEEPS and elsewhere were being sent abroad in big numbers on overseas assignments, especially to the US. On-site placement of IT professionals or body shopping had suddenly become a big business for IT companies which sent software engineers overseas on contract work. We heard that if one had skills in mainframe and COBOL, their life was made in the Silicon Valley. For the life of us, we had never heard of these, but hey, we were from Bombay and Bombayites never say never. Murli, one of Hari's cousins who was working for an Indian IT company, had just gone to the Silicon Valley and was visiting India to find a bride, get married, and go back, all in a fortnight. Yes, he only had a fortnight's annual vacation. His parents had done all the legwork, scouting, and matchmaking to find a bride for him. They had extensively interviewed and shortlisted few girls, made sure their horoscopes were a match for the groom-to-be, and as soon as Murli landed in Bombay, he had started seeing these girls for an arranged marriage. Hari checked with Meera just to make sure she was not one of the shortlisted ones. In between one of these busy meetings with prospective brides, Hari and I met Murli to find out the secret of his success, that is, how he managed to find an IT job overseas. Murli was a typical Tamil Brahmin, nerdy with heavy glasses and awkward walking style. Rather than going straight to the topic, Hari started by asking him how his bride interviews and selection process was going. He sighed and said, "I have never interacted with a girl before and now suddenly all these beautiful girls are willing to marry me. I wonder why." I wanted to say, "The American dollar, dude," but controlled myself. Hari asked him, "So, have you found the right girl?" He said, "I am confused actually. I like the eyes of one girl and the smile of another girl. I will see all the shortlisted girls and then make up my mind." "What about compatibility?" asked Hari. "Well, my parents have already checked out the girl's caste, family background, and matched our horoscopes." "I meant the girl's personality," Hari persisted. "Well, how can you check that in one meeting, especially when you are surrounded by other people? My parents take half the time asking whether she can cook or sing or sew, and her parents take the other half of the time singing the praises of the girl." "You mean, you don't directly talk to the girl?" I asked with a puzzled look on my face. "I do. They send us to another room to talk for a few minutes. But I get very nervous when I am alone with a girl." I was getting interested in the conversation, but by then Hari's uncle walked in to remind Murli that they were about to go out to see another girl. I signaled to Hari to keep quiet so that I could get to the topic we had come to discuss. "Well, Murli, we want to get into the IT career and go overseas. We want to seek your advice on how we can do it." "But I thought you guys are studying economics, aren't you?" "Yes, but we can switch careers and we are ready to do whatever it takes." "Well," said Murli, sighing, "I am an engineer from the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT. You know how there is a queue of employers wanting to recruit from IIT. Though I did mechanical engineering, I could switch to IT. Strictly speaking, you don't need an engineering degree to get into IT, but it is better if you knew some math or statistics, you know. Oh, I hate math. I sighed. How much math? Well, if you become a business analyst and not a developer, you will need more business process knowledge than IT languages. Great. I heaved a sigh of relief. If it can take me to Australia, that's all I need. Murli advised us to do some software technology training courses and recommended an institute in Bombay, which was a feeder for entry-level IT trainee positions. It was a bloody expensive course. Hari begged his cousin to fund the course for both of us and promised to pay it back as soon as we got a job. Thousands of young people in India had started doing software technology courses, especially in COBOL. We joined the queue. Our purpose was not necessarily to learn COBOL, but anything that helped us pass the entrance test that the IT companies conducted to select trainees. Being typical Bombayites, we quickly learned the art of how to pass the entrance test, by hook or crook. First, we targeted Kinetech Computer Services, a company that was recruiting IT trainees by the hundreds, the one for which Murli worked. Having an insider in the company helped us a lot. He told us the company ran entrance tests all over India using a set of questionnaires. If you failed the test once, you were not supposed to sit the test again for the next 6 months, but there was no mechanism to check that. So, we took the test in the company's Bombay office. Hari passed on the first go, thanks to his background in econometrics, but I failed miserably. But we had a plan B. I took the test the very next week in their Madras office and failed again. No problem. I went to the Delhi office and took the test again, and this time, as luck would have it, I got the exact same test I took in Bombay. Hari had taught me how to answer all those questions and all I had to do was memorize it. Bingo, I passed. The next hurdle was the interview. Murli had coached us well on how to answer all the technical questions, which were almost the same in all the interviews. When an interviewer asked us, "Can the primary key be null?" we had no idea what it meant, but we knew the answer, no. Thanks to my debating background, I scored more than Hari, as I impressed the interviewers by telling them how I wanted to pursue a career in IT all my life and make a difference in the world. Finally, we got to enter SEEPS, the gateway to the West. We said bye-bye to MA Economics and hello to IT. Murli had told us that once we got 2 years of experience in mainframe and COBOL, the gates of heaven in the USA and Australia would automatically open. We could get permanent residency in these countries and start earning in dollars. Now that we were on course to reach our dream destinations, we left nothing to chance and worked our butts off. Since everybody's dream was to go overseas, there was intense competition for those coveted assignments. We befriended anybody who knew anything about mainframe and COBOL and absorbed knowledge like sponges. Whenever an overseas client's mainframe computers were idle, there was a mad rush to access them for training purposes. We even volunteered for the night shifts that nobody wanted to do so that we could get more time to work on mainframes. It was as if the whole of India were on a mission to climb on the IT bandwagon, and we felt great that we too were riding the wave. Next step would be the actual surf in Sydney. Our senior colleagues were being sent overseas with inflated credentials on their CVs. Somebody with just 2-year experience would be sent as an expert of many years standing. They would be given just $100 before going overseas for the very first time in their life, after a thorough medical checkup. They would reach their overseas destination on a Sunday and take public transport to the client's location, first thing on Monday morning. The client would then expect the expert to start addressing their IT issues. To their credit, most of them would learn on the job, figure out solutions on the go, and end up getting glowing references from clients at the end of their assignment. That was the passion, smarts, and dedication of Indian IT professionals making their global mark. The company would then look forward to rotating them back to their home base to train hundreds more. But there was a problem. Most never returned and would switch jobs in the USA to stay put, awaiting a green card to settle there permanently. Our company hence got the employees to sign a statutory undertaking, the dreaded bond, before they left for overseas assignments to return home at the end of their assignment. If they did not, it initiated legal action for defrayment of training and associated costs, which would be a significantly high amount to send a punitive and exemplary message to keep other employees in check. Worst of all, they issued abandonment of services notices in local newspapers, naming the employees' parents and other relatives who had signed up as guarantors as part of the legal and psychological process. The threat would work mostly for South Indian parents who dreaded being named and shamed in a newspaper and then dragged into litigation which could meander in the courts for years. But many simply ignored the legal threats, knowing fully well that court cases in India took several decades to be even heard. We were looking forward to our moment to fly away, never to return. We loved the company for giving us the opportunity, but, hey, both sides knew and played the game. Smart companies even leveraged ex-employees who had jumped the bond as their alumni network to land their new employers as their clients. I went to the Australian consulate in Bombay to apply for permanent residency. I was told I needed at least 3 years of work experience in IT to make the grade. I did not want to wait that long, and I would not take no for an answer. So, I came out with this bizarre idea to write to the then Australian Prime Minister, Bob Hawke, telling him how much I wanted to settle in Australia and how the country would benefit enormously by taking me in. I did get a standard acknowledgement letter from the Prime Minister's office in Canberra, which I joyfully carried to the consulate to expedite my application. I was politely told that I still needed to wait like everybody else, and, if I tried to influence the decision, it would adversely affect the outcome. Name dropping and connections did not apparently work as well in Australia as they did in India. I could not understand how my love for the country and the acknowledgement letter by no less than the Prime Minister of the country, which I mistook as a recommendation letter, could go against me. Thankfully, I decided to wait and did not think of any other crazy ideas. By now, even though I was working full-time, I still managed to stay in the university hostel at Churchgate. All that I had to do was to enroll in a university course to be eligible to continue to stay as a student. The lure of staying in the posh Churchgate suburb, paying highly subsidized student accommodation rent, was strong enough to overcome any guilt. When I boarded the local train at Churchgate bound for Andheri on my way to work, it looked like any other day. I had heard that the previous day there were some violent clashes between Hindus and Muslims in Jogeshwari, near Andheri, following the demolition of the Babri Masjid Mosque in North India. I paid no heed to the rumors as Churchgate was a cosmopolitan bubble, immune to such disturbances. I noticed that there were fewer people on the train, however. Somebody said a Hindu regional party had called for a bandh, a general strike, in Bombay that day to protest the violence allegedly started by the other side. Whenever a bandh was called for in Bombay on parochial or religious issues, normal life was bound to be disturbed, with all shops and restaurants downing shutters and public transportation being blocked and disrupted. I sensed danger and was in two minds whether to get down and go back to my hostel. It was too late though. As soon as the train pulled into the Bandra station, a mob entered the train and started thrashing people, shouting about why they were not following the call for a bandh and staying home. I was used to seeing violence on the streets of Bombay, but mostly between a few individuals, not on such a mass scale, and with myself being the potential victim. The mobsters, mostly young men, were just ordinary people that you would see on the road every day, but, that day, the rage on their face and the violence they unleashed on hapless travelers was something out of the ordinary. Before I knew it, a muscular-looking man with a thick mustache and an unkempt beard caught hold of me and dragged me out of the train. I still vividly recall the face of that man breathing down my neck and the ferocious grip of his hands around my body. I fell on the railway platform with a thud and utter chaos unfolding all around me. People were bleeding, things were being thrown around and the mob was shouting, "Har Har Mahadev." My glasses. Where the hell were my glasses? I slid my hand sideways, the hot tarmac burning my palm. My fingers groped then closed on shards of glass. Broken. My bloody glasses were broken. How would I find my briefcase now? It had the COBOL manual that I had borrowed from the training department and the additional documents that I was supposed to submit to the Australian consul. Smoke stung my eyes as I struggled to my feet. I turned to see flames. The coffee shop on the railway platform was on fire. I quickly looked around, seeking an exit from this rampaging mob. Before I could move, somebody grabbed my collar and asked, "Are you a Hindu?" I started stuttering and said, yes. I have also undergone holy thread ceremony but forgot to wear my thread in the rush this morning. The guy gave me a menacing look and asked me to recite any Hindu sloka. Before I knew it, I had already started saying the Gayatri mantra, Om Bhurvuvaswa, Tat Savita Varinis, Bhargo Devasya Dhimai, Dohyo Yona Prachodayat. I have chanted the Vedic hymns since childhood, daily, and as part of beseeching gods for a fervent task, or as thanksgiving for a prayer granted, and can pass for a quasi-priest. The thug probably was not even religious, just a fanatic, and did not even know the basic Vedic mantra. He was satisfied, so let go of me, and I ran for my life. When I came out of the station, there was utter panic on the streets. Fortunately, I got hold of an auto rickshaw and the driver said he was going home to Jogeshwari and could drop me anywhere on the way. I looked around and there was no way I could get any transport going toward my hostel in Churchgate. I quickly decided to go to Hari's place in Andheri and hopped into the rickshaw. Only after getting in, I noticed the Islamic star and crescent symbol displayed on the dashboard of the rickshaw. I said, "Oh, you are Muslim?" As soon as I said it, I regretted it, but it was a spontaneous reaction to all that was happening around me. The rickshaw driver immediately removed the symbol from the dashboard and asked, "Do you want to get off?" I tried to pacify him saying, No, I am so sorry. I just happened to notice it. That's all." As the rickshaw moved, I saw Bombay, my dear Bombay, burning and people running helter-skelter in panic. It was heartbreaking. As we moved closer to Andheri, there was a roadblock on the main road. The driver moved into a small lane. It appeared to be a Muslim-dominated area as I could see mosques and mutton shops. My heart froze. For a moment, I thought the driver was deliberately taking me into a trap. Sure enough, a big crowd came running toward our direction, holding sticks and machetes in their hands, chanting, Allahu Akbar. They ran toward a small Hindu temple by the roadside and destroyed everything. They dragged out the priest, who was hiding behind a tree, and started thrashing him. Then, suddenly, some people lifted the screaming priest and threw him onto a burning pyre. The man was burnt alive right in front of my eyes. My body shivered in fear and utter panic. The rickshaw driver did some quick thinking. He donned his skull cap, pulled out the star and crescent symbol and put it back on the dashboard. He asked me to duck low and started shouting, Allahu Akbar, while speeding away. Before the crowd could notice us, we had fled. By the time I reached Hari's home, I was shaking and sweating profusely. When I rang the bell, Hari came out in shorts with an ice cream cone in his hand. I could not believe my eyes. "How come you are so oblivious to the fact that Bombay is burning?" I shouted at him. "Well, the local municipal corporator is a friend of mine and he told me last night not to get out of the house. So, I am relaxing. I tried calling you yesterday, but the hostel phone was constantly busy. Did you not see the news or read the papers this morning?" Hari advised me to stay with him for the next few days until the riots were under control. Hari's municipal corporator friend came to Hari's home that evening and said that they were forming a vigilante squad for each housing complex and all the young men were required to guard the neighborhood and especially look out for outsiders and miscreants who may not be from the immediate locality. At night, Hari and I clutched hockey sticks and stood guard on the terrace as requested by the neighborhood watch committee. We could see that young Muslim men from the slums nearby were also armed with sticks and machetes and looked as scared and anxious as we were to defend their homes. We were told that if anybody saw any sign of trouble, they should blow a whistle to alert others. Sometime later, when we were almost dozing off, we heard a whistle. We quickly grabbed our sticks and looked down the terrace. There was no movement. After some anxious moments, we understood that a dog had rushed out in the dark and somebody mistook it as a person and blew the whistle. The next day, it was reported that 90 people were killed and hundreds injured in the violence that spread across Bombay. A few days later, Bombay was back to its normal self, but having personally experienced the trauma, it left a permanent scar on me. Every time I see a temple by the roadside or hear a whistle, my body becomes stiff and I clutch onto something tight. Even in a melting pot like Bombay, where there is so much to bind us, there were many things that divided. 27, 5 feet 6 inches, Kannada Brahmin, computer science degree, 8 analyst, 1 LPA, seeking bride of similar background. Should be working in Bombay and willing to settle abroad. Respond to post box number 2568, Times of India, Fort, Bombay. I read the ad again and again, wondering whether this would fetch me an ideal life partner. It said nothing about my personality, but brides of India in the 80s and 90s cared little about compatibility. It was economic security that was most important. Everything else was swalp adjust madkoli, as they say in Kannada, meaning just adjust a little. Even if I wanted to describe my personality, every word was costing money, so it had to be to the point. No scope for fluffy sentiments in a matrimonial advertisement. Besides, everybody would say they were decent, fun-loving and caring. If Murli's parents had inserted a similar ad for him, they wouldn't have said he was awkward and boring, would they? Hari had lot of fun playing around with the wording for my advertisement. Why not? He had nothing to worry about. He was happily married to Meera and was on track to depart to the land of the free and the home of the brave. As for me, I was getting fed up with hostel food. Now that Hari was married, he could not spend as much time with me. Meera quipped that she had to compete with me for Hari's time. There were parental expectations for a grandchild and that required Hari to spend more time with Meera. I was lonely. I was 27 by then and wanted to get married. In pursuit of my career goals and getting skilled in programming, I had made very few friends, let alone socialized with girls. I would give a fleeting look at women but had no guts to approach anyone to initiate a conversation. I did think about my childhood crush on Mala and made some subtle queries about her whereabouts whenever I was in Bangalore, but I could not find her. In those days, there was no social media to reconnect with people from the past. The only option for me was to go for an arranged marriage. But I had to wait for my brother, Vinay, to get married before I could contemplate my own. That was the custom. The problem was he was working in Bangalore and our parents, who were living in Badami, kept asking him to travel to Badami almost every weekend to see a girl who they had shortlisted. He did not like any of the girls my parents proposed and, as the process dragged on, my patience started wearing thin. I wanted to marry a professionally qualified girl working in Bombay and there was no way my parents living in Badami could find a Bombay-based girl. So, Hari and I came up with a solution. As soon as my elder brother got engaged, we put out a matrimonial advertisement in the Bombay edition of the Times of India newspaper, without my parents' knowledge. Matrimonial advertisements were a novel phenomenon then. Love marriages were very few. Most people would use their personal network of relatives, friends, or priests to find a suitable spouse for their children. People assumed that only desperate or very progressive parents, and that too only from metros, advertised. Quickly, the newspaper matrimonial advertisements developed their own abbreviated language. The matrimonial advertisements were divided into different castes, regions, and professions. There was no attempt to hide stereotypes and prejudices. It was all in the open. Every Sunday, several pages of matrimonial advertisements ran in popular newspapers. The girl was almost always expected to be slim, fair, and beautiful. At the same time, she should be cultured, exhibiting both a traditional upbringing and modern outlook. The boy should be either from a rich background or a high-earning professional. Medical and engineering graduates were in great demand. Those who had settled abroad were the most sought after. In big cities, if the boy owned a home, that was a huge plus. Most ads also preferred vegetarians, non-smoking, non-drinking, alcohol, that is, grooms. Boys' parents essentially controlled the whole process, with girls' parents playing a subservient role. It was a seller's market and boys were in demand. The girls had little say, except to meet the ones shortlisted by parents and give their general consent after 1 or 2 meetings, held mostly in the presence of other relatives. The more progressive families encouraged the boy and the girl to meet in a separate room, while the parents sat outside doing background checks, figuring out common connections and engaging in small talk. The presentation of a dowry from the girl's side was very common and couched as gifts, sometimes on an ongoing basis. Apart from the upfront cash and gold jewelry, the girl's parents were expected to bear all the expenses of a lavish wedding and make annual gifts to their daughter's family. The practice varied with region, custom, and moral compass. If you spent lavishly on your daughter's wedding, you expected payback at your son's wedding. I knew that my parents would only agree if the girl was from a Brahmin family from Karnataka, so we combined the key requirements of all the stakeholders and prepared an advertisement. The cost of the advertisement was based on the number of words used, so one had to be very careful in choosing those words. It needed to contain the vital statistics including age, height, weight, caste, family values, qualification, position, and salary drawn. Then you had to add your requirements of the bride, such as beautiful, fair, slim, degree qualified, working, and so on. But all these requirements had to be mentioned in complicated abbreviated form to save on the advertisement cost and was decipherable only to those who knew this art form. For example, veg, VF, ALPA, BHP meant vegetarian, very fair, lakh, 100,000 per annum, biodata horoscope photo. So, after working on some innovative drafts, Hari and I came up with my advertisement. We decided not to ask for photographs as it required providing an address. We also decided not to specify beautiful, fair, slim, as we thought it was objectifying, degrading and not classy, though I wanted nothing less. The newspaper started mailing the responses in weekly installments. As soon as the mail arrived, I called Hari, who insisted that I should not open the mail until he came to my room. In all, we received about 50 responses to the advertisement over a month. Those who did not meet the essential criteria were summarily rejected. They included non-Brahmins, non-graduates, unemployed, non-Bombay based, too old, too young, too tall, too short, and those with weird cover letters, such as, "Our girl is brought up in both an Oriental and Occidental background." After hectic debates and discussions, we shortlisted 5 responses. I sent them to my parents with a long cover letter, explaining why I went for the matrimonial advertisement option and that, from now on, only they would drive the process. When I called them after a few days to discuss the matter, my parents were still in shock. They could not believe that their beloved son would try to exclude them from the most important decision in his life. They asked why I was in such a hurry to marry, and did I not know that marriages were made in heaven and not via newspapers. They were somehow pacified when I assured them that the girl would only be chosen based on their selection and approval, and with their full consent. After duly consulting a family priest, my parents shortlisted 2 girls and wrote to their parents. The photos of the 2 girls arrived just when winner was getting married. The house was full of relatives, and somebody announced the arrival of the photos. Within no time, everybody was in my parents' bedroom. Now about 50 people got involved in the selection process. The elderly relatives looked at the photos and unanimously pronounced their verdict in favor of a girl who was traditionally dressed, had a big bindi, red-colored dot, on her forehead and rejected the other girl who was wearing a sleeveless blouse. The father of the big bindi girl, whose name was Priya, was a very astute person. His family came from the North Karnataka region, but he had lived in Bombay all his adult life. Once he got all the details about me, he contacted somebody who in turn contacted somebody else who worked in the same company as I did. That person was so influential that he got my entire file from the personnel department. Every claim made in the advertisement was carefully verified. Priya's father then showed up unannounced at my office on some pretext to check me out in person. I was so upset by this sudden intruder, I wanted to deliberately limp when I got up, just to prank him. If I had pulled that stupid stunt, all the efforts to find a suitable girl would have gone for a toss. Priya's father suggested that I visit his home to meet his daughter before they all went to Badami to meet my parents. That made sense. It was decided that I would visit them the upcoming Sunday, along with Hari. Hari prepped me for the visit, advising me to dress smartly and not to ask stupid questions. When we reached Priya's home, her parents welcomed us. It was a modest home, but tastefully decorated. They shut their apartment door as soon as we walked in to make sure nobody in the building knew about the presence of 2 young men in their home and would thus start gossiping. Priya's young sister peeped out of the kitchen, and I could hear her asking her mother who we were. Though she did not get a direct answer, I think she sensed what was happening because I heard her asking which one of us had come to see her sister. Then I heard her saying, "That man? Oh, the other one is so much better. I realized Hari had suddenly become my competitor. I hastened to clarify to Priya's parents that Hari was already married. Priya came out and sat in front of us. I could not believe my eyes. She looked beautiful in a simple churida kurta. She had an oval face, very expressive eyes, and a cute smile. I hesitated to look at her directly for more than a few seconds, but she seemed to have no such hesitation. Hari started conversing with her to break the ice and soon found out they both went to the same college, though a few years apart. As their conversation about their college continued, I wondered whether she was sure that I was the one she was supposed to marry. She spoke excellent English and that impressed me. Her hair kept falling onto her face as the fan was right above her head and I felt like moving it aside. It was the Mala moment all over again. Her mom said that all the sweets and savories offered were prepared by Priya. Hari and I exchanged knowing looks. Well, if she had made that delicious food, then I was Amitabh Bachchan. Within 5 minutes of meeting Priya, it was clear that I was struck by Cupid. Even though it was my first meeting with her and also in the presence of several people, it was, indeed, love at first sight. When we came out of her house, Hari asked how I felt and what I thought. I said, she is the one. Hari reminded me that she too needed to say yes, and what if she was like Meera and had not yet told her parents about a Hari? I felt uneasy about that prospect, but we agreed that her parents and she herself sounded quite positive during the meeting. The next day, I called Priya's father and said I would like to go ahead with another meeting in Badami with my parents. Just to make sure that Priya was, indeed, interested in me, I called Priya at her office and asked whether we could meet briefly there. She said she would think about it. She called me later and said yes. Before I went to her office, I had borrowed extra money from Hari just in case we went to an expensive restaurant. Little did I know that Priya had asked her parents' permission to meet with me at her office, which was granted on the express condition that we should not go out under any circumstance. At the time, Priya was working in a government department. About 100 people sat in one large hall. They appeared to be busier in their gossip than office work. I asked somebody where Priya's office was, and as I was guided to her desk, everybody in the office turning their heads to see who this stranger was. When I sat down on the chair opposite Priya's desk, it almost collapsed. Such was the state of government furniture. When I looked around the hall, it was full of dusty files as if nobody had touched them in years. The fan above made too much noise and did little to cool the room. The only thing that looked pretty to me was, of course, Priya. After a small chat, I invited her to a nice restaurant nearby, which was politely but firmly declined. I was taken aback but soon recovered. Priya invited me to have chai in her office cafeteria. While having the heavily subsidized cafeteria chai paid for by Priya, I asked her if she had any objection or reservations about the marriage proposal. She nodded her head indicating no. I soon realized Priya was too shy and reserved to talk freely. For the first time, I looked at her properly and thought she was prettier than I even first thought. As soon as I left, I believe her colleagues rushed to ask Priya who the visitor was. Oh, it was my cousin, was her reply. Within a few weeks, we met again at my parents' home, in the presence of a large contingent of relatives. My mom narrated my accomplishments in detail, and the exaggerated version made me seem the ultimate catch. Priya still remembers every word of that mother's pride exaggeration. In turn, Priya's parents praised their daughter's academic achievements, family orientation, values, and artistic skills. Then each side went up the family lineage and set out the accomplishments of their forefathers, going back to great-great-grandfathers. In the process, they discovered many common links and friends which were noted for further scrutiny. Then came the question from my mum, can Priya cook, because her son was fed up with hostel food? Having already anticipated this question, Priya's mom had her answer ready, saying she was an expert cook, which later turned out to be, shall we say, a bit of an embellishment. When I pointed this out to Priya after marriage, she replied, and your mom thought you were God's special gift reserved for me? Fair enough. After the Badami meet, my mother wanted me to see some more girls before making up my mind, but I was adamant I had found my life partner. Also, I did not want to make the same mistake that Hari's cousin, Murli, made. He had seen many girls and could not make up his mind. When he went back to an earlier girl he had met, she was already engaged to somebody working abroad. My mother joked about me forgetting all about Mala. I sensed a tinge of jealousy in my mother, having realized that her son was now interested in another woman, and she no longer had the ultimate sway over me. At the engagement ceremony, Priya's parents wanted the marriage to take place soon, but my parents asked for 6 months as they were exhausted, physically and financially, with my brother's wedding. I agreed with the timing as my parents had been very accommodating and I did not want to make it seem that I was in a hurry. My parents decided to move to Bombay to stay with me until my marriage. I finally left the hostel and rented an apartment near Andheri to be closer to Priya. My mom was happy to be living with me again and started decorating the apartment to her liking. I asked my mom whether we should also consult Priya about decoration. My mom gave me a stern look and that was the end of it. The 6-month gap between the engagement and marriage gave enough time for Priya and myself to get to know each other. It was agreed that I could take her out during weekends, but our curfew time was 8 p.m. This posed logistical problems as commuting anywhere in Bombay took several hours, leaving little time to spend time with each other. I soon discovered that Priya's mother was more flexible with the curfew than her father and, therefore, I preferred to negotiate with her directly. We mostly spent time in restaurants, movie theaters, and going for long walks on Marine Drive. Our first movie outing was to see Maine Pyar Kiya, I Fell in Love, which was quite apt. It was interesting to experience how people could fall in love with each other in an arranged marriage setup. Perhaps the fact that we had very similar family backgrounds, understood each other, and had personal chemistry helped enormously. As far as compatibility, there was an implicit understanding that compromise and mutual adjustment were needed in any type of relationship for it to work. In our case, nobody had forced us to marry as we chose each other. Our parents had simply played an enabling role. The fact that we were opposite to each other in many respects helped to cement our relationship as it somewhat balanced out our personalities. Opposites do, after all, attract. Priya was the first girl that I could talk freely and endlessly. While I was used to speaking non-stop nonsense, Priya was reserved and spoke in a measured tone. I enjoyed outdoor activities, whereas Priya preferred quiet solitude. As we got to know each other, we started meeting during weekdays as well, and to do that, Priya's parents were not kept fully informed, unlike previously when a detailed briefing was provided by Priya. The fact that we were engaged to marry gave us the liberty to indulge in some romance, even in our own conservative mindset. Our interaction then moved to daily calls from Priya to me, sharp at 9 a.m., just before she left home for office. There was no chance to say, I love you too, as her father was always around, and she lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. If I said, I miss you, there would be silence from the other. Priya made one thing very clear though, there was to be no physical demonstration of affection. When I saw couples huddled together on the benches and beaches of Marine Drive, I would try to get closer, but was firmly pushed away. It was, indeed, an age of innocence. I will never forget that day. How can I? It was the day when happiness collided headlong with calamity. Priya and I were walking on the famous Juhu beach after eating bhel puri. Priya looked stunning in a yellow churida kurta and bell-shaped earrings. We had started paying attention to our likes and dislikes. I had told her that I liked bell-shaped earrings and colorful bangles. She liked me wearing polo shirts and pointy shoes. I didn't like her big glasses and wanted her to switch to contact lenses. She spent her entire month's salary to buy the lenses and refused my offer to pay. As we walked on the beach, the wind kept shuffling Priya's hair and I kept moving it back. Even though we were surrounded by hundreds of beachgoers, I felt as if it was just Priya and myself there. A horse cart on rent came near us and its owner asked us to take a ride along the beach. We got in. The sun was just setting and a cool breeze was sweeping across the beach. As the cart moved along, Priya held my hand to keep her balance. Her hair moved on her face again and I gently moved it away. As Priya smiled, I leaned forward and gently kissed her cheek. It was one of those perfect moments, the scent of Priya's hair, the warmth of her body next to me in the cart, the texture of her cheek when I snatched that kiss while the cart rocked along the beach. I was ecstatic that she had let me do it. When I dropped Priya home, it was 10 p.m. By the time I reached my apartment, it was almost midnight. I quietly opened the door, thinking my parents would be fast asleep. When I switched on the lights, I saw my parents sitting in the dark. I thought my mom was upset that I had come home so late. Before I could open my mouth, my mom came near me, hugged me tight, and started crying. She said in a frightened tone, "Krishna, I have got cancer." Suddenly, I remembered that they were to attend a medical checkup that day as mom had not been feeling well for quite some time and complained about stomach churns. I struggled to find words. "What you mean? What happened, Dad?" The prognosis of her medical checkup was not good. The doctor had checked her medical records and told her that she most likely had cancer and had fixed an urgent colonoscopy examination for confirmation. She was advised to go for a colonoscopy 6 months ago in Badami, but she had wanted to do it in Bombay. After coming to Bombay, she kept telling me about it, but I was preoccupied with Priya. The pangs of guilt gripped my stomach, and, to this day, I curse myself for not acting more quickly. The colonoscopy confirmed the doctor's suspicions. We were so shell-shocked at the sudden turn of events that we did not know how to react. We took an appointment at the Tata Memorial Hospital, the most advanced cancer center in India. The oncology specialist was polite but blunt. He said the prognosis was bad and there was little chance of my mother surviving more than a few months. He scheduled an urgent operation. As the operation took place, the whole family waited with a sense of hope and despair. Priya was by my side all the time and kept holding my hand for reassurance. Hari took care of the hospital expenses and kept a watch on my father, who was heartbroken. Vinay kept pacing up and down the hospital corridor. The surgeon came out of the operating theatre and said, as he had feared, the cancer had spread, and it was just a question of waiting for the inevitable. Destiny had planned that just as one special woman was entering my life, another was departing. We did not have the heart to tell the truth to my mother. We lied to her that she was on the road to recovery. She wanted to start my marriage preparation straight away as we were only a few months away from the date. Priya's parents said the marriage could wait. But we decided to go ahead. Things happened in quick succession. I got married. Hari's son was born exactly 1 year after his marriage, just as his dad wanted. Soon, Hari was off to the USA on an assignment. As expected, my mother's situation deteriorated, and she came to Bombay for a second surgery. The oncologist first refused to do the surgery again as he felt it was futile and bluntly said he would much rather allocate the hospital bed and resources to somebody who had a chance to survive. But my mother insisted that she wanted to be operated on at the same hospital. We used all our influence to get her admitted there. It came as no surprise when we were told that the operation was unsuccessful. We were asked to take her home to spend her last days in the company of her family. We still could not bring ourselves to tell her the truth. We arranged an ambulance and told her she was leaving the hospital to go home to Badami. She sensed something was wrong and went into shock. The doctors decided to keep her overnight. I could not see her writhing in pain, in delirium, not conscious of her surroundings and unable to recognize us. This was not how I wanted to remember her. I cried all night waiting for the inevitable news. Priya just held me, not knowing what to say or how to comfort me. The next morning, my mom was gone. At the crematorium, as the flames enveloped her mortal remains, I was inconsolable. I had adored her my whole life and had so many dreams for her. She loved traveling and I very much wanted to take her around the world. But she was no more. The emptiness and void I felt then haunted me for years. As a newlywed, instead of enjoying the bliss of discovering and enjoying a new life together, Priya had to deal with my grief, dark moods, and insensitivity. She was expecting a great start to our new married life, but I had turned into an angry, resentful, and bitter person due to no fault of hers. I never truly apologized to Priya for the insensitivity and self-pity that I wallowed in at that time. Nor have I ever thanked her fully for being my true anchor ever since. My permanent residency application for Australia finally came through. Probably Prime Minister Hawke can claim no credit for it. My father proudly announced the news to the world in a local newspaper advertisement wishing his son bon voyage. He somehow seemed to think good news had to be announced to the world in a newspaper advertisement, which he could ill afford. But I was earning now, and the family financial circumstances were alleviated. He gave me his wedding ring as a gift. I was touched because I knew it meant a lot to him. All the friends and relatives in Bombay turned up at the airport to say goodbye. As my departure came close on the heels of my mother's untimely death, nobody was in a joyful mood. I sorely missed my mother, but I knew that the change would help me come to terms with things. Priya, now 6 months pregnant, followed me, slowly and hesitantly, down the aisle on the Cathay Pacific flight that was taking us to Melbourne via Hong Kong. Part 3. The Global Me. 3.1. A Leap in the Dark. भाई साहब, आपको अंदर जाना है? Are you going inside? नहीं, सिर्फ देख रहा हूँ, मेरा बेटी अंदर जा रही है. No, just watching, my daughter is going inside. The Saha airport was crowded. Scores of people had blocked the entrances to say last-minute goodbyes to their near and dear ones. I was desperately trying to push my trolley, which was dangerously overflowing with 4 massive suitcases. Inside, there were pilgrims going to Makkah, contract workers going to the Gulf countries, returning non-resident Indians, and odd professionals like me migrating permanently. It was my first ever international journey, and I should have felt very happy. My Australian dream had finally come true. Leaving my beloved Janmabhoomi, I was heading to my, rather randomly chosen, karmabhumi with a life partner and an unborn child. I should have been full of hope and yet felt very anxious and nervous. It was the same feeling I had when I left Bagalkot for Bangalore and then Bangalore for Bombay. Our brand new passports were being used for the very first time. Getting a passport itself was a long and arduous process. When we applied for police clearance, a constable visited our home. He was treated like a VIP with sumptuous food and sweet talk. Priya spoke to him in Marathi and inquired about his family. In the end, it was not our clean record, but greasing his palm that did the trick. Next was income tax clearance. Then there was a long process to access currency via a foreign exchange. All that we could get was $100. When we finally got into the Cathay Pacific flight, I was impressed by the posh decor and comfortable seats. The air conditioning inside the aircraft was a welcome relief from the hot and humid Bombay weather. A white man was sitting next to me. That was the first time I was going to talk to a white man and did not know what to expect. I tried to engage him with a friendly chat. How did you find India? Liked it here? Glad to be getting out, that's for sure. I was a bit taken aback. How rude, I thought. Going to Melbourne, I persisted. No. Going to Los Angeles. Why, do I look like an Australian to you? Well, all the whites looked the same to me, but I did not dare tell him that. He asked, I presume you are going to Australia. Going on vacation? No. Going there as a permanent resident. I took out my passport. See, this is my visa to Australia. That is a big decision. But, of all the countries, what made you choose Australia? I paused. Should I tell him about the Wind Rider movie? No, he will laugh. Then, what should I say? That I just want to get out of India to any Western country? No, that would mean I am ashamed to be Indian. I took the safe option and said, well, I just want to see the world. Of course, I will be coming back to India after a few years. He did not seem convinced. By then, the aircraft started taking off and the conversation came to an end. As the plane rose above the slums of Bombay, it suddenly dawned on me that what Priya and I were doing was indeed a big decision, one that would change the course of our lives. Once the seat belt sign came off, the air hostesses started serving drinks. Until then, Priya was holding my arms tight. She feared her first flight ever. She leaned toward me and said, do you think we are doing the right thing? I mean, leaving our family and friends? I was irritated by the question. It's a bit late to think about that, don't you think? The white man next to me started snoring. It suddenly dawned on me that I did not have a convincing answer as to why we were doing what we were doing. It seemed we were leaving India for no real reason, but on a whim. Why? I started rationalizing while pushing back the seat. In India, we looked at the West as everything that India was not. sparse population, unlimited wealth, big, beautiful homes, rule of law, no nepotism, no corruption, no societal or cultural barriers preventing somebody reaching their full potential, no need for personal contacts to get a job or get promoted. One could also access an uninterrupted power supply, clean tap water, beautiful roads with no potholes, greenery everywhere, modern gadgets, no homeless people or beggars, no burglary, no irritating and intruding neighbors, no queues, no rubbish on the streets and so on. It was a Shangri-La. We thought everything was hunky-dory in a Western country and all that we had to do was to just land there, legally, if possible. Those who had gone overseas never conveyed any negative impression about life abroad and, even if they did, nobody took them seriously, simply thinking they did not want others to have the same good fortune as them. As the Westerners looked to the East for spiritual salvation, Asians looked to the West for economic salvation and quality of life. It made sense. You need to have satisfied your basic economic needs first, roti, kapada or makan, bread, cloth, and home, as they say in Bollywood movies, before you think about the arts, music, spirituality and so on. Bollywood movies typically showed NRIs, non-resident Indians, living in huge mansions, driving swanky cars, and employing white servants, considered the ultimate symbol of achievement. Maybe the slave mentality under the British Raj had something to do with it. My thoughts were disturbed by a child who started crying and throwing tantrums. I looked over. There was a young Indian couple who seemed to be more embarrassed by their daughter not listening to them than finding out why she was crying. The father started admonishing her in a heavy American accent, while the mother tried to comfort the child in Hindi. Then the husband and wife started fighting, blaming each other for the child's tantrums. That woke up Priya. She looked at me and said, "I have a feeling we will end up like that by the time we take our next flight. If we have a daughter, do you think she will forget her roots and our culture? What if she ends up like a typical Western girl?" I admonished Priya, "What do you mean by a typical Western girl?" "You know what I mean. Don't pretend like you don't know anything." Priya was reiterating the stereotype that Indians typically had about the Western lifestyle. In the minds of Indians, the only negative impression about living abroad concerned perceived moral decay. It was a foregone conclusion that one would inevitably be corrupted by consumerism, adopting the materially rich but spiritually bankrupt Western lifestyle. Indian movies stereotypically portrayed the children of Indians living overseas as awkward-looking, confused, and rebellious, wearing skimpy clothes which revealed more than they covered, especially girls wearing mini-skirts and having many boyfriends, which was a complete taboo in most parts of India. These kids were derisively called ABCD, American-born confused Desi. For a moment, I tried to imagine our daughter being the Australian-born confused Desi but forced myself to shake off the frightening image. I tried to laugh away Priya's concerns. "Don't worry, we are going abroad only for a few years to earn lots of money and come back home. It will be the best of both worlds. I promise." I sounded so shallow I did not believe it myself. My only contact in Australia was a distant family friend, Jayant Patel, who had lived in Melbourne for a long time. My parents had met him a long time ago during the marriage of a common friend's daughter and had almost forgotten about him. When my Australian visa came through though, he had suddenly become a very close friend of my dad's. I met his parents in Bombay and got his phone number. Making an international call at that time was laborious and very expensive. I went to the Bombay Telegraph office in Churchgate to make an international trunk call. I stood behind many foreigners who had gathered there for the same purpose and waited for my turn. Knowing that the call was going to be expensive, I agonized about how best to convey everything I wanted to in the shortest possible time. I had some experience with this. When I was in high school, my mother wanted me to send a telegram to my father who was on an office tour. The message was that there was a marriage function in Dharwad, but he needed to come to Karwar first where we were staying at the time. My mother cautioned me to choose as few words as possible to save money. I came up with the briefest possible message: marriage Dharwad, come Karwar. Since my father knew the background, he understood the message. Just 4 words had done the trick. But this time it was an international call, and that too to a person who hardly knew me. When I got connected and told Jayant who I was, I could sense the irritation in his voice. "Do you know it is 2 a.m. here? Is it something urgent? Oops. I had forgotten about the time zone difference. Sorry, uncle. I have got a visa to come to Australia and I am coming there next Thursday with my wife. Oh, congratulations. Are you coming to Melbourne? Who are you staying with? Yes, uncle. I am coming to Melbourne as you are there. Since you are the only person I know, my wife and I would like to stay with you for some time, if you don't mind. Oh. There was a long silence which made me nervous as, first, every second was costing me money, and two, what if he said no? Have you lined up a job yet? No, uncle. I have written to some companies but have not heard from them yet. Look, you should have discussed this with me before booking your tickets. Since you are coming on a weekday, I will not be able to pick you up from the airport. Can you take a taxi to my home? Oh, sorry, uncle. I could only get $100 in foreign currency. That is the maximum amount the government allows to convert Indian currency for overseas trips. Oh, my God. How are you going to manage in a new country and that too with a wife, with hardly any planning and money? Typical Indian. Typical Indian. Who the hell is he then? Can't he help a fellow Indian? I felt very uneasy. I am sorry, uncle. Everything happened in a hurry. Why don't you come alone first and call your wife over after you get a job? Now the call was getting longer than budgeted and I feared I might run out of money to pay for it. I have already paid for the air ticket for my wife, uncle. It is too late to cancel. She is also 6 months pregnant. She will not be able to travel alone with an infant after delivery. So, I thought I would bring her with me. She is pregnant too? Oh, my God. You don't have a job here, you are coming here with a wife who is pregnant, and you have just $100 in your pocket. Just great. Only Indians can plan like this. I was shocked. How can one Indian say this to another Indian? Maybe because this guy is a Gujarati and Gujaratis are known for being tight-fisted. For them, everything is about money and getting a good deal. That was our caricature of Gujaratis. I would have hung up on him, but I did not know anybody else in Melbourne. I am sorry, uncle. I wanted to write to you, but I thought it would take too long to reach you, if at all. You know how bad the Indian Postal Service is. Now, can you quickly tell me what I should do since international calls from India are very expensive? Oh, now you want me to offer an instant solution too. I am very sorry, young man, this is not India. You need to plan everything in advance and cannot blindly rely on others, no matter how close they are to you. The funny thing is I hardly know you or your family. Anyway, it does not matter now. Give me your flight details and I will take the day off from work and be at the airport to meet you. I was drenched in sweat and cried with relief as I walked away. I wondered how I would have reacted if I got a similar call from a random Indian asking for such help. Only a minute ago, he was a confused, miserly Gujarati, but now he was a country cousin Indian who was opening his heart and home to an unknown fellow countryman. I saw no impropriety in asking for such largesse from a stranger, knowing that it is deep-rooted in our psyche to help and to give back. I knew too that I owed a debt of gratitude to Giant. The international call cost me 5,000 rupees, which was my entire month's salary. When I narrated the conversation to my father-in-law, he looked worried. He said it was a bad idea to take his pregnant daughter along with the rosy assumption that I would get a job quickly and all would be well in Shangri-La. What if I did not get a job for weeks or months? How would we bear the hospital expenses for the delivery? How long would Jayant Patel's hospitality last? Till I got a job? Suddenly, it dawned on me that I had not thought this through properly and planned for every contingency. I wanted a change, was too eager to leave India and too confident that things would work out quickly and painlessly overseas. Priya suggested she could cancel her ticket and have her delivery in Bombay. I lost my patience. But it is too expensive to cancel the ticket now. I have spent my entire savings to buy the tickets. And you will get excellent medical attention there. Don't you know how gynecologists here force you to go for a cesarean operation just to make more money? Our child will get Australian citizenship straight away. We have discussed all this and don't back out now. Going overseas is not for the faint-hearted. Since it was our first trip as permanent migrants, the airline had relaxed the baggage limit to 40 kilograms. The bags were already full of Indian utensils. My mother-in-law insisted that we take enough rice and grains as well, but there was no space. I knew it was important to keep Giant Uncle happy. I decided to get some presents for him and went to Giant's parents' home asking whether they wanted to send anything for their son. They gave me all kinds of Gujarati food stuff, papad, pickles, dokla, khakra, dapla, kachori, you name it, it was there. They also gave us some personal items, neatly wrapped, saying these belonged to Giant, but he could not take them the last time he was here. I had to let go of some of our stuff to accommodate these additional items, but this was important to Giant and that is what mattered. The flight was uneventful, except that when food was served, it was bacon and egg muffin. Sorry, we don't eat meat. Can we have vegetarian meal? Sorry, sir, you should have specified your food preference while booking your ticket. Why don't you just take out the bacon from the muffin and eat the rest? What? This air hostess must be nuts, I thought. She asked, can you eat chicken? My wife is a vegetarian, and I don't eat chicken on Thursdays, it being a religious day. What about fish? We consider that non-vegetarian too. Same with the eggs. With very limited choice, I took the bacon out of my muffin, but Priya preferred to just eat salad. Some Punjabis sitting next to us helped themselves generously with free liquor until they were told no more. As the plane descended on Melbourne, I saw beautiful houses at the distance with hardly any apartment blocks. We were given disembarkation cards which said Australia was very strict with what was being brought in and food items were one of the things to be declared or discarded. I ignored the warning, thinking it was a trivial issue. Who would confiscate food? It was not as if I was bringing drugs into the country. Any currency over $10,000 had to be declared as well. I smiled and checked my wallet to make sure my $100 note was still there. There was a long queue at the immigration counter. I had never seen so many white people. There were so few Indians, I instinctively felt close to them. If I had met them in a Bombay train, I would have brushed them aside, but there I felt like hugging them. Unlike the Indian immigration officer in Bombay who was very unfriendly and rude, the Australian guy appeared cheerful. Good day, mate. Looks like this is your first time here. Welcome to Australia. I barely understood what he said, and just smiled and nodded. What a funny accent, I thought. Thankfully, all the bags had arrived. Unlike the Bombay airport where there was chaos everywhere with hundreds of onlookers outside the airport, Melbourne airport was very orderly, but nobody talked to anybody, except one elderly Australian lady who looked at Priya and said, expecting, Lao? Good luck. When we were about to exit through the Green Channel, thinking we had nothing to declare, we were stopped by a stern-looking lady officer. Anything to declare, sir? No, nothing at all. Thank you. She was not convinced. Indians tend to bring a lot of food. Are you carrying any food? Well, just some curry and pickles. Please move to the Red Channel, sir. What is her problem with food? I wondered. Suddenly, a dog came along with another officer and started sniffing every bag. Priya was very scared of dogs and she almost fell, trying to move away from it. It came straight to her and started sniffing her handbag. An officer took the handbag and took out a banana. He said, aha. This is the culprit. I was asked to open the big bags. The officer at the counter carefully checked the contents and took out all the food items. He took a long, hard look at what was in front of him and said, sorry, sir, these are not allowed. It's written in the disembarkation card and you should have declared them. But it's only food. And that too all vegetarian. We can only eat this food. I am sorry. We have very strict quarantine laws on what can be brought into Australia. We are a geographically isolated continent and are very particular about protecting our biodiversity. All this was explained to you in the welcome letter sent by the immigration office. We must throw all this away. Though it was very difficult to understand the officer's accent, I understood that precious food was going to be put in the trash. But our parents have so lovingly made all this. How can we just throw this away? Can you please let us take it just this one time, please? We will be very careful next time, I promise. If it were India, they would not have such ridiculous regulations, I thought. Even if they did, they would be accommodating, especially when offered a sentimental, emotional, or religious reason, of course along with some money. But with just $100 in my pocket and not knowing what the local rates and practices were, offering a bribe was out of the question. Priya had tears in her eyes when the food was mercilessly thrown into the rubbish bin. I felt the officers could have at least kept some and eaten them later. Little did I know our ordeal had just started. What's in this package, sir? Oh, it is some personal items we are taking for our friend here. But what is in it? I don't know. It is sent by our friend's parents. The officer opened the package only to see an old pair of sandals. Is this your gift item? A pair of worn-out sandals? Asked the lady in a serious voice. I was taken aback. Why did Giant's parents send these bloody old sandals? Senile parents. I asked them whether they wanted to send anything for their son, and they sent this rubbish. His father had said, this is Giant's favorite item that he had forgotten to take with him. I was fuming. Now the officer was not friendly anymore. She brought a pair of scissors and cut the sandals literally into pieces, suspecting something might be hidden inside. We just haplessly stood there in silence. When we finally came out of the airport, we felt like criminals coming out of jail after completing their sentences. Many Indians were waiting to receive their guests. I had seen Giant's photo at his parents' place and instantly recognized him. Hello, uncle. Nice to meet you. Giant did not look too happy to see us though. Why did you take so long? The parking fees at the airport are bloody expensive, you know? That was not the welcome I was looking for. But Giant had brought a nice bouquet and gave it to Priya with a smile. When we came out of the airport, it was cold outside. While it was sizzling summer in India, it was winter time in Australia. Not realizing this, we had hardly packed any winter clothes. Not that Bombayites had any winter clothes. There are only 2 seasons in Bombay, summer and hot summer, separated by the monsoon rains. I told Giant about the food. Oh, yes, this country is strict and uncompromising about quarantine laws, and that's why I always tell my parents not to give me any food items when I am returning from India. Then why the hell did they send them with me, I wondered. I wisely chose not to mention the sandal incident. As the car passed through downtown Melbourne, I marveled at the city's beauty and elegance. Flinders Street Station looked like a colonial building in South Bombay. Only downtown looked like a busy street in Bombay, but as the car entered the suburbs, there was hardly anybody walking on the street. Every house had a well-maintained lawn in the front. The Shangri-La was unfolding in front of our eyes. Giant had a beautiful home in Frankston. There was nobody at home as Giant's wife had gone out and their 2 children had gone to school. The house was gorgeous, tastefully decorated with Indian artifacts. Giant showed us to the guest room. Having hardly eaten anything for nearly 24 hours, Priya was very hungry and tired. Giant was eager to show us the house, but all that we wanted was some food before hitting bed. Giant served us a simple rice and dal, and it tasted like divine food for we hungry and weary travelers. By 5 p.m., it was already getting dark. When we got up the next day, it was 9 a.m. I came out to see that the house was empty. There was a note on the dining table. Hi Krishna, sorry we have to go to work. Make yourself comfortable. There is some food in the fridge. See you in the evening. In the washroom, there was toilet paper but no water tap. I knew that in Western countries, people used only toilet paper, but I had assumed that Indian households would have a water mug and tap. I felt uncomfortable using the toilet paper. But there was no other way. I went around the house looking for a mug and found one in the laundry room. I brought some water and followed the Indian tradition. After all, I was told to make myself comfortable. I yearned for coffee, but I was not sure how to use the kitchen utensils. I did not want to set the house on fire by doing something stupid and gave up the idea. It was raining outside, so the idea to go outside to get some fresh air was also dropped. Priya was still asleep, and I decided to rest too. When I got up, it was late afternoon. I heard somebody talking. I peeped out of the bedroom and saw 2 teenagers. They were Giant's children, and they were speaking in a typical Aussie accent. Where are the guests? Are they still asleep? Yeah, dude. It's called jet lag. Who are they anyway? Some Indian uncle and auntie. No relation of ours, apparently. What you mean? How can anybody come and stay here, just because they are from India? Asked Dad. He will give you the big talk on Indian culture and tradition. How long are they going to be here? No idea. Hey, why are you asking me? After some time, I heard the boy shouting, "Hey, who has put this stupid mug in the toilet? What is it doing here?" Looking at the way the conversation was going, I did not feel like getting out to meet the kids. I decided to wait until their parents arrived. Priya was well awake now. At 6 p.m., Jayant's car pulled up and a woman, who I recognized as Jayant's wife, came out. After some time, Jayant came to my room and asked, "Hi, you guys are up? Shall I make you some coffee? Come out. I will introduce you to my family." Jayant's wife, Vaishnavi, looked friendly and warmly greeted Priya. While having coffee, Jayant called out his children. After quite a bit of coaxing, followed by shouting, the kids came out with a frown on their face. "This is Jignesh, our boy, and this is his younger sister, Vimala. We call them Jack and Vimmi to make it easy for the local people. You may also need to change your name, Krishna. You can call yourself, Chris, maybe? That way, you will have an Aussie name and blend in very well." Vaishnavi asked the children to say, "Namaste." The children said, "Namaste, uncle and auntie," and touched Priya's feet and my own. "Oh, no need to do that. I am impressed by how well you have brought them up. Even children in India do not touch the feet of elders anymore," I said with genuine admiration. I felt happy that, after all, not all Indian diaspora children are spoilt and can be taught Indian traditions. Jayant took us around the house. It had 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a large lounge area with TV, a dining hall, a big kitchen, a puja prayer room, and a basement that was used as a gym and home theater. The children had their own rooms. There was a Honda and a Toyota car in the garage. The backyard had a swimming pool and a gazebo. I was very impressed. "Wow, what a beautiful and grand mansion, uncle. I have seen something like this only in movies. Congratulations." "Thank you, Krishna. Soon you will have this too, don't you worry," said Jayant. "If the country ever comes out of recession, that is," added Vaishnavi. What is a recession? I wondered. Vaishnavi was working in a government department. She was let go last fortnight. She is looking for a job. "Let go means?" Priya asked. "Oh, she was retrenched. By a government department? That never happens in India," I said. "Well, a lot of things happen here that don't happen in India. You need to stop comparing everything with India, Krishna. The recession, for example. We had a booming economy with plenty of jobs. The house prices went through the roof and so did the interest rates. Suddenly, the economy has collapsed, and a lot of people lost their jobs this year. People here are used to these ups and downs. We Indians are not used to this, so they end up taking it personally as a reflection of their capabilities and lose confidence in themselves. You need to brace yourself for this downturn, Krishna. Nobody knows how long this is going to go on." The discussion was getting depressing. "But, uncle, I need a job urgently. Priya's delivery is in 3 months, and I have just $100. Look, don't get me wrong. This is the problem with Indians. We just assume things and act on an impulse. We think people in Western countries always roll in luxury and nothing goes wrong here. I get that you are young and impulsive. But relying on a remote contact and coming here based on just one phone call with a person who hardly knows you? Come on." I did not know what to say. Everything that Jayant said was factually correct. But that did not mean that he had to say it to my face. "I am so sorry, uncle. I should have listened to your advice on the phone. All that I was thinking was the money I was going to lose by cancelling Priya's ticket. I had no idea about the Australian economy." Vaishnavi got up to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner and Priya went with her. Jayant came close to me and said in a hushed tone, "Look, Krishna, don't get me wrong. There is a lot of tension at home right now. We have a huge mortgage which we are struggling to pay for at 16% interest. We went overboard to build and furnish the house, thinking we both had secure jobs. Now Vaishnavi has lost her job and mine is hanging by a thread. Many of my colleagues have lost their jobs and, if I lose mine, we will not be able to pay off the mortgage. If that happens, God knows what will happen because the house prices have now collapsed, and we will not be able to either sell the house or recover our investment. We have removed the kids from private school and put them in a government school which they do not like. I am telling you all this just so that you do not build up your hopes and have unrealistic expectations. I was speechless. Oh, my God, what have I done? I thought. Suddenly, my respect for Giant went up multifold. I held Giant's hands and said, Uncle, I am so very sorry for your situation. And you still took us in despite your financial troubles. I have come here at such a bad time. Trust me, if I had even a hint of it, I would not have bothered you. That's okay, Krishna. I did feel flustered after your call. But then, I realized that I myself came here 15 years ago and somebody took me into their home and supported me until I settled. After all, humans are born to support each other. Especially compatriots in a foreign land. Do not ever feel you are unwanted or unwelcome here. We might lose our temper now and then or say things, but now you know why. We are a family now. You don't need to panic. The government here takes very good care of unemployed people. You don't have to pay anything for Priya's delivery. I was touched. Here was a man who was giving when he himself was in need, with no expectations of return. When dinner was served, I had lost all my appetite. I was deep in thought. After dinner, Giant said, Go to sleep now. We have the whole weekend to discuss your future and take you around to see some places and meet some people. I told Priya about my discussion with Giant. She rolled her eyes and said, What? She fell silent for some time. I just want to go home. She started sobbing. At least, we have our parents there to help us with the delivery and I am sure you can get your job back. Let us borrow some money from Hari in the USA and get out of here. I consoled her. Look, having come here all the way, let us not rush back straight away. Let me get a feel of the place. Giant says hospital services here are free for those who are not employed. If so, let us have your delivery here while I try to land a good job. I was not so sure myself. On Saturday morning, there was bright sunshine. I heard the loud noise of a machine outside my bedroom. Giant was mowing the lawn. The mug was missing in the toilet. I decided to go with the flow and managed with the toilet roll. Vaishnavi brought hot coffee to the room and invited us for breakfast. The children were watching a game on TV. I wondered what that game was. Vaishnavi explained that it was called rugby. Massively built men were pushing and shoving each other to pass the ball. It looked like a violent game, and I thought there was no way skinny Indians would be able to play this. Kabaddi was good enough for us. The breakfast of Doklas was delicious. After breakfast, I came out to see whether Giant needed any help. He was talking to his neighbor across the fence, who was wearing just shorts and was bare-chested despite the cold weather. Giant introduced him as Peter. The guy looked friendly and said, Morning, mate. Jimmy tells me you are fresh off the boat. How do you like it so far? Welcome to the unemployment queue. I don't know why the F-king Australian government keeps taking people in when there are no jobs around. It took a while for me to decipher what was said. Jimmy must be Giant. How rude of this guy to talk to me like this? What the hell does fresh off the boat mean when I had flown in by airplane? And why is everybody talking about unemployment? Was it so bad? While coming inside, Giant said his neighbor had lost his job as a marketing director and is now driving a taxi, waiting for the economy to improve. This information was a bit too much for me. A marketing director driving a taxi? Giant looked at me and said, Let us go to the basement and have a chat since you look quite worried. I wondered what more bad news was coming my way. We sat down on a sofa, sipping coffee. Look, I can understand how bad things look to you right now. Let me give you some good news. Australia is a very generous country when it comes to taking care of people in need. You need to understand a few basic things about Australia first. This is a large country with a very small population. Half the country is uninhabitable because it is a dry continent. Most people live on the east coast, but they number less than 20 million, which is roughly the same number of people as in Greater Bombay area. It is a very young country in terms of the white settlement, but Aborigines, that is the natives, have lived here for thousands of years. Now they are less than 3% of the population. I was in no mood to listen to a history lesson. That's fine, but what about the economy? It mostly relies on abundant natural resources. Coal, iron ore, and petroleum are big export earners. Australia is called a lucky country because of its natural resources. I would not call it a smart country though because it does not need high quality professionals to dig out coal and iron ore. That is my take anyway. How is the IT industry? I don't know much about IT because I am a mechanical engineer. I work in the automobile industry, which is tiny by world standards. It mainly survives on government credits and handouts. By the way, why did you choose Australia? Why not the USA? Well, you will laugh if I tell you, it's because of a movie I saw. As I explained, Jayant laughed so loudly that I felt quite embarrassed. It was not a cute story anymore. It just highlighted how immature and impulsive I was. Now I had dragged Priya into my utopia. Jayant tried to comfort me. Really? Your destiny has brought you here. You must make the best of it. But let me tell you one thing. The government takes very good care of the unemployed. So good that some people choose to remain unemployed for life, of course, at the expense of hardworking taxpayers like me. How does the government help the unemployed? I asked. It's a welfare-oriented society. When you work, you pay high taxes, but in return, you get free education in primary school and high school, interest-free loans to study at university, free healthcare, and, most importantly, when you are unemployed, you get unemployment benefits called the dole. If you have a family, you get additional rent allowance and other benefits. A family with children gets allowances almost equivalent to a full-time minimum wage. It is a decent living wage to survive on. I could not believe what I was hearing. Really? Yes. The only condition is you should be seriously looking for work and provide evidence that you are applying for jobs. Suddenly, I felt relieved. I will take you and Priya to the Department of Social Security on Monday and, from next fortnight, you will start receiving your payment. Wow. I just cannot believe what I just heard. Uncle, I am indeed very grateful to you. I will find some basic accommodation as soon as I can afford it and move out, I promise. Hey, you are not a burden at all. Yes, we are under pressure right now because of the job situation, but we can certainly afford to keep you guys with us. Besides, Priya is due in 3 months, and it is not good to move to a new home when you do not know anything and anybody here and cannot even drive. I have taken leave on Monday so that I can take you guys to the Social Security office and then to an obstetrician that we know. He will take care of Priya until her delivery. Jayant and Vaishnavi were our angels. With a teary eye, I held his hands and said, "What can I say? Thank you." On Sunday, Priya and I accompanied Jayant's family to their friend's child's birthday party. There was room only for 5 people in the car and Jayant's daughter happily agreed to drop out. I wondered why she too could not be accommodated in the car but was told it was illegal and if the police caught us, there would be hefty fines. The birthday party was in a park where many Indian families had gathered. They had brought lots of home-cooked food. Priya and I were introduced to the gathering, and we tried to mix with the crowd. Children were running all around the park. Among the men, there was hardly any laughter. They were a depressing lot and were morosely discussing who was the latest to lose his job. The conversation was all about jobs. Do you know, Prakash got fired on Wednesday? Isn't he from Indian Institute of Technology? Yeah, but do you think Australians know what IIT is? For them, every Indian is the same, be it a taxi driver or an engineer from a great institute. It does not matter where you studied and what work you did back in India. You must prove yourself all over again. And in the current recession, the baby goes out with the bathwater. And they cannot fire locals and retain the immigrants, even if the latter are better suited for the job. Why can't Prakash just go back to India? He will get a job he deserves. So what if the salary is low? At least, he will have self-respect. Right, would you go? You must deal with politics, corruption, quotas, and all the crap of a poor country. When you get used to an air conditioner, you cannot sleep in a room with a ceiling fan. At least here, when the economy improves, we will have a bright future. The recession is worldwide, so it will soon hit India also. Bright future, my foot. You come here to do jobs that local people don't want to do. Or can't do. Have you looked at Rajesh? The guy worked as a doctor for 10 years in India. Now until he passes the local exams, he cannot work as a doctor. Doesn't his work experience count for anything? Why do you need to pass the local exams to prove you are competent? What does he do now? He works as a cleaner, can you believe it? The other day he was telling me how good he had become at cleaning toilets. He is shattered. I don't know, guys. I think we should just pack up and go home. I can't take this humiliation anymore. It's easy for you to say, Lokesh. Some of us have just built homes with huge mortgages. And we do not have big homes in India as you do. Your dad has made tons of black money as an excise inspector which will last many generations. Hey, don't talk rubbish about my dad. Just when the discussion was going out of hand, the host called people to cut the cake. Lokesh winked at me and said, "Welcome to the real world. You could not have chosen a better time to come here. At least, you will get good dole while some of us keep working like donkeys." I sighed and looked around. I had never seen such a large and beautiful park. Melbourne was just as I had imagined, but my heart was not in it anymore. On Monday, Jayant took Priya and myself to the Department of Social Security to file the necessary paperwork. Even though it was a government office, it was posh and well furnished. There was a long queue of the newly unemployed. Everything was orderly. A ticketing machine issued a number and a monitor displayed which number was being served and at what counter. There were no piles of files gathering dust, as in Priya's Bombay office. The officer was very welcoming and courteous, not snarky or gratuitous. I was asked to open a bank account in which to deposit social security payments. I was told to keep a note of all the jobs I was applying for and furnish a report on the prescribed form every fortnight to remain eligible for payments. From there, we went to a medical clinic to meet Dr. O'Neill, the obstetrician. He did many tests on Priya and declared that both the would-be mother and baby were in good health. She was asked to visit him every fortnight for a checkup. He assured us that everything, including the delivery, would be free. I asked him twice, "Are you sure?" And the doctor smiled and said, "Yes." The healthcare card was all that was needed to avail of medical services. Jayant helped us open a bank account in which the $100 that I had brought was safely deposited. Jayant added $200 to the account and told me I could return it whenever I could. He then drove us to the Department of Employment Services. There was a long queue of grim-faced people looking at the job boards. There were hardly any IT jobs. An employment counselor was helping job seekers to polish their CVs. I had one already which I handed over to the officer. He looked at it, smiled, and said, "We prepare resumes differently here, Mr. Chris." Jayant intervened. "Chris Patil." "Okay, Chris. You do not need to mention your nationality, father's and mother's name, and their occupation in your resume. If you wish, you do not even need to mention your date of birth or gender. According to the anti-discrimination laws here, an employer does not need to know these details." "Oh, but what if they ask at the interview?" "Well, the law is very clear. You do not need to disclose your ethnicity, age, marital status, pregnancy, sexual orientation, and so on. They cannot discriminate either directly or indirectly based on these attributes, okay?" I was still struggling to understand the Aussie accent, but I was getting better. "That means there is no disadvantage that I am a recent immigrant from India?" The officer smiled. "Well, I am sure there are many laws in India and people may be still violating them, right? The question is whether people follow the laws in letter and spirit. In every society, there are widely held stereotypes and prejudices. Not long ago, Australia followed a white Australia policy. Not anymore. Things change and sometimes slowly. What is important is you need to be aware of what the law is and stand up and fight for it when somebody is violating it. During times like this when jobs are few, you can expect some discrimination. That is just how it is." What the officer said made perfect sense to me. There was rampant racism, stereotypes, and prejudices in India as well that I had seen firsthand. Casteism, for example. My views about Gujaratis and Punjabis was a case in point. North Indians routinely disliked South Indians and locals in Bombay hated outsiders coming in and taking away their jobs. Within a week, we had settled in well. I visited the employment office and the local library regularly to read the newspapers, looking for jobs. Public transport was very poor with only one bus every hour. Everybody seemed to have a car. The social security payments were getting deposited regularly though. There were hardly any vegetarian restaurants, and, in any case, I preferred to take sandwiches from home. Back home, people would eat bread only when they were sick, but out here, that was all one seemed to have for lunch. Jayant's children ate cereal every day and they seemed to like it very much. Priya and I hated it and preferred to eat toast instead. We were used to boiling the tea, but here, we had to settle for kettle water and dipping tea bags, except during weekends when Vaishnavi made boiled chai and elaborate Indian meals. Vaishnavi had started working as a temporary shop floor worker in a factory. It looked like everybody was doing something other than what they were qualified to do. To have a job, no matter what, seemed important. On occasions, I went for long walks, weather permitting. Melbourne was a total contrast to Bombay. There was hardly anybody on the road and, whoever passed by, said hello. There were plenty of parks and playgrounds with hardly anybody in them, except over the weekends. Being winter, it used to get dark by 5. Melbourne weather was very temperamental and unpredictable. It would get cold, sometimes with heavy rains and wind, and then, suddenly, it would become sunny. Now there was enough money in the bank as it was hardly spent. Jayant refused to take any rent from us, saying we would need it when we had our own place. We went to a shopping mall to buy clothes for the baby and maternity wear for Priya. I wrote regularly to my father and my father-in-law. I assured them that even though I was not able to get a job yet, we were financially comfortable and Jayant's family was taking very good care of us. Priya felt quite lonely, but her sister wrote to her often to keep her updated with all the gossip from back home. Unlike India where there was only one government TV channel, here there were several and Priya became a TV addict, watching local serials like Neighbours and Home and Away. 3 months went by very quickly and the baby arrived, a beautiful baby girl. Dr. O'Neill invited me into the delivery room to witness the birth, something that fathers in India never get to do. We named her Pratiksha. It means hope or waiting, which aptly described our situation. The baby felt so small and helpless in my hands that I was afraid to hold her for too long. She had inherited Priya's beautiful eyes, and everybody said she looked a carbon copy of her mother. I joked with the hospital staff that there was no way the baby was going to get mixed up or lost as she was the only brown baby in the entire maternity ward. All the babies were almost bald, except Pratiksha. Priya was now fully occupied with the baby and hardly had any time for me. I liked to just sit at a corner and watch both mother and daughter bonding until Priya shouted at me to come and help her to change Pratiksha's nappy. Priya feared how she would manage without parental help, but Vaishnavi was a godsend. She taught Priya how to change Pratiksha's diapers and how to bathe, cradle, and feed her, and how to make her burp. The whole household hovered around Pratiksha and she was our sunshine during those cold winter days. A Chinese nurse at a nearby medical center checked the baby every week. When the baby's weight and height were not growing as per the chart in the baby's medical book, the nurse assured us that Asian babies were smaller initially and there was nothing to worry about. Priya and I were waiting for the baby to become 2 months old before moving out of Jayant's place. There was still no sign of a job. Then, suddenly, Jayant was laid off. He went to the office on a Friday morning and was asked to come to the Human Resources Department. He was told it was his last day and was asked to empty his drawers and take his belongings. His computer access was terminated while he was still with HR. He was escorted out of the office by security guards and did not even have a chance to say goodbye to his colleagues with whom he had worked for 10 years. Though he had seen it coming, he was still so shocked that he spent the entire day in a nearby park. I had gone to attend a soft skills workshop organized by the Employment Services Department and, when I came back home, there was absolute silence. Jayant and Vaishnavi looked devastated. During dinner, Jayant told us what had happened. His children were in tears and there was a dreadful silence. Just then Pratiksha woke up and started crying, and that was a merciful intervention since everyone rushed up to hold and comfort the baby. After dinner, Jayant invited me to come with him for a walk. Even though it was bitterly cold, we went out since we desperately needed fresh air. Jayant took out a packet and lit a cigarette. I looked in silence. Jayant said, "Yeah, I know smoking is bad. I stopped smoking 10 years ago, but today, I just cannot help myself." Both of us were quiet for some time. Then Jayant spoke. Sometimes you know a storm is coming, but you pretend that you are the chosen one to survive. This could not have come at a worse possible time. I am partly to blame. We went overboard with the house construction and lived a life that we could not afford in the case of a downturn. And we knew it could happen. We spent lavishly. The children wanted a swimming pool. Vaishnavi wanted to send the kids to a private school. I wanted a home theater, which was always my dream. While it is not bad to dream, we were living a dream and not grounded. It started raining and our jackets were getting wet. Jayant was in no mood to go home. We went inside a pub and Jayant ordered a whiskey. Vaishnavi had a government job and we thought it was 100% secure. Was working for a well-known multinational car company and I thought I was too valuable to be let go. Now I just do not know how we are going to pay the mortgage and for the car. I have also promised my parents that I will regularly send them money to finance the house they are building. It is just one hell of a mess. When we came home, Vaishnavi was worried. I told Priya we needed to do something as we could not overstay Jayant's hospitality any longer. We wanted to move to an apartment as the government was paying rent assistance. By then, we had saved enough money to buy second-hand furniture. But Priya flatly refused. She wanted to go back. She was shaken by what was happening in Jayant's house. She said she would go back with Pratiksha and I could either come with them or stay on to do a master's course in IT while looking for a job. That way, if the job situation did not improve, I could at least go back with a degree to explain the gap in my work history. I could not bear the thought of being separated from Priya and Pratiksha, but that made sense. The next day, I informed Jayant what we had planned. He too agreed that it was a good idea. Our doctor said that since the baby was now 2 months old, she was fine to travel. Within a fortnight, Priya and Pratiksha had flown to Bombay and I moved into a university hostel as a postgraduate student. I managed to get a part-time job delivering mail to university staff members. I also did some industrial cleaning. The only problem was I did not know how to cook and there was hardly any vegetarian option in the university food outlets. I started eating meat, even on a Thursday, much against my already flexible religious precepts. Hunger bends any rule. Jayant would drop in sometimes with homemade food. The regular study schedule helped me temporarily forget my problems and my loneliness. But the nights were hard. I could hardly sleep and spent most nights lying awake and troubled by my thoughts. I never thought my Australian dream would have presented such a rocky start. I felt extremely grateful that the government was taking very good care of us. But what I needed was a good job, not a handout. Opportunity of a lifetime. This gorgeous 5-bedroom house with a swimming pool in perfect condition and location can be yours at a throwaway price. Cheap as chips. Somebody's pain can be your gain. This house will be sold today, no matter what. While this sounded like music to those who had gathered for the auction, every word must have caused a deep and lasting wound in the heart of Jayant and Vaishnavi. Since they were unable to make mortgage payments, the bank was auctioning the house. They were moving to a small, rented apartment. The bank was only interested in recovering their dues and did not care about getting the best price. So, the auctioneer was instructed to conduct a distress sale, which was advertised as such. About 20 people had gathered. Most were not serious buyers, but it seemed they had come to see the spectacle of a family being torn apart. The auctioneer minced no words. He was talking fast in a rhythmic monotone. There was not much enthusiasm to bid. It looked like every bidder waited to see how low the price went. After much coaxing, the auctioneer somehow brought the price up to the reserve price set by the bank, and as soon it reached that level, he announced with excitement, "Going once, going twice, gone." Just like that, Jayant and Vaishnavi's dream home had gone and, with that, all their savings. Their Australian dream had crashed with a thud. They had become the latest victims of the recession Australia had to have, as one politician had put it. It was heartbreaking. Jayant's family had accumulated a lot of memorabilia over the years, but now most of it had to be sold or given away as the apartment they were moving into could not accommodate so much and storage was expensive. A garage sale was organized, and Giant's children sat in front of their favorite toys, looking at strangers buying their memories at a fraction of their original value. To Giant's kids, these were priceless but no longer theirs. Priya had settled back in Bombay. She was glad the doting grandparents had taken over full charge of the baby. She had hardly touched Pratiksha after going to Bombay, as she was always being taken from one home to another by the kids in her apartment building who just adored her. She would smile at everybody and was not shy at all. Whenever somebody needed a break or had a fight, they wanted to take Pratiksha home to lighten the mood. With all the pampering, Pratiksha was growing fast, and when I saw her photos that came by post, I could not believe how much she had blossomed in just a few months. I missed them terribly and felt like a migrant worker away from my family. Priya was still anxious about my job situation and kept urging me to come back to Bombay. When she was told about the auction of Giant's house, she became even more persistent. But the never say never attitude in me was not letting me give up yet. Priya wrote to me about the reactions in India to the recession in Australia. People just could not get it. There were some snide remarks by friends and relatives about me being on the dole. I realized that it is very lonely when times are tough. Then one day, I called Hari in the USA. We had exchanged a few letters and he knew what was happening with me, but we had not caught up with each other for a long time. Within few minutes of exchanging pleasantries, he said, "Krishna, I notice that you have an Australian accent." "Well, I am Chris now. You too have an American accent, Hari. Or is it Harry?" "I am, indeed, called Harry." "How did you know?" "Well, when Anand becomes Andy and Sandhya becomes Sandy, Hari must be Harry, right?" "That's true. So, how is your Karmabhumi treating you?" "I saw Pratiksha's photos. She is beautiful. What do you think of my son, Akash?" "He is cute, just like his dad." "How is your life? You are studying well?" "I am in deep shit, Hari. Don't know what to do. This bloody recession is dragging on, and even locals are struggling to get jobs. I think I made a terrible mistake coming here. I should have come to the USA instead. It's no different here, Krishna. Many people who came here with me on AH-1 work permit have lost their jobs and have gone home because you can't be here without a position. Look at the bright side. At least you went there on a green card, and, from what you wrote to me, the government seems to be taking very good care of you." "That's right, but what I want is a job, not a handout." "It's depressing." "Yes, you sound quite low. Where is the upbeat and born fighter Krishna that I knew of?" I couldn't take it anymore and burst out crying. Hari waited for me to calm myself down and started comforting me. "Look, you used to say you are a glass half full attitude kind of a guy. I know that you are still hurting with your mother's untimely death. But life must move on. Granted, the timing of your going to Australia was terrible, but we both assumed that everything was hunky-dory overseas. What goes up will come down, and the only way now is up. The US economy is already recovering, and firms have started hiring. Now buck up and let us discuss the best way forward. Remember, every cloud has a silver lining." We both agreed that going back to college was the right thing to do under the circumstances. Hari explained that his employer was hiring globally, including from Australia, for positions in North America. I did not have the right skill sets and experience, as the IT world was moving away from mainframe. Hari suggested that while studying, I could become an empaneled services provider for his company to source and recruit IT professionals from Australia. All that I had to do was to buy a computer, a mobile phone, and a fax machine cum printer. Hari said his company would pay for advertisements in local newspapers, and I could network through them to generate more qualified candidates. I was to screen suitable candidates, do the preliminary interviews, fax CVs of qualified candidates to Hari's company, coordinate final interviews, and facilitate the work visa paperwork for selected candidates. I would be paid handsomely for each successful placement. I liked the idea very much. I immediately applied for a small business loan to buy the basic infrastructure, and within a few weeks, I had become the principal of Catalyst International IT Recruitment Services while continuing my postgraduate studies. At last, things started looking up, thanks to Hari's timely intervention. While the money from the US professional services business was modest, it gave me a sense of purpose, kept me busy, and lifted my spirits. I had saved enough to buy a ticket for Priya and Pratiksha to come back to Australia, to rent a decent apartment, and buy a brand new TV and fridge. Some friends gave me second-hand furniture. I was at last ready to welcome my family back to my own home. 3.2. Slippery slope. Excuse me, how much for this bouquet, please? $25. $25? Yes, $25. I wanted to buy a bouquet for Priya but changed my mind when I heard the price. I convinced myself that a hug is more important than a bouquet and there was no point in wasting money on such frivolous things that did not last even a few days. That day, Priya and Pratiksha were arriving from Bombay. I was determined to make sure they were going to be comfortable. The electronics shop guy had just delivered the fridge and the TV. I called the airline to double-check my order for vegetarian meals. I also made a last-minute phone call to Priya to be absolutely sure that she was not bringing any food whatsoever. I reminded her not to keep any fruit in her handbag if she wanted to avoid any dog coming near her. As people started coming out of the arrivals gate, I waited anxiously for a glimpse of my daughter. As soon as I spotted Priya and Pratiksha, I rushed to hug my daughter who was now 1.5 years old. She spoke in fluent Kannada and asked, "Are you my daddy?" Priya was glowing and looked even more beautiful than before. We were happy to be together again. Priya liked the apartment which was close to the train station. Pratiksha was glued to the TV, watching Bananas in Pajamas on the ABC channel. That gave enough time for us to be intimate. We were happy that our troubles were coming to an end and our Australian dream was being resurrected. I was now in the last leg of my postgraduate study. Jayant was still looking for a job while doing a diploma in advanced manufacturing. Vaishnavi, who was working in a white goods factory, asked Priya whether she wanted to apply for a temporary position that had opened up in her factory. But Priya was keen to pursue an IT career and she too enrolled in the graduate certificate in IT course at my university as a pathway to a master's degree. We thought that it was better to invest in the future rather than taking up a job with no upside. The government paid an interest-free loan to pursue higher studies and a student was not required to repay the loan until they landed a job. Pratiksha was enrolled in a childcare center operated by the university and the costs were subsidized by the government. While being grateful for this assistance, I was determined to stand on my own feet as soon as possible and not be a burden on the state. I started doing odd jobs whenever time permitted. I joined a marketing survey company as a contract employee and went around the suburbs knocking on doors. Priya was pregnant again. It became increasingly difficult for her to take public transport and walk to the university with Pratiksha in tow. I decided to buy a second-hand car but had to first learn to drive. I took driving lessons and failed the driving test twice. Once, I was disqualified for driving too slowly and, the second time, I waited endlessly at a roundabout, not being sure whose right it was to move first. Weird, I thought. You go fast, you are fined. You go slow, you are fined. Where is the fun in driving? After an extensive search, at last, I was the proud owner of a Mitsubishi Magna. The only trouble was it was too long, being a station wagon. After taking possession of the car, when I started driving home, the fog started building up on the windscreen and I had no idea what to do. The driving instructor had said nothing about this. Within no time, the fog had completely covered the windscreen, but I somehow made it home. As soon as I came home, Priya brought a small Ganesh statue to keep in the car to ward off all evil. We wanted to visit a temple to offer prayers, but being a new driver, I did not want to test my driving skills too much with my family inside. I asked my neighbor to take some photos of me standing next to the car, flashing a victory sign. I was proud of being able to finally afford the luxuries I had dreamt of. I mailed some photos to my father and in-laws. In one photo, Pratiksha was playing in the local park and, in another, she was playing with her friends in the childcare center. I also sent a photo of Priya opening the fridge door, another with both Priya and me standing in front of the university, and, of course, the one with me in my car. As soon as I came home, Priya brought a small Ganesh statue to keep in the car to ward off all evil. We wanted to visit a temple to offer prayers, but being a new driver, I did not want to test my driving skills too much with my family inside. I asked my neighbor to take some photos of me standing next to the car, flashing a victory sign. I was proud of being able to finally afford the luxuries I had dreamt of. I mailed some photos to my father and in-laws. In one photo, Pratiksha was playing in the local park and, in another, she was playing with her friends in the childcare center. I also sent a photo of Priya opening the fridge door, another with both Priya and me standing in front of the university, and, of course, the one with me in my car. I did not know what to do. I was told by a friend that once I am denied insurance for making a fraudulent claim, I would never be able to buy any insurance cover from any company, ever again. That possibility not only scared me, but also motivated me to personally take on the insurance company and fight the case. I wrote a letter to the insurance company, stating I was maliciously being accused of making a fraudulent claim and that I would fight for my honor and to clear my good name. The company stuck to its stand. I challenged the company to take the matter to the police, if it was convinced that I was a fraud. I guess they made the complaint and that's why I am here. The interview lasted an hour. I was nervous and kept repeating myself. The inquiry went nowhere. I persisted. Look, why would I pressurize the insurance company to take the matter to police if I had lodged a fraudulent claim as they allege? I knew I was telling the truth and, therefore, I kept fighting to clear my name. Nobody has ever called me a fraud. That is a serious allegation. How would you feel if somebody does that to you? When I came out of the police station, I was badly shaken, and a passerby asked me whether I was okay. I had a meltdown and the stranger just hugged me. When I came home, Priya had one look at me and instinctively knew something was wrong. I had to tell her the truth. As expected, she lost her cool. Are you insane? Why do you behave like angry Amitabh Bachchan all the time? Why did you invite trouble by challenging the insurance company to take the matter to police? While she was right, I needed some encouraging words at that moment, having gone through a tough time at the station. I shouted at Priya, why don't you two go to the police and tell them what a lousy husband and untrustworthy jerk I am? It is better to go to jail than be here. Priya gave it right back. You wanted to see the Aussie beach, beer, and bikini, right? Now you can see their prison cell as well. Oh, you think you did me a favor? What did we have in Bombay? You grew up in a lousy one-bedroom apartment all your life, remember? Really? What mansion have you built here? What great work are you doing here? Distributing mail and door knocking? Instead of the Australian dream, we are in free fall. At least, I had maidservants in Bombay. Here, I do everything, and this Maharaja just sits around, waiting to be served. I just lost it. I stopped eating, pushed away the dinner plate, and decided to go out for a drive, brushing aside Priya, who feared I might meet with an accident if I drove in that condition. Pratiksha was horrified to see her parents fighting and hid in the bedroom. I did not know where I was going. I just wanted to be alone. I drove on a tram track and narrowly missed an oncoming tram. The driver honked and yelled at me for being careless. I came to my senses and stopped the car at a petrol station. I went inside and looked at the cigarette counter. I bought cigarettes for the first time. That habit stayed with me for a long time, much to Priya's dismay. Though I never smoked in her presence and tried to cover the telltale signs with mouth freshener, she always knew. I spent sleepless nights waiting for the police to call. A week later, there was a note under the door. It was from the same police officer who had conducted my interview. It said the investigation had concluded and that the matter would not be pursued further. It did not clarify whether I was exonerated. The officer spent hours interviewing me but did not have a few minutes to make a courtesy call to tell me I was off the hook. She had no idea how badly it had affected me and my family. I was able to settle the accident claim as Hari's company paid me for my services just in time. I was also able to buy new insurance cover with no trouble at all. My friend's advice was wrong, after all, and his misguided advice had led to a dreadful saga. Congratulations, consider yourself hired, Chris. Oh, God, how long I had waited to hear those words. Thanks so much, Bob. I will never forget the fact that you are the first one to give me an opportunity to prove myself in a new country. I promise I will not disappoint you. I almost felt like falling at Bob's feet to express my gratitude but held myself back. My job search was at last showing some signs of life after some false starts. I started getting interview calls. One interviewer said I had no local experience and my Indian experience was no good in Australia. Another said that with my postgraduate degree, I was overqualified. Yet another was surprised that I had no personal hobbies worth highlighting like sports or music. When you are in survival mode, do you indulge in hobbies? I thought. I could have mentioned Bollywood movies, but I do not think that would have improved my job prospects. At last, Bob found value in my work history. He was appreciative of the way I had taken on different jobs to keep myself occupied. He believed I had accumulated valuable experience as an entrepreneur. Thank God, somebody was seeing something positive in me. He was senior in the company and told me he had made up his mind to hire me and that he only needed to go through some routine formalities with HR. He introduced me to my future work colleagues, showed me where I was going to sit and where I could park my car. I came home and announced the good news. We decided to celebrate by buying pizza using discount coupons from Pizza Hut. That was all we could afford at the time since we still did not feel financially secure. We decided to buy some new furniture once I got my first salary, as the second-hand sofa we had was almost collapsing due to Pratiksha's constant jumping on it. We took Pratiksha to see the Toy Story movie. Just watching her see immersed in the movie with popcorn in hand made me feel things were coming back to normal. On Monday, I got a call from the HR officer of the company to say that there was a standard formality to go through. I was asked to take a personality test just to make sure that my psychological profile fit with the company's culture. I asked how I could prepare for it and was told that nothing was required. I was tense when I showed up for the test. It was my first big opportunity to get a real job in Australia after nearly 2 years of struggle. Victoria, a young and lovely HR officer, saw my tense face and asked me to relax. That was easier said than done when the stakes were so high. I was asked to take my own time answering the questions and I took that advice literally, trying to find responses that I thought the company was looking for. I just could not be myself as I was too desperate to pass the test. The next day, Victoria called me to say that, unfortunately, I did not pass the test. I failed to understand how a test, with random questions, such as whether I had a vivid imagination, made friends easily, and thought that people always judge me negatively, could predict one's personality accurately. I thought it was just another way to reject an applicant without being discriminatory. I called Bob and pleaded, "Look, I will do anything to do well in the job. Just give me a chance, please. If nobody gives me a job, how will I get local experience? How long will I be treated as an outsider?" Bob sounded genuinely sorry. "I am so very sorry, mate. I really am. I have no doubt in my mind that you have the right skills for the job. But bloody HR insist on these pseudo-tests. My hands are tied. Just do not give up. Sorry, I've got to go for an urgent meeting. Hang in there and you will be all right." The words meant nothing. The insurance episode and the interview fiasco ensured that gloomy days were back again. I walked to a nearby park, sat on a bench, lit a cigarette, and tears streamed down my face. After what seemed an eternity, I got up and said to myself, I will not give up. I will fight till I succeed. I went to university to study as if nothing had happened. Dr. O'Neill was taking care of Priya with regular checkups. The pregnancy was smooth, and Priya was somehow trying to study full-time and manage the household. I genuinely cared for her, but, on reflection, I wonder now why I did not actively help her more with the chores back then. I did help, but not nearly enough. Even though IT was a new field to her, she had taken to it like fish to water and was performing well in her exams. It was no surprise because, at school, she was a brilliant student, but had been under tremendous pressure from her father to go into medicine. He couldn't pursue medicine himself due to financial difficulties, even though he passed the entrance test, and so he had pinned all his hopes on her. She did poorly in her grade 12 and that completely shattered her confidence. She ended up in a government department doing admin work, and that hurt her badly. She saw the IT degree in Australia as the last opportunity given to her by God to redeem herself and restore her pride. The determination showed in her results. We stood stunned. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Was it a bad dream? As we entered the childcare center, we saw blood on the floor and our daughter lying on the ground with one staff member holding her legs up. What happened? Have you called an ambulance? I asked the staff member as I rushed over to Pratiksha. The answer shocked me. No, I have been waiting for you. It's the center policy to ask the parents to call an ambulance. Are you insane? I raised my voice. Call them now, for God's sake. Priya stepped forward. She asked me to go out and take a breath. Clearly, she did not want me to escalate the situation. She asked the staff what happened. The center had an after-hours care facility, and whenever both Priya and I had evening classes, Pratiksha would remain at the center. On that fateful day, Priya, who was due to deliver in a week, and myself came to the childcare center to pick up our daughter from aftercare. As Pratiksha was happy playing, we decided to leave her there for some more time while we did some grocery shopping. But when we had come back, disaster had struck. While rushing to the toilet, Pratiksha had accidentally hit the glass door hard. The door smashed and glass was splintered all over the floor. Pratiksha fell to the ground and the glass shards pierced her legs. Fortunately, the rest of her body was unaffected. The staff at the center gave first aid to Pratiksha and were waiting for us to show up. We did not have cell phones. The center needed express permission from the parents to call an ambulance in order to bear the ensuing expenses. The paramedics arrived in no time and rushed Pratiksha into the ambulance, with Priya accompanying her. Surprisingly, our daughter was very calm. I hopped in my car and followed. I was jumping red traffic signals on the way, without realizing what I was doing. I was in total shock. Pratiksha underwent surgery and remained in the hospital for several days. Priya stayed with her all the time, even though she was now due to deliver at any time. While running between hospital and home, I received a letter in the mail from the childcare center director expressing regret about what had happened. She blamed the university for not installing a safety glass door, despite reminders. The blame game had started. However, the policy requiring parents to call an ambulance in case of an emergency was quietly dropped. My friends urged me to sue the childcare center for gross negligence, but that was the last thing on my mind. I was just grateful my daughter had received surgery on time and escaped permanent injuries. Just 2 days after Pratiksha was discharged from the hospital with a crutch, Priya gave birth to a boy. With everything that was happening, I had forgotten to buy nappies. I rushed to a store, leaving my daughter at a friend's. When I was leaving the store, I was stopped by a staff member at the exit, asking me to show receipt of purchase. That was when I realized that I had not paid for the items I was carrying. My heart sank and I thought that this time, I would certainly go to jail. I feared the police would conclude I was, indeed, a cheat and a fraud. I dreaded to think of the life I would have in this country with a criminal record. Fortunately, the staff member heard my story out and simply asked me to pay. Phew. When I was down and out, my faith in humanity was restored. The world is full of good people. When I went to my car, I realized I was locked out of my car, as I'd left the keys inside. That was the last straw. Oh, my God. Why are you testing me like this? What have I done that I am going through this hell? I asked myself. I was in despair. The tears came flooding. It was now becoming normal for me to have a meltdown and cry at every setback. My body started shaking uncontrollably every time I was going through a rough patch. I had started smoking heavily. The Australian dream had turned into an ongoing nightmare. My confidence had collapsed, and I was in a free fall. I was lost. Priya and I were desperately looking for some light at the end of a dark tunnel. We named our son Prakash. It means bright light. As I held my son carefully in my hands, Priya said, "Look at him sleeping, he is so calm and quiet. As long as our children are healthy and happy, we can take on any adversity, right?" As always, she was right. Soon, I graduated. With all our recent troubles and various jobs I was doing to make a living, my academic performance had suffered, and it was reflected in my grades. The graduation ceremony coincided with Priya and I taking up Australian citizenship. It was a mixed experience as it meant we had to renounce our Indian citizenship. It felt as though we were betraying our country of birth. The children were already citizens by birth. With all the gloom and doom, attaining Australian citizenship was still a cherished part of our Australian dream. Just when I was about to send the photos of my son and the graduation ceremony to my father, the news came that he was no more. Luck had again cheated me. Last time, when Priya came into my life, my mother left. This time, just when Prakash was born, my father left. The circle of life. My father had lost all interest in life after my mother's untimely death from cancer. He was very close to her, and he simply could not imagine life without her. He kept writing to me to give me moral support, and he said missed me sorely. Whenever I received a letter from him, I was reminded of Pankaj Udhas's song, Chitti Aayi Hai, Chitti Aayi Hai, the letter has arrived, which was an anthem for immigrants as it tugged at your emotional umbilical cord, reminding you of your roots and the family left behind and forgotten, all for the sake of money. The song had a patriotic appeal, urging those who had crossed the 7 seas to return to the homeland to care for their aging parents. My father's letters always reminded me of the song, which, in turn, made me tear up and feel despondent, especially given my situation and the fact that I had still not made it. I had hoped to bring my father to Australia for a visit once I settled, but that was not to be. I lamented the fact that I had not been able to spend any quality time with my father after my mum's passing when he probably needed me the most. My children could have played with their grandfather and now they would never see him. I had lost too much in the recent past, most importantly, my self-esteem. But the fault was mine. I made the mistake of seeing the world in black and white, everything was wrong in India, and everything was right abroad. The truth was somewhere in between. I realized one cannot put a price on living in a familiar culture and being surrounded by close family and genuine friends, which only lonely people can appreciate. And you can be amid many friends and connections on social media and yet be utterly lonely. Now the imagined lifestyle of beer, beach, and bikini seemed shallow, pointless, and a dream which had led to nowhere. Before boarding the plane to go to India to attend my father's Shraddha ceremony, Priya surprised me by saying we should perhaps return to India and look for jobs there. She said I had become a pale shadow of my former self and, before I lost my self-confidence, we should go home. I swallowed my pride and agreed with her. I told her I would look for a job while in India. My brother, Vinay, came to meet me at Bangalore airport. It was a very emotional reunion. He looked quite old and tired. We had a tight hug with tearful eyes. He wanted to talk to me before we went home as it was full of relatives, so we went to an airport restaurant. While sipping my coffee, I took out my wallet to show him my children's photos. He had a quick look and said, "Please don't show them to my wife, Vanaja. She will be very upset." I was taken aback for a moment, before realizing that Vinay and Vanaja were childless. I said, "I am so sorry. I won't. Just so you know, Vanaja is being treated for depression, and she may not talk to you much when you meet her. I am sorry to hear that, but don't worry, it is still not too late to have children. Well, right now, I am just fighting to save my marriage. She gets upset at every little thing and, to avoid fighting with her, I spend most of my time in the office. I am very sorry." Vinay gave me a stern look and said in an angry tone, "Stop saying sorry. I don't need your pity, for God's sake. I needed you to help me take care of our father. I have failed both as a son and as a husband." The harshness and desperation in his voice unsettled me and my body started shaking uncontrollably. I reached for my cigarette packet. "Oh, you have started smoking now? Well, my life is not great either, Vinay. I have my own problems. I know. I have read the letters you sent to Dad. But tell me, what was the bloody need to tell him about your situation? You could have lied to him just to make him happy. And what's the problem with you anyway? You are living abroad, have 2 beautiful children, and now that both of you have finished your education, I am sure you both will get good jobs. It's not that simple. Anyway, we are thinking of coming back." "What? Vinay shot back with a look of surprise and disapproval. What's the use in coming back now, especially when Dad is no longer around? You should have thought about that when he was alive. What will our relatives think? To hell with the relatives, I retorted. It's our life and we will decide what's best for us. There you go. It's always about you, isn't it? It's good that Mom is not here to see all this. Don't say that, please, I begged Vinay. I miss Mom every day. Not a day has gone when I have not thought about her and cried. And, yes, I should have thought about Dad before writing to him all those letters. I am really sorry, Vinay. I am. As tears started rolling down my cheeks, Vinay got up and said, I am sorry too, Krishna. You are my only family now and your children are like my children. I can't tell you how happy I felt seeing you after a long time. Forget about everything I said. Let us not brood over our worries and just focus on the Shraddha ceremony. We need to say proper goodbye to Dad. We hugged each other again. I was glad we had the conversation we needed to have to clear the air. As we loaded my luggage into the taxi, Vinay turned to me and said, by the way, I want you to know that Vanaja and I will be very happy if you guys come back. There's nothing like home. We will raise the children together and make Mom and Dad proud. On the way home, I asked Vinay about our father's last days. He said he was deeply worried about my struggles in Australia and Vinay's personal life and was emotionally very fragile and vulnerable. He spent most of his time in the prayer room and was very engaged in the activities of a religious sect that seemed to provide him solace. I cried in silence for my gentle and caring father. He did not speak much, but we always knew how much he cared for the family. The IT industry in India was now booming, with rapidly increasing outsourcing. Once in Bombay, I had no trouble getting a job offer at the very first interview, perhaps due to my Australian degree. The salary was quite generous too by Indian standards. The HR manager of the company wondered aloud whether I would be able to resist the temptation to go back to Australia. I said I had made up my mind and would join their company soon, after winding up my affairs. I came back to Australia with renewed vigor to pack up our things after Priya's graduation. As expected, Priya graduated with high distinction in almost all subjects. I felt a tinge of jealousy, but I was happy that she had made full use of the opportunity. I had no doubt she too would get an excellent job in Bombay, and everything would be back to normal. With whatever little savings we had with my IT business and part-time jobs, we could put down a deposit to buy a decent apartment too. As luck would have it, Priya got an excellent job offer from a reputed Australian bank. That was unexpected as she was not even seriously looking for a job. The same week, a company in Brisbane, to which I had applied just before leaving for India, called me for an interview. I did not know what to do. I recalled how the previous job offers had almost come and gone, and I certainly did not want to go through the trauma again. I told them I was not able to make it to Brisbane for the interview. They said, no problem. We can conduct the phone interview. For the first time, I was under no pressure as I answered the interview questions because I simply did not care about the outcome. And, just like that, I had my first ever full-time job offer in Australia. And, this time, it was for real. To our utter surprise, even the company that made the offer to Priya was so keen to hire her that they agreed to assign her to their Brisbane office. The combined income from the two jobs was just what we had aspired to make our Australian dream a reality. I told Priya, okay, let us work here until the Sydney Olympics in 2000 and see how things work out. If my misfortunes continue, we can go to Bombay since I know both of us will be highly employable there. We will be able to make enough money and buy a big apartment in Bombay, close to your parents' place. Our children can come back here to pursue their higher education and a career if they want to. Priya simply nodded her head, fully knowing how my mind worked, and that she will have the last word on the subject. My mind could change from fight mode to flight mode in an instant. Suddenly, there was bright sunshine in our life. After a lot of pratiksha, waiting, Prakash, bright light, had finally arrived. My family took a flight to Brisbane, instead of Bombay. We were moving to the Sunshine State. 3.3. We call Australia home. Welcome to Queensland. Beautiful one day, perfect the next. The welcome sign at Brisbane Airport aptly captured our hopes. We sincerely hoped Brisbane was our dream destination, though I had heard many negative stories about Queensland. It was not as cosmopolitan as Melbourne. Pauline Hanson, the founder of One Nation Party, had made national headlines with her racist attacks on Aborigines and Asians. The rest of Australia thought of Queensland as backward and rural, not progressive like Melbourne or Sydney. I was told if I ever drove past Ipswich, where Pauline lived, I should not even get out of the car. So, I researched safe suburbs to live and chose Sunnybank because of its multicultural population. We were picked up at the airport by Shekhar, a friend of Jayant. When I asked Jayant how to recognize him, he said with a wicked smile, "You will not miss him. He is as Indian as one can get." He was right. As soon as we came out of the arrivals, there he was, dressed in a kurta and dhoti. As we went near him, I noticed a V-shaped tilak on his forehead. He greeted us saying, "Hare Krishna." He had an infectious smile and looked very friendly. I said, "Hi, Shekhar," and shook his hand. He said, "Call me Gopala Dasa, please." He was holding a small pouch which contained his chanting beads. As he turned, I noticed a small but cute ponytail on the back of his head. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked whether we had been to Hare Krishna temple in Melbourne. I said, "Yes, a few times, but we are not very religious." Shekhar looked offended. "How is that possible? You were born in the holy land of Krishna. You carry his name and you have not developed Krishna consciousness?" I tried to pacify him and said, "Sorry, what I meant is we are, indeed, spiritual, but not ritualistic, that's all." Shekhar replied, "No problem. You can now visit the Brisbane temple regularly. You have to give good sanskara to your children." As the car pulled out of the airport, I asked Shekhar what he thought of Brisbane. He said, "All Western cities look the same. You find the same McDonald's, Targets, Kmarts, Woolworths, and IKEAs. What you really need is the inner eye that helps you find peace no matter where you are." That did not really answer my question, but I left it at that. Shekhar saw the blank expression on my face and explained further. "When I first came to Australia, I was adrift, but once I joined the ISKCON movement, my life transformed. I used to feel extremely uncomfortable with white people and thought they looked at me condescendingly. I felt superior based on my ancient and rich cultural and religious heritage of which I thought they had no idea. But guess what? It was in their company and with their guidance that I discovered what Krishna consciousness all about is. People are people, we just have to set aside our blinkers and be open to possibilities. I realized that when Lord Krishna is guiding you, skin color does not matter. In fact, my wife, Radha Rani, is a white Australian. My mind was occupied with the uncertainties of settling in a new place and the new job, so I just kept nodding my head as Shekhar, alias Gopala Dasa, carried on relating the stories of his spiritual quest, with his ISKCON bhajans playing on the car audio. As we reached Sunnybank, it was as if we were in Chinatown. There were Chinese shops and people everywhere. When the car entered the townhouse complex where we were going to stay, Pratiksha and Prakash screamed in delight at the sight of the swimming pool and children's play area. Priya and I had 1 week before joining work. One of the first tasks after arriving in Brisbane was to enroll Pratiksha in a school. I dreaded this task as I had not forgotten what I went through in Bombay just a few months ago. I had made inquiries in Bombay about her school admission when I was planning to go back. I was told one needed a lot of influence and money to get one's child into a good school in Bombay. The child was required to attend an admission interview where a 3-year-old was expected to know nursery rhymes, numbers, alphabets, and some general knowledge. Then there was an interview with the child and the parents where the main topic for discussion was how large a donation the parents were able to make to the school. My father-in-law was running around to make inquiries and use his contacts. He had even approached a tutor to intensively train Pratiksha for admission interviews. He had grown quite attached to her when she was in Bombay and had made it his mission to get her into the best possible school. Despite our best attempts, Bombay school principals were too busy to give us an appointment to discuss admission. We needed the influence of a senior executive, an influential government officer, a politician, or a rich businessman to go anywhere near them. I had thrown up my hands in despair, thinking it was too complex, competitive, and exorbitantly expensive. Fresh from those memories, I approached 2 primary schools in South Brisbane with hesitation. To my pleasant surprise, the principals at both the schools were very friendly and welcoming. They took our family around the school, showed us the facilities, and one even bent down to tie Pratiksha's shoelace. Best of all, there was no entrance test and nothing to pay. I told Priya, "See, I told you we should show more patience in terms of settling here. Look how great the school system is. Now you know why I chose Australia. And all that you are worried about is not having maids in this country." Priya smiled and replied, "I suggest you also go and meet the local families here and ask how many of them cook fresh food every day, from scratch, as they say. See how husbands help their wives with household tasks. Also, see how they take joint decisions and not just impose their decisions on their wives." I knew we would be back in Bombay now, but for her resilience and fortitude. I was too happy to respond to the barb, nor did I thank her for being the voice of sanity in the chaos I had created. We enrolled Prakash in a nearby childcare center. While talking to the center director, Priya made it a point to emphasize that we were vegetarians, and under no circumstances, that he should be served meat, especially beef, but egg in cakes was okay. On Pratiksha's first day at school, the class teacher said they had a weekly religion class, and Pratiksha could join the Islamic class if she did not want to join the Christian class. Priya looked at her in horror. "Oh, no, no, no. We are Hindus, not Muslims." It was agreed that Pratiksha would instead attend an arts and crafts class when the religion class was on. We hardly had any furniture in the townhouse. We decided to wait a few more months until we saved enough to buy new some. The children were happy to run around the empty house. Priya refused to let them play in the swimming pool until they had learned to swim properly. I very much wanted to get into the water but did not know how to swim. I just stood at the shallow end of the pool and started wildly swinging my legs in the water. One little girl was swimming in the pool, accompanied by her mother. The girl looked at me in bewilderment and told her mother, "Mommy, this big man doesn't know how to swim. He is splashing water all around." The mother apologized to me and scolded her daughter for being rude. I was so embarrassed that I made a hasty exit. That afternoon, when the kids were playing in the backyard, I heard a male voice saying, "Can you keep your kids quiet? Let me enjoy a quiet weekend." I took the kids inside and looked over the fence. There was a grumpy-looking middle-aged white man. In the evening, the estate manager came home and said, "I am sorry, but your neighbor has complained that your children make too much noise." I could not believe it. I asked, "Do you have children?" The manager said in an apologetic tone, "I know what you mean, but please help me here if you can. Do not take it personally. He is a perennial whiner." I told Priya, "This is too much. Let me meet this guy and see what his problem is." Priya stopped cooking, turned toward me and said, "For God's sake, please don't create a ruckus. We have come to a new place and let us learn to live in peace." I kept quiet. She was right. We needed a fresh, clean start and it was high time I controlled my temper. On Priya's suggestion, I decided to try a new tactic, a charm offensive, on my neighbor. I took freshly made curry to his house and rang the bell. When he opened the door and saw my face, he grimaced, but before he could say anything, I said, "Hi, my name is Chris. I would like to sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this afternoon." Suddenly, the guy smiled and said, "Hi, I am Peter. I am sorry, I was rude. It is just that my dog is ill in hospital, and I was in a bad mood. Welcome to the neighborhood." I offered him the curry, which seemed to make him very happy. He said, "Oh, my God, thank you. I am a big fan of curry. I am from London and there I used to eat curry almost every other day. Unfortunately, Brisbane doesn't have any good Indian restaurants." I promised him I would share our curry often, but warned him it would only be vegetarian. As I left, Peter said, "Mate, your kids can play all they want." The next day, Peter came home and handed over 2 lovely toys for the children by way of apology. After he left, Priya looked at me and smiled. I said, "Yeah, I know what you're going to say. No need to rub it in." And I drove by Ipswich alone just for the heck of it. Nobody attacked me, and the area was as lovely and welcoming as the rest of Australia. It was a big day for the whole family. It was the first day at work for Priya and me, first day of school for Pratiksha, and first day at the childcare center for Prakash. We all felt nervous. Pratiksha looked very pretty in her school uniform and kept checking the contents of her brand new school bag. Prakash insisted on carrying his favorite toy, Bani. We consulted Jayant and Shekhar about what to wear to work. While Jayant advised us to wear business formal, a suit and a tie for me and a jacket and pants for Priya, Shekhar said Queenslanders are quite informal in the hot Brisbane weather suited business casual attire. We decided to follow Jayant's advice and go formal, just in case. I had never worn a tie before, but, fortunately, I found a pre-tied one. Priya had no problem with her dress and felt quite comfortable wearing it. The next challenge was what to eat for lunch at work. We did not want to take curries because the odor would be quite strong. Also, there was no way we could eat them by hand in the office. That made us think that we should learn to eat using a knife and fork. During our student days in Melbourne, we never had to worry about these things, but now we were joining the mainstream. We settled for sandwiches and fruit. Priya advised me to go for pizza if I ever went out with colleagues, as it was relatively easy to eat by hand. I sheepishly told Priya I was worried about how to greet my colleagues. She looked at me in surprise. I said, well, the other day I was watching a movie on TV and I noticed that men were kissing female colleagues on their cheek by way of greeting. That made me nervous. What if I got the timing wrong and went either too close to or too far from their cheek while greeting them? Now it was Priya's turn to be worried. We were too embarrassed to ask anybody about it. We decided to shake their hands before they came any closer for the kiss. As it turned out, there was no need to worry. Both Priya's and my own colleagues were friendly and relaxed. In fact, too relaxed. Unlike India, nobody asked Priya and me what our parents did, our religion, or anything that could be deemed personal. Unlike in India, where the salaries of colleagues were an open secret, nobody discussed each other's earnings. Generally, people turned up to work sharp at 9 a.m. and started work almost straight away. Lunch was just a sandwich and salad. They worked diligently till 5 p.m. Nobody came before earlier or stayed later. There were lots of conversations about sports, politics, and local news, but hardly anybody talked about their personal life. In one sense, work relations were very impersonal. Only after several months of working together did I come to know that my colleague, Ian, had an autistic child and that Sarah's husband was suffering from terminal cancer. The weekend mood at work began on Thursday morning itself. They discussed which pub they were going to go to on Thursday night. Fridays were spent discussing what they were going to do during the weekend, and, by the afternoon, people started leaving the office. Monday mornings were spent discussing what they had done during the weekend. On one Friday, my colleagues invited me to join them to go to an Irish pub. It became my routine every Friday, and I got to know my colleagues up close and personal. While they mostly maintained a calm and proper demeanor during work, once we went to the pub, they'd show a completely different personality and their alter egos were in full flow. The swear words flowed fast and easily. If you did not down beer, you were a wuss. Bosses, colleagues, and ex-partners were fair game for insults. Sometimes the personal exchanges became nasty, but were all drowned by pints of beer. The next day, all was forgotten, and it was business as usual in the office. It was during one of those outings that Peter, who was typically the first to lose all inhibitions after a few drinks, told me that Oliver was bonking Charlotte. Within a few days, their affair became public knowledge. The matter became serious because of a conflict of interest, as Charlotte had reported to him. HR got involved and a new policy on bonking at work, formerly called the Workplace Romance Policy, came into effect. It was quite amusing how these things played out elsewhere in Australia. While Oliver's case was still fresh in my mind, a woman employee in a government department filed an accident compensation claim. Her case was that she was out of town on a work trip, and while at her motel bar, she met a man with whom she later had sex in her room. While they were at it, the glass light fitting fell and injured her. She claimed that it was a workplace accident as she suffered physical and psychological injuries. Though the woman finally lost her case, the hotel room sex case eventually cost the taxpayers $600,000 in legal bills. Then there was a politician who thought he had a son with his girlfriend during their college days. The baby was given out for adoption after birth. When the boy became an adult, he was told by his mother, whom he had contacted through the adoption agency, that the politician was his father. The politician publicly acknowledged his long-lost son. But there was a twist in the tale. An anonymous man contacted the mother saying he suspected that he was the biological father of this child as he closely resembled his other children. So, all the parties involved took a DNA test and the anonymous man was proved to be right. Now it was left to the mother to explain what had happened. She had to admit on TV that it was the result of a one-night stand she had with this anonymous man who was her flatmate in college, and she wondered how it happened despite using contraception. Whenever I went out with colleagues for coffee or lunch, everybody paid for themselves. Back in India, I was used to colleagues and friends fighting with each other to pay the bill. Here I found it weird that even when it was somebody's send-off party, the person who was leaving paid for their own meal. I was used to colleagues sharing food during lunchtime in Bombay. The famous Bombay dabawala used to deliver fresh food from home, right on time, and everybody offered their food from their plate to those sitting close to them. Here, there was no concept of sharing food between colleagues. Once, there was an office party in an Indian restaurant. The Indian waiter was asking everyone whether they liked their food mild, medium, or hot. He approached Charlotte and asked, "You are hot?" She winked and said, "I think so. What do you think?" The waiter realized his mistake and blushed. I also had two Indian colleagues at work who were polar opposites in nature. One called himself Chai, but his real name was Chaitanya. When I first met Chai, I warmly greeted him in Hindi, but he looked through me and moved away. That was a rude shock. But he was very friendly with other colleagues and spoke to them in an Australian accent. I heard that he had married an Australian woman and it appeared he wanted to distance himself from Indians. The other Indian colleague, Vedavyasa Kamath, was from my home state, Karnataka. We clicked instantly and started speaking in Kannada. He told me to stay away from Chai. Wade insisted on speaking to me in Kannada all the time, even when other Australian colleagues were around. That caused some embarrassment as others did not know what we were talking about. He stopped after he was politely reminded by our boss that all official communication should only be in English. Contrary to Chai, Wade made no attempt to fit in with the rest and expected others to accept him as he was. He insisted that I call myself Krishna, not Chris, and made it a point to teach my colleagues how to pronounce our names. He left Chai alone as he considered North Indians to be from another country. On Krishna Janmashtami day, he came to office with a big tilak on his forehead as he did not want to erase it after the puja. As Priya and I got used to our workplaces, we relaxed. I got rid of my tie and Priya started wearing churida kurtas on Fridays. We also started taking home-cooked food to the office sometimes. Whenever I went to heat my food in the kitchen microwave, the curry smell was too strong for my colleagues. Though they would normally compliment me for the fresh smell of the food, it was clear many of them disliked it. Oliver would say in jest that even my computer keyboard smelt of curry. When the hot desk concept was introduced, I overheard him complaining to my boss about the keyboards used by Indians. There was covert, and sometimes overt, racism from some colleagues then. Some found my Indian accent too thick and difficult to understand and mocked it, but they had no problem romanticizing Irish or Scottish or French accents, which were more difficult to understand. The Aussie accent was nowhere close to the British accent. Once, when I said decade, some chuckled and said in a hushed tone, "Yeah, dickhead." From then on, I got so self-conscious of mispronouncing words that I avoided saying anything that I thought might cause misunderstanding. While there was nothing serious about these trivial matters, one of Priya's colleagues was too overt. He told Priya he visited India once as part of an evangelical church tour which wanted to reform the savages in India. I was angry she did not answer back complain about him. He later quit his job, joined politics, and even became a minister. For every such incident though, there were several other ones where people came across as very friendly, welcoming, and open-minded. In fact, some people were so liberal that in Prakash's kindergarten, there was a proposal to ban carol singing before Christmas, for fear of offending non-Christians. I was at the parents' meeting when the proposal was mooted. Almost everybody nodded in agreement. I said, frankly, I find this proposal ridiculous. The majority should continue their traditions and festivals, and, as a minority, we should be more than happy to participate in the traditions of our country. All that is needed is the freedom to follow our own religion and traditions, so long they do not violate the law of the land. I have not heard any non-Christian complaining about carol singing. Why unnecessarily demonize us and propose to change time-honored traditions in our name? Other parents clapped and thanked me for speaking up for the silent majority. Donald Trump would have given me a big hug if he had heard me. Until now, my family had hardly interacted with other Indians in Brisbane. In Melbourne, we were too preoccupied with our problems and had our hands full with our studies, while looking after 2 young children as well. Apart from Giant's family, we hardly knew anybody there. But whenever I saw a fellow Indian, my eyes lit up and I tried to make conversation with them. After arriving in Brisbane, we tried to seek out and get to know Indians at the local temple or the Indian grocery store. We invited a group of Indian friends to Pratik Shah's 6th birthday party. We met at Mount Kootthar Botanical Gardens. While the children were happily running around without a worry in the world, the men started discussing life in Australia. It reminded me of the birthday party we attended in Melbourne when we first arrived. But this time, the mood was markedly different. The economy was booming and there were jobs aplenty. Wade said there was still rampant discrimination and racism. I was in an upbeat mood and countered Wade's arguments. I said, as minorities, we become oversensitive and, instead of assimilating with the majority, we try to blame them for all our problems, real and perceived. I pointed out how Priya was promoted despite being the most junior employee. Wade countered that, exceptions only prove the rule. I got unexpected support from Shankar uncle, who was patiently listening to all the discussions. He was one of the earliest Indian migrants in Brisbane and was well respected within the Indian community. You guys have no idea how far Australia has come as a multicultural society, he said. I migrated to Australia in the late 60s as a scientist. Remember, those were the days of the White Australia policy. When we arrived here, there were hardly any Indians around. Racism was rife. Ironically, the Italians and Greeks, who were the first non-English speaking migrants to come to Australia after the Second World War and suffered racism from the Anglo-Saxons, felt nothing wrong in subjecting Asians to the same treatment. Our children struggled to cope as they were picked on at school and in the community. You may still see the remnants of racist behavior now and then, thanks to politicians like Pauline Hanson, but the majority are tolerant and welcoming. Also, you now have strength in numbers. By then, we were called to cut the birthday cake. As I saw Pratiksha blowing the candle, cheered by her Indian and Aussie friends, I felt confident our children would break through cultural barriers and grow up as proud Indian Australians and, indeed, as global citizens, not bound by artificial national boundaries. Shanti Auntie, who had helped Priya in preparing the food for the party, sang a beautiful Tamil song, wishing the birthday girl luck and fortune. As I joined Shanti Auntie and her husband, Murugan, in dancing and singing, I didn't have to look far for role models. Their son, Vadyanathan, had settled in Australia a long time ago and had married a local, Cindy. When ethnic violence had erupted in Sri Lanka, Cindy was so concerned about her in-laws, she immediately arranged for them to migrate to Australia on humanitarian grounds. Within no time, Uncle and Auntie had formed a big community of South Asians. Even their neighbors loved them for their friendly demeanor, warmth, open house policy, and, of course, the lovely curries they made. My colleague, Wade, soon became the president of Indian Cultural Association. He was very popular within the Indian community and organized frequent get-togethers to celebrate festivals. Other Australians joined the festivals with enthusiasm, and it was, indeed, a celebration of multicultural Australia. We were proud to fly both the Indian and Australian flags on the 26th of January, which happened to be both India's Republic Day and Australia Day. Pratiksha and Prakash loved participating in cultural events with other Indian kids. Even Priya, who had never done a stage event, took part in a sari pageant with runway modeling. I was in demand as a stand-up comedian. Life was hectic and time was flying. The Sydney Olympics came and went. Neither Priya nor I raised the issue about going back to India, as we had discussed before. Our home was here. For me, my life had come full circle, from Badami to Bagalkot to Bangalore to Bombay and now to Brisbane. 3.4. Home away from home. You are still struggling to assemble the TV stand? Why don't you just call a tradesperson? Priya kept nagging me. This stupid IKEA furniture. The manual says it takes just 30 minutes to assemble and all that I need is an Allen key. Oh, they forgot to mention that you need a functional brain. I looked up angrily at Priya. She felt bad. Look, just accept the fact that we Indians are hopeless at this and call a tradie. No way. You want me to pay $100 to assemble a $200 TV stand? Ever since we had moved into our new home, I had been busy cleaning the floors, carpets, and bathrooms, as well as doing dishwashing, lawn mowing, watering the garden, and taking the trash out. Plus, there was always something that needed to be fixed. The list looked endless, and my weekends were spent doing these chores. Each task had to be ticked off with a final inspection by the lady of the house. But when things were done and I sat down on the sofa with a chilled Victoria bitter in hand to watch my all-time favorite movie, Sholay, on our new VCR, I was the king of my world. Brisbane was, indeed, turning out to be beautiful one day, perfect the next. As we settled into our secure jobs, it was time to upgrade our lifestyle. We said goodbye to the old Mitsubishi Magna and welcomed a brand new Toyota Camry. To keep the freshness and feeling of the new car, I kept the plastic covers on the seats to keep them intact for a long time, just like we would in India. The Ganesh idol on the dashboard of the old car now found new residence inside the glove box. Ganesh was keeping us away from all evil, while Tirupati Balaji ensured peace and prosperity from inside the glove box. We built a new home and named it Vrindavan, the abode of Lord Krishna, and for my nouveau riche family. I remembered my parents' and Giant's experience of building their dream home and made sure we did not exceed our budget. The priest who came to perform the housewarming ceremony advised us on Vastu Shastra, the Indian system of architecture to bring positive energy, and recommended some modifications around the home, including a separate puja room. We placed a holy tulsi basil plant in front of our home. The Om symbol was inscribed on the top of the front door. The priest said we should also have a swastik symbol outside, but I did not want it to be mistaken as the Nazi Aryan symbol and moved it inside the home. Priya turned more religious and, every morning, she created beautiful rangoli patterns in front of the tulsi plant just like her mom did in Bombay, while Suprabhatam in M.S. Subbalakshmi's divine voice played loudly in the puja room. The traditions of Badami and Bombay were continuing in Brisbane. Our real estate agent advised us to also follow Chinese feng shui, keeping in mind the future sale value of the house, since Chinese immigrants were the dominant community in the neighborhood. Accordingly, we moved the staircase to the upper floor slightly away from the front door to ensure negative energy did not enter and positive energy did not escape. Priya found a new mission to decorate the new home with Indian artifacts, mainly sourced from local Indonesian shops. Pratiksha was glad to have her own room. She had started reading Harry Potter and, whenever she had nightmares about the evil characteristics in the book, she would rush to our bedroom. Prakash refused to move into his room and continued to sleep with us. I tried to force the issue but was vetoed by Priya. She had breastfed the children until they were 2 years old and couldn't think of forcing them to sleep by themselves when they were not ready. To watch late-night adult movies on SBS TV, I had to wait until the children went to sleep and, whenever there were adult scenes, Priya rushed for the remote and pulled the blanket over the children's faces, even though they were fast asleep, or so we thought until we saw Prakash peeping from his blanket one night. That was the end of late-night movies. I wanted to fit a bidet in the bathroom to minimize the use of toilet paper. When I went to Bunnings hardware store to buy a bidet, I struggled to explain what I wanted. Finally, I kept it simple and said it is to clean the butt with water. The young girl at the counter squirmed, did some web searches, and recommended a product. I was about to buy it but was stopped by an older salesman who said the butt will be bruised with the force of the jet I was buying. It was, oh, what a feeling when the right product was finally installed after a $300 hole in the pocket. My immediate neighbor, Steve, was a long-haul truck driver. Once, his little son wandered into our house to play with Prakash. While they were happily playing, Steve walked in to get his son. He took a good look around the house and said he had never been inside the house of a non-white person. "What kind of food do you eat?" he asked. "Normal food, I guess," I replied and offered him some of the papadums I was eating. He did not seem to like them much. He asked what we did for a living and was impressed at how well we were doing as new immigrants and showed genuine appreciation. He said nobody in his family had been to university. From then on, his son spent most of his time at our place. The families came quite close. Whenever we met, Steve warmly greeted me with the famous Aussie expression, "G'day mate." He was a good-hearted larrikin, just like the character in Crocodile Dundee. One day, we were having a beer and just chilling out. By then, I knew the best way to befriend an Aussie was to have a big cold beer for a hard-earned thirst. The TV newsreader said, "Muslims around the world celebrated Eid festival today." Steve turned to me and said, "Happy Eid, Chris." I was surprised, but soon realized what had happened and said, "I am not a Muslim, Steve, though many Indians are. But I really appreciate your gesture, mate." I realized that it was ignorance that made people look and behave like racists. It was the same ignorance about geography, customs, languages, and religion among Indians in India that caused stereotypes and prejudices. Many times, when I had a dispute with a white person, I used to think that the person was being racist to me. But when I saw the same person behaving in the same way with other white people, I instantly regretted labeling them as racist. As a minority person, it was a natural insecurity for people which made me to feel apprehensive and unsure, but not everything had to be dubbed racist. I realized what minority syndrome was all about. People are just people everywhere. We had many Chinese immigrants in our neighborhood. They minded their own business, socialized amongst themselves, would wave on the street, but not stop for a conversation, and were very quiet. So quiet that they were not at home most of the time, being busy with their small businesses. I was surprised when one of my neighbors who I thought was Chinese started criticizing China. I did not know he was from Taiwan. Most of them spoke little English. If a stranger knocked on their door, they preferred not to open up. Some also used their apparent inability to speak English to full advantage whenever they were stuck in a sticky situation when they knew they were in the wrong but did not want to admit it. My first brush with my Chinese neighbor was when I built my house and had to contact Cheng Li to discuss sharing the cost of the common, shared fence. I had an agreement with him that we would share this, and, on that understanding, I commissioned a tradesperson to build it. Cheng understood the rationale but did not budge and flatly refused to pay his share. I did not want it to become an international border dispute and stayed calm. I told Cheng that he was being unreasonable and, as neighbors, we would depend on each other. Still, I paid for the entire fence. Priya was upset at the Chengs but proud of how I had handled the situation calmly. If I did not have enough money, perhaps I would not have been as calm. 2 weeks later, Cheng started constructing the fence at the back of my house, also shared with and facing another neighbor. When the tradie building that fence approached me seeking my permission to join the new fence to ours, I asked him to have Cheng come and speak to me about it. Cheng was in a quandary since without my permission the fence could not be built. I typed up a letter in my typical feisty style and posted it on my fence, facing the neighbor. It read, "Notice to Cheng Li from Chris Patil, you are building this fence well into our boundary for which you have neither sought permission, nor have we given you one. Please note that we will not permit you to extend your fence into our boundary to join our fence as you have reneged on our agreement to share the cost of the fence between our properties. You are hereby advised to stick to your boundary in building your fence and in carrying any other activity now or in the future, failing which we will initiate legal action against you." As soon as the tradie saw the notice, he refused to do any further work and asked Cheng to sort out the matter first. The next morning, the doorbell rang again, and this time I saw sheepishly smiling Cheng apologizing for the misunderstanding and agreeing to share the cost. There was also a goodwill gift of a small jade statue of a panda. Within no time, all was forgotten. Cheng and I became buddies, and the jade statue was in our display showcase. Cheng was spirited like me. He narrated a funny incident about road rage. Cheng had a simple road rule: if he were driving at the maximum allowed speed, he had the right to be on the rightmost lane and, therefore, he would not yield to anybody wanting to go faster. Once Cheng was driving with his son on a freeway. Another car started tailgating him and the driver started making aggressive gestures for him to move to the slow lane and give way. After a few attempts to overtake Cheng's car, the other driver drove past him from the slow lane and yelled abuses at him. Cheng responded by giving him his finger. Surprisingly, there was no reaction from the other driver. Then his son quietly said from the back seat, "Dad, you are showing the wrong finger." Realizing his mistake, Cheng speeded up to drive past the other driver and showed him the middle finger. This time he got a reaction, with incessant honking. Asian parents, we wanted our children to excel in their studies and score nothing but the top grades, both at school and in their extracurricular activities. The school had a lot of Chinese and Indian kids, and everybody was under pressure to do well because of their parents. The school was full of tiger moms and crazy rich Asians. Cheng always made it a point to compare his son's grades to those of Prakash at the end of every term. He smiled smugly whenever they were better and, if not, I could hear him shouting at his son as soon as they reached home. Once Cheng told me during dinner at our place, "Watch my word, the world will soon be dominated by Chinese and Indians. The only difference will be that Indians will work under the Chinese." I replied, "Yeah, dream on. Remember, India has democracy and the Dalai Lama." To add insult to injury, I brought in the Taiwanese neighbor and watched the fun as Cheng desperately tried to wriggle out of that situation. While we were busy praising each other's homelands, our wives were busy inside praising Aussie husbands. Priya told Cheng's wife, May, that Indian husbands were too domineering. May said Chinese men were the same. May said that her sister was married to a white Aussie and her husband and in-laws were in awe of her, even though she cooked very simple meals and that too occasionally. Cheng and I joked that they, indeed, had best of both worlds, with Chinese being bananas, yellow on the outside and white inside, and Indians being coconuts, brown on the outside and white on the inside. During parent-teacher meetings, the teachers invariably praised the performance of our children, but we were always asking for critical feedback and specifically the negatives that they had to work on. In our view, distinction was a poor performance, and nothing less than a high distinction was acceptable. We got upset when teachers failed to point out any academic weaknesses in our children's performance and we urged them to give more challenging assignments. We had become like our parents. We got upset when teachers told our children in our presence that they did not have to follow their parents' dreams for them but create their own pathways. Pratiksha used the opportunity to say how she would love to be a journalist, but we wanted her to become a doctor. We sheepishly said we just want her to be happy. We thought the children had no idea how competitive the world had become. To introduce a more competitive spirit, we enrolled our children in tuition classes after school so that they could get scholarships to study in elite private high schools. We got them additional textbooks, especially from India, and pushed them harder. Every time the children pushed back, the usual throwback was, "Go to India and see how hard the children studied there. You will see how competitive the world is. There is no mollycoddling there and both teachers and parents can spank you. If you call the police or social services, even they will come and spank you." It was just like how comedian Peter Russell would describe Indian parents with his punchline, "Somebody is going to get hurt." 3.5. Identity Crisis. Oh, my God. Not another Satya Narayana Puja, Dad. I was bit taken aback by Pratiksha's protest. Before I could say anything, Prakash joined his sister and said, "Yes, Dad. We don't want to hear the same Kalavati and Leelavati stories. Give us a break." Priya did not seem to be surprised by this sudden revolt. She looked at me with a sharp gaze and said, "I told you. Your teenage daughter is becoming a typical Australian-born confused Desi. Within no time, she is going to have a boyfriend and bring disrepute to our family." Jesus, I don't have a boyfriend, Ma. When I have one, you will be the first one to know. It was becoming increasingly difficult to manage Pratiksha. For years, she had been very compliant, wore Indian clothes, sang bhajans, ate Indian food, and performed Bharatanatyam dances. But ever since she had entered high school, her attitude had changed, and she was rebelling against almost everything we said and asked her to do. We were prohibited to enter her room without her permission. When she played loud English music, we were unable to listen to and enjoy our Indian classical music. When Priya objected to her school skirt being too short, she created a ruckus. She point blank refused to let us be her friends on Facebook, let alone share the password to her computer. As soon as we entered her room when the door was open, she would shut off her computer. When her friends called on her phone, she would go out to answer. She stopped attending Indian festivals, saying she had to study. When we asked her to download an app that helped us track her movements for her own safety, she created a ruckus. Refusal to attend Satya Narayana Puja at home when all our friends were coming was the last straw. I mustered enough courage to tell her she was crossing the line. I said she should be proud of her heritage and religion, instead of dissing them. Do you know what a great heritage you come from? Do you know anything about the Indus civilization? Do you know what Albert Einstein said about India? I was getting into full swing, before I was abruptly stopped by Pratiksha. Yeah, he said, we owe a lot to the Indians, who invented the numeral 0, taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery could have been made, blah, blah, blah. Tell me, Dad, if India is so great, why did you leave? Before I could answer her, the doorbell rang, and the priest had arrived for the puja. Pratiksha refused to come out of her room throughout the function. At the end of the puja, the priest asked me to call our children for the arati. I managed to drag Prakash from his room but told the priest Pratiksha was unwell and sleeping. No, Dad, she is wide awake and playing a computer game in her room, Prakash corrected me. I didn't know where to look. Fortunately, Priya rescued me by saying, well, she has her period and cannot attend the puja. The only saving grace was that both the children were doing well in their studies and had secured scholarships to private schools. Like me, Pratiksha showed no interest in science but loved debating and writing essays. She told her student counselor that she wanted to become a journalist or a TV anchor. Priya wanted her to become a doctor and asked me to talk to her. History was repeating itself, but I had learned my lesson and refused to intervene. Not that I had any chance of success, even if I had, considering how rebellious Pratiksha had become. Prakash was glued to Master Chef and spent more time in the kitchen than in his room. He kept saying he wanted to be a chef. This worried us, but we chose to ignore it and hoped it was a passing fad. Prakash also loved to play cricket and the guitar. I was happy to take him for cricket matches, as long as it did not take his focus away from his studies. As far as the guitar, I bought him the cheapest possible one to indulge his passion. The poor kid taught himself looking at YouTube videos. As soon as we walked down the aircraft stairs, I bent and kissed the ground. Pratiksha looked at me and asked what that was for. I said, well, I am returning to India after a long time and showing my affection to my motherland. Priya laughed and said, don't start with your emotional drama. There is no camera here to record your love for your country. I ignored the snide remark and said to the children, come on, you can do it too. Prakash straightaway bent down, kissed the ground and said, ooh. It's hot. Pratiksha, as usual, rolled her eyes and said, Dad. If this is how our India trip is going to go with you hugging every tree, visiting every temple, and falling at the feet of every elderly person, I am going home. As she briskly walked inside the airport terminal, Priya ran behind her clutching our passports. I paused for a moment and looked around. Bombay had now become Mumbai and the airport was now called Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport. As I soon discovered, it was not just a symbolic change in name. A new India was fast emerging. Vinay's call had prompted this unscheduled but long overdue visit to India. Vinay and his wife, Vanaja, who were childless for a long time, had adopted a young boy and, within a year of the adoption, they had their own daughter as well. Vinay had called, urging us to attend his son's first birthday. He said it was high time our children met their cousins and other relatives. There was also a secret desire to show our relatives and friends that we had, indeed, truly arrived. In my mind, my trip to India was like Suresh uncle's visit to Badami for my thread ceremony, arriving like Santa Claus with gifts and goodies for all, and I hoped I'd receive the same grand treatment from everyone. We also wanted our children to see the country of their origin and to introduce them to their grandparents, cousins, uncles, and aunts. I had no idea visiting India would result in a massive fight with my wife, as Priya wanted to spend most of the time with her parents and relatives in Bombay. I had my own itinerary to visit my side of the family in Karnataka, which, in the worst choice of words, I told her was her real family after marriage. We quarreled over what gifts to buy, of what value, and for whom. Apart from the usual gifts depicting Australian icons, like kangaroos and the Sydney Opera House, we bought silver bars for close relatives. We also bought oversized suitcases to buy lots of clothes and gifts to bring back from India. When we told our family doctor that we were visiting India, she gave us a long list of immunizations for tetanus, diphtheria, whooping cough, hepatitis B, typhoid, polio, measles, mumps, and rubella, as well as malaria tablets. I wanted only the children to take them and told the doctor that, having grown up in India, Priya and I had some of the shots as kids and did not need the rest of them. She looked at me, shook her head and said, "Sorry, all of you need them, Chris, trust me." As we landed in Bombay, we realized how out of touch we were with the country. In our first brush with bureaucracy, we were asked endless questions by immigration authorities about our visa status. When I started losing patience, Priya took over and spoke to them in Marathi and told them she once worked for the customs department in Mumbai. This made the process smoother. We were given a tiny piece of disembarkation paper to show at the exit gate, which we then misplaced. A police constable stopped us and did not let us leave until we found the piece of paper, by which time I was sweaty, exhausted, and ill-tempered. After going through immigration, it was the turn of the customs officer to interrogate us about the silver bars we were carrying. He directly asked for a bribe, casually mentioning that his ask was less than 10% of the likely assessed value of the duty that would otherwise have to be paid. I self-righteously argued that these were all gifts, not for sale, and had no commercial value and should not be subject to duty. He countered that he could argue the rules with me all day. He was not interested in making me pay the actual customs duty to the government since there was nothing in it for him. He mentioned that he had to share what he asked for up the chain. After half an hour of haggling, we reluctantly paid the bribe. While we were playing by the book in Australia, as soon as we landed in India, we wanted leniency and exemption from the rules. By the time we got out of the airport, we were exhausted. The heat, humidity, and the crowds were overwhelming. Priya's parents had come to the airport to greet us. They were meeting our son for the first time and rushed forward to hug him. He just clung to Priya and refused to go to anybody. Pratiksha squealed with delight on seeing them. Our car got stuck in a massive traffic jam and there were no traffic police to direct anything. Nobody followed traffic rules and it was a free-for-all. People were yelling at each other as nobody wanted to give way. It was 2 a.m., but the city was still packed with people and vehicles. Then suddenly, a man got out of his car, took charge, and started directing the traffic in the true spirit of a Mumbaikar, so the traffic started moving finally. When we reached Priya's parents' apartment block, some neighbors were still awake and warmly greeted us. The children wanted to use the toilet, but there was no toilet paper. Worse still, the children refused to use the Indian-style squat toilet, which was new to them. It was a marathon exercise, convincing them to get used to it. When we got up the next morning, there was a steady stream of neighbors who came to meet us, and my father-in-law wanted to proudly introduce his grandkids to them as well. The children were fast asleep and had to be woken up repeatedly to introduce them to each of the guests. There was no time to recover from jet lag because we were being constantly woken up by the maids, milkmen, paper delivery boys, vegetable vendors and loud calls to prayer on loudspeakers from a nearby mosque. My in-laws' apartment block supplied piped water strictly between 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Everything had to be scheduled around these times. The maid came sharp at 8 a.m. by which time the beds were supposed to be rolled up neatly so that she could sweep the floor. She entered the kitchen at 8:30 to clean the utensils, by which time everybody was supposed to have finished their breakfast. By 9 a.m., she entered the bathroom to wash the clothes, which meant we had to take our bath by then. Everything revolved around her scheduled work activity. Normalcy would return only at 10 a.m., when the water supply halted. As we started traveling around India, we soon realized we had lost the agility to navigate around the non-stop and no-rules traffic. Forget using the local trains and buses, we had a hard time crossing the roads as it was like a game of chicken. We simply walked behind local people to dodge vehicles. The crowds, air pollution, and traffic noise with incessant honking made me wish for the quiet of Brisbane. Not many years ago, I loved every moment I spent in Bombay. The same Bombay looked a stranger to me now though. Having lived in Australia for many years, we had taken our daily orderly life for granted. Everything and everywhere, it was noisy and chaotic. Yet, most people seemed to go about their day unperturbed and the Mumbai spirit was thriving. Despite day-to-day problems, people were resilient, endured, and looked at life as a glass half full. Within a few days, Priya and I got used to new surroundings and our love for Mumbai, was revived. We made sure that the children drank only bottled water, but many relatives laughed at us for being so conscious of hygiene. Look at us. We drink the same water, we are healthy, and our immune systems are stronger. You cannot make the kids soft and weak. They need to be tough and learn to survive. We slowly gave up and the children soon came down with fever, diarrhea, and worst of all, chicken pox. Priya and I got used to the routine in India, but the children struggled. Our friends and relatives constantly quizzed them about their school life and tested their knowledge of math and science. They then asked their children the same questions and smugly concluded that the quality of education in India was much better than in the West. Vinay and his family struggled to understand our children's Australian accent and urged the children to speak in our mother tongue, only to laugh at them when they tried. They asked them about their knowledge of Indian culture and Hinduism and gave us a big lecture on how important it was to teach our children about our heritage. We made sure the children were dressed in Indian clothes and touched the feet of every elderly person to seek their blessings. Pratiksha would point out that the local kids were wearing shorts and skirts too, but we chose to ignore her. India had moved on, but we were still stuck to the India we knew. After quizzing the kids, our relatives' attention turned to us, how much we earned, what car we had, how big was our house, whether we had maids, what we cooked at home, and whether Australians were racists. I tried to ignore or laugh at these intrusive questions, but Priya was livid, especially when the questions came from my relatives and friends. But it was Priya's uncle who turned out to be the worst offender. He viciously attacked us for having sold our souls to earn some dollars, but then we gave nothing back to our home country. Interestingly, his son then asked us if we could help his children migrate overseas. I politely asked him to first seek his father's approval about the issue. He remarked that his father was senile and to be not taken seriously. I explained that life abroad was not a cakewalk and involved a lot of sacrifices, setbacks, and one needed the spirit of a pioneer, and that it was not easy to gain riches and it was not for the faint-hearted. He did not seem to believe me, but I promised him all the help and advice he needed. In Bangalore, I showed my old school to our children. The school had a new building, and the school children now had a new uniform with a tie and a blazer. All my old teachers had retired. We also visited Badami. The priest at the Badami temple remembered my father and performed a special puja for our children. Prakash loved the monkeys running around until one of them suddenly rushed to snatch a banana he was eating. I learned that part of Bagalkot was submerged in the raised backwater of the Almaty Dam and the Halepet area where I grew up was no longer there. Vinay and I reminisced about our childhood and got emotional remembering our parents. Vinay recalled how our parents had high hopes for us and would have been so proud of us. My mother enjoyed traveling and would have been thrilled to visit Australia, but it was not to be. By the time we came to the end of our vacation, the children were eagerly looking forward to going back home. Priya and I were physically and emotionally drained, but our spirits were up. We decided to visit India often and keep in touch with our people, who were annoying at times, but whose love and affection were endearing. Just before leaving, Priya went on a shopping spree, visiting Karnataka, Kerala, and the Tamil Nadu government emporiums and bought a Kerala lamp, a big idol of Ganesh made of brass, a puja mandap, a dancing Nataraj, as well as some wood and stone carvings. When they arrived as unaccompanied baggage, Priya lovingly and patiently found an appropriate and prominent place to display each of the artifacts. Our home, Vrindavan, now looked like an Indian art museum. Hey, Chris, guess what? The Indians are coming this summer and you better find new places to hide because we are going to thrash the hell out of you, mate. The Australian Cricket Association had just announced the tour of the Indian cricket team to Australia for 2007-08 and my colleague, Oliver, was at it again. He never lost an opportunity to belittle Indian cricketers. Luck was on his side. The Australian team was at its peak and was notorious for slaying their opponents. We were used to routinely poor performances by the visiting Indian teams and had no expectations of a win. My native state, Karnataka, was well represented in the Indian team, with Anil Kumble as captain, and Rahul Dravid, known as the Great Wall of India, being the anchor of the team. The legendary Sachin Tendulkar was India's biggest strength. After Australia won the first test in Melbourne, the teams arrived in Sydney for the second match. As it happened, the Sydney test turned out to be the most vicious. The umpiring was appalling. Umpire Steve Buckner became a villain in the eyes of cricket-crazy Indians. The Indian spinner, Harbhajan Singh, was accused of calling Andrew Symonds a monkey. The infamous Monkey Gate scandal whipped up raw emotions like never before, with Indians now accused of reverse racism. The attack by Australians were relentless. This set off a frenzy in the Indian media. The Indian fans found a cause to rally together. They defended the Indian team during heated debates with fellow Australian colleagues and with strangers in bars. When colleagues and neighbors asked whose side we were on, we ingeniously shot back, "The one that is playing fair, mate." My colleague, Wade, contacted everyone in the Indian community and urged them to attend the one-day match in Brisbane. By then, Australia had won the 4-match test series 2-1. The rising star, MS Dhoni, was captain for the one-day matches. He, along with Gautam Gambhir, Rohit Sharma, and Yuvraj Singh, represented the face of new, confident India and enjoyed the fanatical devotion and support of Indians all over. After winning the first one-day international game in Sydney, the Indian team arrived in Brisbane for the second. We attended the Brisbane game in big numbers and proudly waved Indian flags. It was a festive atmosphere, with Indians dancing, playing the drums, and loudly cheering the Indian team in unison, while savoring Indian snacks. Like the Barmy army, Indian spectators had the Swami army and sat together to find strength in numbers. Many Indian children, dressed in the Indian team colours, mimicked their parents, and joined the fun. Prakash was a full-throated supporter of Team Australia and a big fan of Queenslander Matthew Hayden. He had a big poster of Hayden in his room. He refused to wear the Indian team t-shirt I bought for him and made me replace it with the Australian one. My colleague Chai, aka Chaitanya, stood with the Australian crowd and cheered for the Australian team. He taunted Wade that, as an Aussie, he should be cheering for Australia as his adopted homeland. He alluded to the Indian phrase, namak haram, of being unfaithful to those who put salt, food on your table. Wade shot back, "I don't forget my past for my present, mate. You can take the Indian out of India, but not India out of the Indian." We all cheered and clapped for Wade giving a Bollywood-type repartee back to Chai. In the Brisbane match, the Indian batsmen came out firing, but started losing wickets soon. Sachin was the saviour with 91 runs. When Hayden was run out, Prakash had tears in his eyes and lost all interest in the match. As Australia struggled to reach the 259-run target, the Indian crowd went delirious, and with Harbhajan Singh thumping his chest in front of us, India won the match in the one-day series 2-0. It was a bittersweet victory. We went home happy that India had won, but with a tinge of guilt that Australia was at the receiving end. Modi, Modi, Modi. There he was, in flesh and blood. There was something about his personality that was hard to describe. He was not handsome like Rajiv Gandhi or N.T. Ramarao, the actor turned politician from South India. Nobody would give him a second glance until he opened his mouth. As he walked briskly into Roma Street Parklands in downtown Brisbane, surrounded by security guards, the select few Indians who were invited spontaneously started shouting, "Modi! Modi! Modi!" It was the sound that had captivated India ever since the 2014 national elections were announced. The Modi magic had gone well beyond India and gripped overseas Indians with equal fervor. Like a magician, he would first impress you with crisp zinger statements, it plus it equals it, Indian talent plus information technology equals India tomorrow. He would then slowly suck you into his world with down-to-earth language of the common man, clearly articulating a vision for the country and blasting the opposition parties and leaders with sarcastic remarks. His own life and achievements were impressive enough for us to take him seriously. Rising from a humble chaiwala background, he had grown to almost demolish single-handedly the vice-like grip and dynastic control of the Nehru family. Fed up with endemic corruption and self-serving coalition politics under the dynastic rule of the Congress Party, people had elected him with a massive mandate. He projected an Obama-like charisma and the hope and change, positivity of good times to come. With the rise of social media, the traditional print media and TV channels that were dominated by socialists, liberals, and pseudo-intellectuals were now challenged by the silent and marginalized majority who found their collective voice in strength in numbers on Facebook and WhatsApp. I got caught up in the frenzy and was glued to Indian TV channels, soaking in his every speech. I recalled my role as a schoolboy during the emergency period. I wanted to go to India to campaign for Modi in the world's biggest dance of democracy, but Priya flatly refused to let me go, even though she was as passionate about Modi as I was, if not more. First, learn to manage your children at home, then worry about political parties and personalities, she said. I was chastened and became a WhatsApp warrior for Modi. Within a few months of Modi becoming the Prime Minister, India successfully launched the Mangalyaan spacecraft into orbit around Mars, becoming the first country to do so on its very first attempt. The Indian Space Agency had achieved the incredible feat on a frugal budget of $74 million, and Modi, in his characteristic style, pointed out to everybody who cared to listen that even the Hollywood movie, Gravity, had a larger budget of $100 million. I was thrilled when it was announced that as the Prime Minister of India, Modi was attending the G20 summit in Brisbane. Indians in Australia wanted to host a reception for Modi to outdo the one New York City had hosted at Madison Square Garden when 20,000 attendees had treated him like a rock star. Amidst intense competition and after much lobbying, Priya and I managed to get tickets to attend the Modi event in Brisbane. It was an extremely hot day and all the roads in Brisbane downtown were blocked as part of G20 security. With Priya almost fainting in the intense heat, we managed to reach Roma Street Parklands where Modi was to unveil the statue of Mahatma Gandhi. When I saw Modi in person, it was a surreal experience. I joined the crowd to chant, "Modi, Modi, Modi," and was eager to shake his hand. The security detail rushed to push us back and created a protective cordon around him. Later, at the civic reception in the City Hall, there was a scramble to see him and shake his hand. We were like teenagers at a rock concert. The big reception though was in Sydney. The organizers had to resort to a lottery system to choose 16,000 people who would be lucky enough to attend the mega event in Sydney's Olympic Park. Wade wanted a big contingent from Brisbane at the event. We booked a special train and called it the Modi Express, decorating it with tricolour balloons denoting the Indian flag, and distributed free food to attendees from Brisbane on the way to Sydney. By the time we reached the venue, our throats had gone hoarse with the incessant chanting of "Modi, Modi, Modi" all night. I was aghast to be called part of a rented crowd by a politician in the Indian media. People could not understand why the Indian diaspora was showing so much interest in Indian elections where we could not vote, and we were trolled in social media for being hypocrites. I trolled back with equal ferocity. Wade tweeted in his usual dramatic style, "Yes, I am an Australian and proud of it. But you rip open my heart, you will see my Indian roots. Nobody can snatch my mother India from me." Part 4. The Unmaking of Me. 4.1. Uncharted Waters. Hi, Chris. It's Katrina here, David's assistant. David would like to meet with you. Are you free tomorrow morning, say, at 9 a.m.? I was surprised that David, the chief information officer of my company, wanted to meet with me since I was many levels junior to him. I had hardly interacted with him and did not think he even knew what I did. I wondered whether I was going to be let go. I asked Katrina what it was about. She feigned ignorance. I had heard that, ever since David took over as CEO 6 months ago, following the appointment of Peter, our new CEO, with whom he had worked before, there were plans to make major changes in IT. Both Peter and David had outsourced the entire IT operations in their previous company, and that had led to widespread job losses, and we expected the same. But why would David want to meet with me if he was going to fire me? He could have simply asked my senior project manager, Steve, to do the hatchet job. After the unexpected call, I looked out of my office cabin as if it was my last day there. A city cat catamaran was just docking at South Bank. Of the 20 years or so that I had worked for this company, the overseas techies were the minorities for a long time, and we simply accepted our treatment by the management and colleagues as second-class citizens. Of course, it was not as bad as Gandhi's experience in South Africa as an immigrant, but we were never made to feel equal. But the tech world was changing rapidly, and India was fast emerging as the back office of the world. Indians were no longer struggling to establish themselves as quality tech professionals, as was the case when Hari and I started our career in the late 80s. They were now in huge demand. This global paradigm shift was reflected in no uncertain terms in my tiny company in a city of 3 million people in Australia. By now, nearly 2/3 of our IT department employees were from Asia. Some were permanent residents or Australian citizens, but most were working for Indian IT vendors on a 457 work visa. The white Australians were now the new minorities, but, of course, they continued to occupy all the top positions, even though in the USA, Indian origin source had successfully demonstrated their worth. When I was recently promoted to be a project manager, it was seen as a rare achievement. My suspicion was that they needed an Indian to manage other Indians, which for me was kind of a double-edged sword. During lunchtime, I spoke to Wade and Chai about my meeting with David, and they were surprised as well. Within no time, the news had spread that David had called me, and everybody gave me a sympathetic look that made me uncomfortable about what was to come. My Indian colleagues gathered around the coffee machine in the break room and started discussing in Hindi what my meeting with David was likely about. The Aussie colleagues looked at each other with quiet apprehension. Since I was considered a high performer, if I was on the chopping list, it was not a good omen for the others. Oliver came to me and said, "Hi Chris, what the FK is going on, mate? Is it an Indian coup or are all full-time employees on the chopping block?" I had no clue, and my boss, Steve, was nowhere to be seen. I could not sleep that night. Priya had had a big argument with Pratiksha in the evening about her decision to do a journalism degree at university instead of medicine, with Prakash joining to defend his sister. By virtue of her grades, Pratiksha automatically qualified to join medicine, and that had suddenly revived Priya's dreams for her. She thought it was suicidal to let go of that opportunity. I wanted to talk to Priya about my upcoming meeting, but she was upset about Pratiksha's decision, and it was not a good time to discuss the looming uncertainty at work. She already thought that I was preoccupied with myself and did not do enough to steer the children toward what was best for them. The next day, I was at David's office well before time and dreading the conversation. I had never heard the words "you are fired" directed at me and had not even shared what was likely to happen with Priya, so that made me even more fearful. I was silently reciting the Hanuman Chalisa mantra for inner strength to cope with the news and the chaos that it would bring into my life. Katrina took me inside and introduced me. David was a tall and handsome man. His bald head shined under the bright LED light. He shook my hand and asked me whether I would like tea or coffee. I asked for water. When he briefly went out to say something to Katrina, I looked around his office. These big guns know how to impress the visitors. First of all, the size of their office itself is daunting. The corner office had beautiful views of the Brisbane River amid posh surroundings. The sofa I was sitting must be worth at least $10,000, I thought while feeling its smoothness. My heart was pounding, and I tried to take deep breaths to keep calm. Chris, thanks for coming on short notice. Let me come straight to the topic. You are from Bangalore in India, I gather? Yes, David. I grew up there. I believe its name has changed now. How do you pronounce its new name? It's now called Bengaluru. That is how it is called in Kannada, my native language. Any family still in Bengaluru? Yes, my brother lives there and, of course, lots of relatives too. That's great. As you may know, I am very familiar with IT outsourcing and India's capabilities in that space. Now, with Google and Microsoft being headed by Indians, Indian IT talent is going places. And of course, Bengaluru is now the Indian Silicon Valley. That should make you very proud, right? Yes, of course, David. Thanks for your kind words. Okay, we have selected an Indian IT partner in Bengaluru to outsource our IT operations. How would you like to be our India head to manage our outsourced work at our India IT Partners campus in Bengaluru, my friend? I could not believe what I had just heard. I am sorry, you heard me right, Chris. We want to shift most of our IT operations to Bengaluru. Peter and I had great success with it in the last company we worked for, and we want to replicate that success here. It's a great opportunity for you. What do you think? That sounds great, David. Yeah, outsourcing sounds great, but it is a lot of hard work to make it a success, you know. It is not just plug and play, as many people think. We want somebody who is native to Bengaluru and can hit the ground running. I believe you have been working here for nearly 20 years now and have worked on most major projects. You know our company well, our IT initiatives, challenges, and the need to get it done right the first time. There's no room for error, as failure is not an option. Yes, David, but I am not too conversant with outsourcing contracts and stuff. Don't worry, Peter and I have played with outsourcing for a long time. You will have our backing, 100%. Do you have any problem relocating to Bengaluru for an extended period, say, 2 or 3 years? Oh, I have not thought about it. I need to talk to my family first. Of course, you need to consult your family. Do you anticipate any problems though? I paused a bit before saying, not really. My children have grown up. My wife works in IT too. She may not be able to relocate and may prefer to stay with the children. That is wonderful, Chris. While your wife will take care of the children here and you can return to Bengaluru to catch up with your old flames, what you say? David winked. Even in that tense situation, I remembered Mala. I will give you until Monday to decide. Okay, sure. Thanks for thinking of me, David. As I was walking out of David's office, he stopped me to say, "Oh, I have to tell you about the most important thing. This is a highly confidential matter. Only Steve, your manager, knows about it, and he will give you further information, as needed. But I do not want anybody else to know about it until we make a formal announcement, since most other positions will be outsourced to Bengaluru. Is that clear?" Sure. David, you have my word. When I came out of David's office, I could not believe that I had not only retained my job but was actually being promoted. The Hanuman Chalisa chanting had worked. I could not have asked for a better opportunity than straddling both countries on an expatriate salary. I was getting the best of both worlds. When I returned to my office building from the corporate office, Wade, Chai and 50 other Indians rushed toward me. I had not thought about how I was going to keep this a secret. Well, spill the beans, demanded Wade. Oh, nothing. He just wanted to discuss something about my current project, that's all. What? Wade raised his voice. You think we are idiots? What is going on, Krishna? I did not know what to say. I took a deep breath. Well, it is a confidential matter and I have been specifically asked not to talk about it. So please do not hound me, okay? I felt like the specially chosen turkey who receives the US presidential pardon, while the other turkeys ended up on the Thanksgiving dinner table. These were friends, so I felt miserable and had mixed feelings now. How could one experience happiness from the misery of others? Before anybody could say anything, I was glad to see Steve entering his office cabin. Sorry, I need to see Steve, I said and rushed toward his office. Steve was expecting me. Welcome, Chris. Congratulations on being considered as the head of India operations, mate. Well done. Thanks, Steve. But why me? Well, we needed an Indian we trust to deal with the Indians we don't know. That's what East India Company did, right? Sorry, wrong analogy. Also, you know the company very well, what's and all. Are you happy? Of course, it is good for my career, that's for sure, but I need to talk to my wife since I need to be away from home for a long time. Sure, talk to your wife and children. If you agree to come on board, we will be taking a flight to Bangalore next Wednesday. If you do not agree, I do not know which jobs will remain here. It's my first visit to India and I am looking forward to it. But, what do I tell my colleagues? They are hounding me already. Well, they will have to wait till Monday when David will make a formal announcement. In that case, can I take time off till Monday please so that I don't get cornered and harassed? Steve smiled. Sure thing. Take a few days off and spend some quality time with your family. Let me know tomorrow if you are on board with the plan. My colleagues sensed something was cooking and that I was in on the plot. Oliver said, "You owe us, mate. Do not let them throw us under the bus." Wade said darkly, "Krishna, remember karma delivers payback and it will come back to bite you too." My intransigence infuriated them, and I knew any camaraderie was over. I reasoned that if any of them had been picked instead of me, they would have been in the same professional pickle, and acted exactly as I did. It was just the corporate way, nothing personal, I rationalized. The children were surprised to see me at home so early. By the time Priya came home, I had prepared dinner, washed all the dishes, and vacuumed the carpet and tiles. Priya seemed to be impressed. As soon as the dinner was over, I called an urgent family meeting. Prakash sensed trouble and tried to excuse himself. Pratiksha said, "If it's about me joining medicine, I am not interested." She sat down only after I assured her that it was about something else. I explained what happened at work that morning. "So, what do you guys think?" "That sounds great. You should take it up, Dad," said Pratiksha. "I don't care, Dad, do what you want. And let us do what we want," Prakash responded and walked off. Priya remained silent. That worried me. After some awkwardness, Pratiksha got up and said, "Okay. Fireworks time, Dad. Mom does not seem to like it. Thank God, for a change, it is not going to be about me studying medicine." "Good luck, Dad." Finally, Priya said, "Well, it certainly sounds good for your career. But do you realize that you're going away when I need your support the most in making sure the children choose the right career? Your daughter is an impulsive maverick like you and is throwing away a golden opportunity to do medicine. Do you guys realize how hard it is to get into medicine, and now that God has given her the opportunity, she is walking away from it to do journalism? And your son is following his sister and wants to become a sushi chef. They are immature and do not know better. What is wrong with you? Am I the only one to worry about the family's well-being and future while you live it up in Bangalore?" I knew the discussion would turn to children's career choices. I tried to pacify Priya. "I know what you mean. I am 100% with you, but you know that times have changed. Why do you think that medicine and engineering are the only options for them like our parents thought? Even my parents allowed Vinay and me to choose what we wanted." As expected, Priya retorted. "And how did you do? What kind of a career and financial security can she have as a journalist? How much will she earn? Haven't you heard that all the big newspapers are laying off journalists? Besides, who is going to marry her if she keeps traveling? How many non-white journalists or TV anchors do you see in Australia? She can have a steady and high-income job as a doctor and eligible boys will line up to marry her. Why am I the only one thinking about all this?" There was nothing new about this conversation. It was going on non-stop for the past week, ever since Pratiksha's grades were out. Having missed out on getting into medicine because of few marks and having watched her father agonizing about how he had missed out on a career in medicine as well, it was now Priya's dream to make her daughter a doctor. Pratiksha kept protesting, but Priya would never give up on that ambition for her. I was caught between mother and daughter. I could understand why medicine was a far better monetary option than journalism as a career, in terms of stability, income and job security, but Pratiksha excelled as a thinker, writer, and debater. She idolized Jana Wendt, the television journalist, on Channel 9's 60 Minutes program. Then Indira Naidu became her obsession and we often saw her standing in front of the mirror talking to herself as a TV reporter. So, it was always clear where her passion lay. Now the impasse had to be somehow resolved if I were to go to Bengaluru. I thought of Vinay's situation as a child, broken by parental expectations, and proposed a solution. Okay, how about Pratiksha try doing medicine for 6 months to see how she likes it? But if she does not like it, we must let her pursue her passion for a journalism degree instead. The kids are at least listening to us now. If we push them beyond this limit, they will make their own decisions and we will lose them emotionally. Priya liked the idea. Okay, that sounds like a good way to get her started. I am sure she will love medicine and will not regret it. Now I had the mammoth task of convincing Pratiksha. I went to her room and invited her to join me for a walk. She knew that there would be a talk and said she was not interested. I pleaded to say I was going away for a long time and wanted to spend some time with her. The next 2 hours were intense. I cajoled Pratiksha to give it a go for 6 months and I assured her that, after that, if she still did not like medicine, she was free to choose what she wanted. Pratiksha knew her mom genuinely wanted the best for her and that her parents' lives centered around their ambitions for their kids. So she had a difficult choice to make between her loosely defined dreams and the carefully mapped aspirations of her mom. Like me, Pratiksha is stubborn and idealistic but also very emotional and fragile. Finally, she said, "Okay, Dad. For Mom's sake, I will give it a try, but you know what is most likely to happen after that? If you guys continue to pressure me, I will just leave home and go my way." Priya was ecstatic to hear that Pratiksha had agreed to give medicine a shot. Within a few minutes, she asked, "So, what are you going to do about your son? Next year, he will be in grade 10 and must choose his subjects. He wants to be a chef. Can you imagine our son working as a cook in a restaurant?" This was standard protocol. Whenever the kids received prizes, accolades, scholarships, and so on, they were my children or sometimes, begrudgingly, our children. If the kids did anything that Priya disapproved, they were your children, reflecting traits inherited from my side of the family. I kept my cool, turned toward her and said, "First of all, there is a big difference between a cook and a chef. Let me be very clear. If we pile the pressure on both our children like this, they will run away. Once they become 18, they become eligible for youth allowance, and they will not need us anymore for anything. If you do not mind losing them altogether, we can keep trying. Don't blame me when that happens, and I am telling you, it will happen." That did it. I did not have to talk to Prakash. Phew. I called Vinay and he was happy that I would be staying in Bengaluru for at least a year. When Steve and I landed in Bangalore, it was drizzling. As we walked through the brand new Kemp Gowda International Airport, I was impressed with how fast India was catching up with the rest of the world. The immigration processing was unbelievably smooth. This time, I had an Overseas Citizen of India card which allowed me visa-free entry to India, and I could stay for as long as I wanted. Due to heavy rain, the traffic outside Bengaluru airport was chaotic. Our car zoomed down the newly built expressway which abruptly ended as soon as we reached the city limits. From there, the traffic was crawling. Steve was in a trance. He had never seen so many people, so many vehicles, and so much chaos. It took 3 hours to reach our hotel, which was just 20 kilometers from the airport. There were signs of India shining everywhere. Still, it was a country of contrasts. 5-star hotels amid slums, mansions next to huts, Mercedes and BMW cars competing for space with auto rickshaws and bullock carts, and street food vendors in front of swanky Michelin-grade restaurants. The next day, we left for Electronic City very early to avoid the traffic. Raj, the project manager from our Indian IT partner, warmly greeted us. The office building and facilities were impressive, but there was hardly anybody in the building. We were told the employees normally came to work around 10 a.m. and stayed late. We were taken to the company food court. Steve was offered the range of Indian dishes idli, dosa, vada, puri, and upma for breakfast. He politely declined and opted for cereal, while I helped myself generously to the hot dosas. Raj made a slick presentation about his company which had development centers all over the world. The conference room featured photos of global political and business leaders visiting the company headquarters. I felt very proud that an Indian company was doing so well and that we were now partnering with them. Our first meeting with the IT people who were allocated to work with us was scheduled at 10. Just two guys showed up at the appointed time. Raj apologized and said most were stuck in traffic. We reassembled again half an hour later. Steve asked many questions that made Raj nervous about a seamless knowledge transfer. He was assured that the company had a transition plan that was foolproof due to best practice, processes, people, and that the evidence for this was in their growth trajectory, customer acquisition, and retention. It was a good sales pitch, but I was uneasy since it sounded like an Indian arranged marriage where the issues were glossed over and the positives were stretched and overstated. Once married though, you somehow make it work. I started questioning the assumptions behind the commitments that were being made. The more I asked, the more evasive Raj became. During lunchtime, when Steve was away, Raj took me aside. Krishna, you were in the Indian IT industry before you moved to Australia. You know how it works here and you are going to be here to help us jointly succeed. Why are you asking such awkward questions? You know we will do jugaad and make it work? Jugaad, that uniquely Indian trait of figuring out creative, innovative, or unconventional fixes on the fly to get things done. This cannot be presented as a formal project plan or even a backup plan, but lies in the realms of a native workaround to keep the lights on. I was taken aback. But, Raj, I am here as the project manager of an Australian company. Work will not get delivered with fancy presentations. It is my job to do proper due diligence. I will be failing in my duty if I don't do that. Come on, don't you remember how you got work done when you were here back in the day? Do not forget you got your start here in this country and all these young, qualified professionals deserve the same opportunity. Do not overthink it so much. We make it work, which is why we are the world's IT destination. He was partially right. Even I was not fully transparent about my programming experience and expertise when I got my first career break, but once I got a chance, I proved myself. I felt I was being too harsh. After all, we too had given a rosy picture of our company's IT systems, level of documentation, and presented a lack of complexity to our Indian vendor when they were quoting for the business. The post-lunch meeting was very cordial. I did not challenge Raj on every issue. Steve was a bit surprised. He whispered to me, "Come on, Chris. You seem to have gone soft on them. Mate, remember this is your baby and the buck stops with you. We are relying on you to ensure that this offshoring idea proves successful. Otherwise, to be frank, it's your job that would be on the line." It appeared I was trapped between two smooth operators. Steve left for Delhi after a few days, leaving me to manage the engagement. He was keen to do sightseeing, shopping, and visit the Golden Triangle, covering Delhi, Jaipur and Agra. The Indian project team members were very inexperienced and had no domain knowledge of our business. They were highly compensated, in high demand, however, and could walk out if they did not like the work, their hours, the manager, or their performance feedback. There was obviously no longer a concept of lifetime employment, and job hopping was the norm. It was a revolving door as we kept increasing their salary to keep them on board, and we were constantly training and retraining new employees who were being onboarded to deal with the churn. I couldn't help but compare the work ethic of my generation with the carefree attitude of this one. But they also stood out in one respect: self-confidence. They were no longer enamored by an overseas career and the lure of dollars. They were being paid handsomely and traveled the world on short-term assignments. In fact, they were the ones who were enjoying the best of both the worlds. After a long day in the office, I came home tired and was watching the news on TV. It was more like wacky entertainment. Arnab Goswami, India's most famous and controversial news anchor, was, as usual, ranting at the 12 or so guests on his super prime time debate show. There was no debate though. It was just Arnab yelling most of the time, giving a brief chance to a panelist to speak, but before they could open their mouth, Arnab would start ranting again. India had become deeply polarized, and even before reading the paper or clicking on a TV channel, you would know whether they stood for or against Modi. Social media was the most polarizing element, and a lot of fake news was circulating. It was as if 1.3 billion Indians had suddenly found their voice and were venting freely. After initially posting my honest opinions, I withdrew from the madness. I was trolled and blasted by many that, as an Australian citizen, I had no real insight into the Indian psyche and had no right to comment on Indian affairs. I was about to switch off the TV when an announcement was made that Prime Minister Modi was about to address the nation. Within a few minutes, Modi appeared, and when he started saying, "Mere pyare deshvasiyo," I knew something was afoot. Modi announced the demonetization of 500 and 1000 rupee notes, which effectively sucked over 85% of cash out of circulation from midnight that night. Considering 90% of financial transactions in India took place by cash, this was a massive blow to the economy, though it was intended to get rid of corruption and the black economy. No government in the world had undertaken demonetization on such a massive scale, however. It had the potential to make Modi either a god or a demon. For the next 4 months, there was chaos all over India, with people desperately trying to take out cash and deposit old notes. Fortunately, IT employees were already familiar with digital payments and were the least affected. One day, on my way to the office, I asked my driver, Shambhu, what he thought of demonetization. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't understand politics and economics, sir, but I know one thing. Modi Saab's heart is in the right place. After a long time, we have got an honest politician who wants to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. If a chai wala can become the Prime Minister of this country, we all have hopes for our own future. All that I want for my children is for them to get educated and aspire for the same careers as big people like you have achieved for yourselves. I have put them in English medium schools, and, to pay for their school fees, both my wife and I are each doing 3 jobs. Come what may, I will make sure that they will not suffer the same fate as us." I was impressed. I gave him my card and told him to contact me anytime if he needed help. This was a common theme that I was seeing among the lower class workers. My home maid, the building security guard, and the roadside pan wala near my apartment had said the same thing to me. They too wanted their children to get educated and get out of poverty. The new India was increasingly asserting itself from within and outside. I was happy I got to celebrate Diwali in India after a long time. The whole office had a festive look. Ladies wore colorful saris. Sweets were distributed and firecrackers were lit throughout the IT park. I was invited to the executives' party. Most of them were Raj's peers and not from my project team. As people started drinking, they loosened up and started speaking their mind. Raj's colleague put his arms around me and said, "Hello, Mr. Coconut." I asked, "What? Man, you look brown all right, but after all that time in Australia, you are all white inside, aren't you?" Raj interjected, "No loose talk, please. Yes, he may be Aussie, but still, his dil hai Hindustani, I am sure. Sure. But will he stand up for you, or stand on you and cover his ass?" I looked at Raj. This time, he joined the fun. "Come on, don't harass the poor chap. Do it after Diwali. We are yet to get paid for this quarter. He may report the actual project status and the milestone completion payments will not be made. I will have to kiss my Diwali bonus goodbye." Then they started making fun of Australia. Krishna, "Oh, sorry. Chris, do you have kangaroos in your backyard? Have you met that crocodile Dundee guy?" Then somebody got up and started making kangaroo gestures. It was getting out of hand. I got up to leave. Raj came behind me and said, "Come on, Krishna. We are just having some harmless fun." I retorted, "Well, I don't see it that way, Raj. You are mocking your customer, being condescending, and indulging in the exact type of stereotyping and profiling that you find objectionable when Westerners have set views about India." I felt lonely when I reached the hotel. The Diwali excitement had gone. Vinay called asking me why I had not come to his home yet. When I reached his place, it looked beautiful with colorful lights. I folded my hands in front of my parents' photo, performed Arati, and, as I started playing with Vinay's beautiful kids, my smile and the festive cheer came back. Soon my cousin, Ram, joined us with his parents. I was meeting them after nearly 25 years. Ram and his family had recently returned from the USA for good. He was the only child of my maternal uncle. My aunt was diagnosed with cancer and my uncle was a serious diabetic patient, which forced Ram to come home. Ram was in IT too. In fact, half of Bengaluru seemed to be somehow connected to IT. My uncle and aunt were very happy to see me. We went down memory lane, recalling how all the relatives used to gather in our native place of Badami to celebrate Diwali. My uncle said, those days we did not have money, but we had plenty of time to spend with each other. Now, it is the opposite. Our son spends most of the time traveling abroad for work, and, when he is home, he is in front of the computer all the time. My aunt added, Krishna, do you remember how we celebrated when we got the first color TV? There was only one government-run TV channel, and whatever they telecast, we enjoyed it. I still remember you taking part in a children's program on All India Radio on Nehru's birthday, and your mom made sure the whole neighborhood tuned in to listen. Now in Ram's home, we have 3 TVs and 100 channels. We spend most of our time in front of the TV because there is hardly anybody at home and nothing else to do. After all, there is a maid for every task. The way Ram shook his head, I knew he did not like this conversation. Are you complaining about me, Mom? He asked with irritation. Ram's wife, Deepa, tried to change the topic. So, Krishna, how is life in Australia? You know, we came back from the US after 15 years. But no regrets. Life here is so much better. We are with our people and we do not have to eat cereal for breakfast, frozen chapati for lunch and just rice and dal for dinner. Best of all, we don't have to do any of the household chores. My aunt, who did not like being challenged, intervened. But, Deepa, you guys are here, but still not here. Where do you have the time to spend with your people? You are either stuck in traffic or working. I hear Ram taking office phone calls at 3 in the morning. How is this life better than Krishna's life in Australia? I sensed the discussion was taking an ugly turn when Ram jumped to his wife's rescue. Mom, you keep saying that we don't spend time with you. But when we do sit with you, you have nothing but complaints. At least we are here in front of you, and the parents of children who are overseas do not even get to see them often. Look, if you guys are not happy in Bangalore, you can move to Badami, and I will make sure you are well taken care of there. The family rift was now completely out in the open. Now it was time for my uncle to come to his wife's rescue. Magu, baby, we don't want all these comforts. We can hardly eat and we hardly travel. Our needs are minimal and my pension is more than enough to take care of our needs. We are in Bengaluru only because you are our only child and we want to spend more time with you and our grandchildren. Ram sighed and shielded his eyes with a hand. Deepa tried to comfort him by patting his back and said, let it go. Vinay and Vanaja too tried to calm the situation down and said, the dinner is ready, so, whenever you are ready. I knew this was a conversation they had to have though, and so chose to keep quiet. When Ram looked up, his eyes were blazing. Dad, why don't you open your eyes for God's sake and look around? The world has changed. We do not have lifelong jobs anymore. If my company does not offer the cheapest price, they lose their business to somebody who can. If I do not work 24/7, somebody else will take my job. It is a race to the bottom. Do you think I like working like this? Do you think I have other options? I had to do something to bring the temperature down. I came to Ram's defense and said, Uncle, he is right. Look at me. I went abroad soon after Mom died. My father died without even seeing his grandchildren. I left India because the economy was in freefall. Now my Australian company has sent me back to India because this is where the growth is. This is where the talent is. So, it is coming full circle. As far as spending time with family is concerned, who has time for anybody anywhere in the world today? I do not know whether we are progressing or regressing as a society, but we are all caught up in a whirlpool. We cannot get away from it, even if we want to. As Ram said, we are all trying to just stay afloat really. I saw my aunt wiping her tears with the pallu of her sari, which broke my heart. In all probability, my mother would have been in the same situation if she was alive today. My uncle said in a soft tone, we just want you guys to be happy, that's all. He folded his hands as if to indicate he had nothing more to say on the matter. Deepa again tried to change the topic. Forget it, Krishna. There is no use arguing with them. Tell us, how are your children? With just a few million people, it must be quite easy to get into any career there. Educational opportunities are the one thing that sucks here. Thousands of kids compete for few hundred places at elite colleges. That is why we are sending our kids to the USA as soon as they graduate. Before I could say anything, Ram added, but we have spoilt our kids. We wanted to make sure they never struggled the way we did. I am sure in Australia, like in the USA, your kids must have worked at McDonald's or Woolworths to get some real life experience. I said sheepishly, well, frankly, we never let them work while in school as we wanted them to focus all their attention on their studies. Even now, we pay all their college fees, even though they can get interest-free education loans from the government. But we don't give them too much pocket money. Ram responded, see, out here, before they even express any desire, they get more than what they want, thanks to their indulgent mother. Our son wanted a bike, but he got a car. Our daughter wanted to go overseas, and we took her to Switzerland. They know they will be sent to the USA to study, so they are not even trying to get into the IITs. Today, they refuse to celebrate Diwali with us and have gone out with friends. By now, Vinay and Vanaja had immersed themselves into the conversation. They would have assumed these overseas Indians are rolling in luxury, but it looks like they are in more trouble than us. They seemed to enjoy the verbal fireworks inside the home while their children were playing outside with real fireworks. I asked Ram about other relatives and their children. Ram's reply surprised me. Oh, we hardly meet. In fact, when people like you visit, that is the only time we try to meet, and that too mostly in a restaurant in the center of the city so that nobody had to travel far. Otherwise, I have not met my other cousins in a long, long time, even though we all stay in Bangalore. We are more likely to meet them in a shopping mall or airport by accident than at home. It's not the same anymore. Indeed, it was not the same India anymore. The romantic and nostalgic memories of India that I had in mind were far from the current reality. In the new India, English had become the de facto national language, and the educated, liberal middle class was much less religious and traditional. There was a change everywhere. East had become the new West in clothes, cuisine, culture, and aspirations. There was no longer a stigma attached to alcohol, non-vegetarian food, or premarital sex. They were all cool and hip. The overseas Indians stood out and looked out of place in the new India. We were stuck in a time capsule, whereas India had long moved on. I felt like a foreigner visiting India. Thank God, you picked up the phone. Can't you at least show the courtesy to answer when I call? Priya's irritation was quite evident. Sorry, I was in a meeting. For your kind information, I work full-time too. I also happen to manage your rebellious children on my own if you have not noticed. Yes, I understand. I am in a hopeless situation here, Priya. Please try to understand. This outsourcing arrangement is going out of control. Have you noticed that your family too is going out of control here? All that I want is for you to at least listen to me whenever I call. Is that too much to ask? I could hear Priya quietly sobbing. The pressures at work and managing the home had taken a toll on her health. The time zone difference was playing havoc with us. I was already working about 15 hours a day. My day would start at 4:30 in the morning to join the daily management briefing, which started at 9 a.m. Brisbane time. I would then rush to my office in Electronic City. Even though I was staying close to the office, it would still take 1 hour in traffic to get to work. Priya would call at 8 p.m. her time, which was 3:30 p.m. my time, when I was right in the middle of meetings. By the time I finished my meetings and called her back, it was 11 p.m. in Brisbane and Priya would be fast asleep. That left only weekends for us to have a real conversation. Most of the time, the calls would end with Priya crying since she felt low and alone. Predictably, Pratiksha dropped out of medicine after 1 semester and started doing a journalism degree. What surprised me was that Priya had come around and accepted her choice. She had seen Pratiksha crying in her room, and a mother's heart won over a mother's ambitions for her daughter. Every time I talked to Priya, the conversation was always about the children and her concerns about our children's career choices. Prakash was being a typical teenager and hardly spoke with us. He had started looking for the best culinary schools in the world with the help of the career counselor in his school. Unlike Pratiksha, he was not even talking to us about it. We knew he would go his own way, no matter what. Priya wondered whether Prakash was gay, and when I asked what made her think so, she said, just look at the profession he wants to follow. I then sent her a list of happily married rich and celebrity male chefs. The long-distance relationship was just not working. One day, Priya called to say that she was thinking long and hard about her career and wanted to resign. She was working on old legacy technology, it was routine maintenance work, uninteresting, and she was not learning and growing. She just did not enjoy her job anymore and wanted to reinvent herself. She wanted to get into academia by doing a PhD. I liked the idea very much since she was always an earnest student, enjoyed learning and teaching, and I encouraged her to explore it. She approached local universities and was admitted to an MPhil, based on her master's degree, as a pathway to a PhD. There was no financial pressure as we had paid off all our loans and we could comfortably live on a single income. I thought that a change in her career would keep her engaged and not make her overthink about the children. Priya left her job and started studying again. At last, there seemed to be some calm on the home front. 4.2. Quicksand. I took a deep breath and gulped some water. I did not want to drink too much in case I would have had to go to the toilet midway through the presentation. The expansive boardroom with its ultra-posh chairs, long rosewood table, and portraits of past chairmen adorning the walls looked rather intimidating. The beautiful Brisbane winter weather was enticing me to take a walk on the South Bank, but ever since I had returned to Brisbane 2 days ago for the annual review of the company's India operations, I was too busy preparing for today's all-important presentation. I had not even said proper hellos to my family members. I knew the future of the Indian operations and, therefore, my career, were dependent on how well this presentation went. Despite Priya's advice to present a diplomatic position, I was determined to tell the blunt truth. The fact was that the project had become too hot to handle. I had great difficulty in stabilizing the outsourcing engagement. As our project needs changed, our Indian IT partner started charging for every little tweak. Since most of the project personnel in Australia were made redundant, the company had no option but to swallow the unplanned additional costs. It was no surprise that the project went well over projected budgets. Both parties had not been transparent in the contracting process. My company's request for tender to the IT partner had asked for one thing, but the actual business end users demanded something else. The Indian partner claimed they had enough people with the required skills, but when the project started, some had left the company and some were shifted to other more profitable projects in the USA. Those who remained were not sufficiently competent and kept asking for more salary. I was caught in between. I was the bearer of bad news when my company wanted to increase the project scope without wanting to pay extra. Steve would say, "Come on, Chris, you are an Indian. You should know how to talk to your guys up there and smoothen things up. Do some jugaad. That is exactly the reason why you have been sent there." Whenever key personnel left putting deliverables at risk, Raj wanted me to convey the bad news to headquarters. He would say, "Come on, Krishna, you are a fellow Indian. You should know how to massage it. The whole team is relying on your support." I was being kicked by both sides like a football. As people started gathering in the boardroom, my nervousness increased. I asked the IT assistant to increase the flow of cool air, but a few people in the room politely objected, saying they were already shivering. I desperately wanted to smoke, but it was too late as I saw Peter, our CEO, talking animatedly to David, our CEO, on his way to the meeting. As Peter came near me, it was as if Yamaraj, Lord of Death, was approaching me. David introduced me to Peter, saying, "This is our man in India, Chris." When Peter shook my hand, the firm grip felt as if Yamaraj was already strangling me. Peter said, "Hi Chris, namaste. Nice to meet you at last. I have heard so much about you and I have been waiting for this presentation before making a final call. Listen, mate, I want you to be brutally honest about the pros and cons of outsourcing our entire IT and BPO operations to India. I am already sold on the idea, but it's good to hear it from the horse's mouth." "Sure, Peter. Thanks for personally attending the meeting. It means a lot to the outsourcing team, I said. I have done my homework and I have all the data at my fingertips. You will hear nothing but the unfiltered truth from me. I took a deep breath and started my presentation. Well, I will be frank. There is no doubt that IT outsourcing is here to stay. No company has the luxury of having all the right talent in the right place and at the right time, especially when technology is changing so fast. There is also no doubt that India is the best place for IT outsourcing today. They have plenty of IT talent and no country has the kind of global experience to deliver IT services as they have. It is also true that in the short term they deliver the best value for money. I continued, that said, in my considered view, to entirely shut down our local operations and outsource the whole thing to a single outside vendor is fraught with risks. It is penny wise, pound foolish. After all, a third-party vendor will look after their interests first. If they get a bigger and better deal elsewhere, they will move their key talent there. Our technical knowledge is already so low that the vendor has already started exploiting our ignorance by submitting inflated quotes. Even India is experiencing talent shortages and the spiraling of wages. We cannot expect them to be cost competitive for too long. The only long-term solution is to outsource brand new technology areas and low-end repetitive work, but let us develop and keep our core IP in-house. There was a pin-drop silence in the boardroom and the executives looked at each other. That was not a good sign and I felt uneasy. Had I spoken the inconvenient truth and shot myself in the foot? I started feeling lightheaded and poured myself a glass of water. After what seemed like an eternity, Peter cleared his throat. Thank you, Chris, for your honest assessment. You have spoken from your heart. We value your feedback, even though I must admit that, from where you are sitting, you only get to see one side of the whole view. As CEO, I need to consider all aspects and, dare I say it, shareholder interests come first. Let me consult all the stakeholders before making up my mind. The very next day, it was announced that the company had decided to shut down its entire IT operations in Australia and outsource them to India. The haste with which it was announced made it very clear that the decision was already taken well before my presentation. The company news release to the market stated that industry competition was intense, so the company could not afford to lag behind its competitors in offering innovative, cutting-edge technology solutions, and the in-house costs were too high, and an expanded long-term strategic partnership with its current Indian IT partner would result in tremendous cost savings and a boost to the bottom line. We both will be competing to collaborate, the company statement said, and stressed that the partnership would save the company millions of dollars on an ongoing basis. The share price of the company shot up within minutes of the announcement. As expected, the news shocked all the IT employees. The IT department looked like a cemetery. When I went to the coffee machine, there was a group of people standing in the corridor. My Australian colleagues minced no words. Here comes the guy who started it all. They come here and take our jobs away. Yeah, mate. They can't even speak plain English but just leave their keyboard smelling of bloody curry. Plus we have to train them on the basics, and they are the IT gurus. The mood was somber. I suppressed my anger. To my surprise, Steve came to my rescue. Hey, guys, just shut the FK up, okay? Do you even know that Chris was strongly against outsourcing at the board meeting? Somebody said, oh, yeah. He cheerily went to India to set up the project and sent us bullshit reports about how great the team in India was doing. You think we will fall for this crap now? I was shaking when I reached my former cubicle, which was temporarily vacated for my return. Now, it was the turn of my Indian colleagues to gather around. Chai and Oliver had been let go nearly a year ago after I left for Bengaluru. Wade led the charge. Great job, Krishna. The Indian IT partner must have paid you handsomely to pull this off. And Steve's defense that you did a nice drama of opposing full outsourcing at the board meeting. Cute, but we are not country bumpkins born yesterday. I said, guys, I am in the same boat as you. I am not even sure what the board decision means for my own career and future in the company. I swear, I did not have to wait long. Steve called me to his office. He shut the door and leaned toward me. Chris, I have some bad news for you. Your performance last year in India was not exactly stellar. Peter is quite upset that you spoke vehemently against outsourcing at the board meeting. I will come straight to the point. He wants you out of here. I could not believe what I had just heard. What? But Steve, I was asked to be brutally honest. Chris, you are so naive. At the very beginning of the board meeting, Peter clearly said he wanted to outsource, so you should have taken the hint. Now that you have openly expressed your opposition to wholesale outsourcing, the management believes that you are not the right person to head the India operations. I went straight from fight to flight mode. Look, I am 50 years old now and I have served the company loyally for 20 years. I spent 1 year away from my family and now they want to kick me out? Mate, you are not alone. I am sure you heard that we are closing the entire IT department. That means almost everybody here is losing their jobs, including me after the transition is over. At least, you got a different experience in the last 1 year, which may be valuable as other companies want to go down that path. I am sure you could land a lucrative key position in any Indian company. But Australia is my country now, Steve. I don't want to be in India managing an outsourcing engagement. Welcome to globalization, mate. What goes around comes around. That is what karma is all about, right? I was still not ready to accept my fate. Can I be part of the full outsourcing transition? I have worked hard for 1 year and I know the people and processes there. Well, they don't trust you anymore. I have been asked to take over from you and go to Bangalore for 6 months to stabilize operations. I may not have a job after that. You know, I have never lived outside of Australia and cannot even eat your curry. My wife has never been to India, but she is excited thinking it will be an exotic break. I have told her you will help us getting settled in Bangalore. My wife has invited you and Priya to come over to our place this weekend and chat about life in India. Great. I not only lose my job, but now I must help the guy who is replacing me to settle in India. Life had, indeed, come full circle. Globalization, my foot. Steve tried to offer some positive news. Look, I have convinced the management to offer you a very generous redundancy package. You will get 3 months leave during which you don't come to work, but you will continue to be paid, plus a 1-year salary as the severance package. I am sure a bright guy like you will find another job in no time. You get to keep the redundancy payment as a bonus. Isn't that great? I buried my head with my hands. Steve came to my chair, patted my shoulder and said, "Time to move on, Chris." He called the HR manager who promptly turned up like a loyal executioner along with a security guard. I was told my security clearance had been withdrawn with immediate effect and I would not be able to access any company assets. I was asked to hand over the company badge and the laptop. 20 years of my life in the company thus came to an abrupt and inglorious end. No farewell party, nothing. I left with a farewell card hurriedly signed by Peter, David, and Steve. What hurt me the most was that my colleagues with whom I had spent 20 years just stood and watched me being led out of the office by security. Not one person came forward to shake my hand and wish me luck. Not even Wade. I spent the rest of the day in a nearby park as I did not want to go home. With Priya and the children now studying full-time, suddenly, our financial situation did not look rock solid. The redundancy payment was a good cushion, but I had a bad feeling about how long it would take to land another job. Outsourcing had led to layoffs in every company and there were many more qualified IT professionals looking for work. Age discrimination was real, as I knew from our own hiring practices. Australian IT jobs were moving to lesser-cost countries and Brisbane was a much smaller city with fewer positions. I wondered whether I should have followed Hari to the USA. But then I thought, well, at least my family has had a good life. And there is no gun culture here. Life is, at least, peaceful. I thought about the Wind Rider movie that had set my course for Australia and smiled even in that depressing moment. I was nervous about how to break the news to my family, relatives, and friends. I expected that Priya would be distraught since both of us would be without jobs now. Despite being in Australia for over 2 decades and knowing that layoffs are routine, this was my first personal experience. Emotionally, getting laid off or being fired was not just a random corporate decision, but a reflection of my personal inadequacy and an act of public shaming. As a community, Indian life is all about appearances and keeping up a doing great image. We are just not emotionally or mentally prepared for the vicissitudes of life and do not have the Australian character of chill and carry on. When I finally reached home, I broke down as I told the news to Priya. She looked stunned. She took a few moments to recover and then held my hand. Look, it sounds terrible, especially with me also not working. Do not worry though, we will figure out something. If necessary, I will stop studying and go back to work. We have more than a year, so there is no hurry and no reason for you to be dejected. We do not have to worry about children's university fees since there are interest-free loans. Unlike Giant's family, we have been frugal and not lived beyond our means. We have invested well and are debt-free. We really are in a good place in our lives. So, let us look at the positives and not lose hope. Seeing no reaction from me, she tried to cheer me up. Let me make your favorite puri and aloo gobi for dinner and you take a shower and freshen up. I sat silently and quietly admired her grit. She truly had the spirit of an Aussie and was my anchor through my emotional turbulence. Pratiksha was sympathetic and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I will try to get a part-time job while studying. All my friends do." I looked at Priya. She had teared up and I could see the pride in her face that her daughter was standing up and ready to pitch in for the family. In my mind I had pictured Priya taking a dig at Pratiksha for giving up medicine and lecturing. Well, if you had done medicine, you could have had a high-paying secure job straight away, right? Now you realize why I kept pushing you? You never know what turn life takes. Your dad worked for this company for 20 years and see how they are treating him now. Why don't you write a newspaper article on him? None of that came though, she just hugged Pratiksha. Prakash was nowhere to be seen. When I got up in the morning, I heard Priya telling him, "Please be nice to Dad. He is devastated and needs our support." In turn, he just said, "Mom, when I get to the USA and join a culinary school, all our problems will be over." Priya replied, "As a matter of fact, well, get a scholarship and go where you want. You wanted to be independent, right? Now you have got the chance to do exactly that." Priya had taken charge and she was not going to let the family fall apart. I started applying for every advertised IT position where I thought I would be a good fit and followed it up with personal calls to the companies. A few months passed and I did not even get an interview call. I was deemed either underqualified or overqualified. I knew that my age was the biggest hurdle. I was told being digitally savvy, fungibility, and learnability, which was code for much younger applicants, was what they were looking for. I was too old for the digital world. A common comment was, everybody now needs to work 24/7 and they need full-time commitment and high energy levels. Hot technologies of today get disrupted within months. Your career is not a ladder anymore, it is a jungle gym. It goes through wild fluctuations. We are not sure you are ready for the gig economy, Chris. It did not matter that it was my generation that had set these wheels in motion in the first place. Barely a few months later, I knew I had reached a low when I shouted at a kid at McDonald's for giving me a cheeseburger with bacon in it, despite my request. The boy had tears in his eyes and other customers looked at me in disgust. I was bottling up my rage and my calm and happy persona were replaced by a curmudgeon who complained about everything. I wallowed in my misery. Priya said I was unnecessarily being hard on myself and making matters worse. My children said I need to toughen up and go with the flow. We now had everything we ever wanted. There was a Mercedes in the garage, but I had nowhere to go. I was all alone and idle in a 5-bedroom home when everybody else was busy and had things to do. One day, when I was binge-watching Netflix, Priya brought a brochure home and asked me to look at it. I was irritated by the intrusion and glanced over it. It was about a 10-day Vipassana meditation course on the Sunshine Coast. Priya said her MPhil supervisor had attended one and claimed that it changed his life. I looked up their website. As soon as I read that it was a technique of mastery over mind for self-purification through self-observation, and I lost interest. Priya insisted that I read on. It was premised on the Buddhist principles of eliminating the 3 causes of unhappiness: craving, aversion, and ignorance. It required participants to live like a monk, maintaining total silence throughout the 10-day residential course. Any form of communication with others, both inside and outside the premises, was prohibited. There was no phone, no TV, no music, and no reading or writing. From 4 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., one was supposed to do meditation, alone in your room and as a group in a hall, facilitated by a teacher. I switched off the laptop and said there was no way I was going to do something crazy like that. By then, Pratiksha joined the conversation and said it was worth giving a try. I dismissed it and said it must be a money-making exercise. Priya smiled and said, "Well, guess what, it's free and you pay only if you want to and only as much as you want to." That attracted my attention and got me thinking. I had nothing to lose and had nothing better to do anyway. When I reached the meditation center in the Sunshine Coast hinterland, I was impressed by its pristine surroundings. The rooms were basic and the meals were simple, tasty vegetarian options. I had thought I would meet mostly Indians and older people who had nothing else to do. I was wrong. It was full of young and middle-aged Australians from all walks of life. I was woken up early in the morning. I thought they would teach us some yoga, relaxation, and meditation techniques, but all that we were asked to do during the first 3 days was to simply sit perfectly still without any movement whatsoever, focusing on the entrance of our nostrils and observing our breathing, how we inhaled and exhaled, and the sensations in the body without reacting to them. I could not do it for even a few minutes. After a few hours, my back started hurting. I looked at others from the corner of my eye. Everybody was sitting still, focused on their breath and meditating. I was bored, sore, and my back ached. I just could neither sit nor focus and my mind was even more agitated than before. On the second day, after the morning sessions, we were told we could meditate in our room if we wanted. I took the opportunity and just went to sleep until lunchtime. After lunch, I chose to remain in my room and was very restless as I had had no contact with anybody for over 2 days and wondered if I was wasting my time. In the evening, they showed us the videotaped discourse from the founder, which was quite interesting. He quoted many examples from the famous mythologies in a typical Indian accent and people seemed to love it. By the end of 3 days, I was just fed up. I just could not concentrate on meditation. I found the silence deafening and unbearable. At night, I could not sleep. I kept thinking about everything that had happened in my life and experienced emotional upheavals and meltdowns. I felt completely lost, vulnerable, and in a state of limbo. I kept wondering where my true home was. I had now spent an equal amount of time in India and Australia, and both now looked alien to me. I had all the material comforts in Australia, but I felt like an outsider. Neither did I fit in the new India. My own friends and relatives had become strangers and I could not relate to what India had become. My romantic notion of India was no longer there. My perfect Australian life had also been suddenly shattered. I had a foreboding of being adrift, lost, and lonely in my old age. When I got up on the 4th day, I had made up my mind. I was not going to spend another 6 days just observing my breath. It was plain crazy. I had a plan to get out. I was going to approach the teacher at the end of the evening session and tell her that because of the recent hernia operation I was no longer able to sit and needed to go home on medical grounds. At the breakfast table, as I looked around and everybody seemed to be quite happy, I quickly dismissed the thought that I was the only one losing my mind. As the morning session started, I was expecting some sophisticated mind-altering techniques to be taught, but all that the teacher said was to shift our observation from our nostrils to the rest of the body and keep observing both the painful and pleasant sensations, without changing our sitting posture. All my sensations were painful and the more I observed them, the more painful they became. During the lunchtime break, I packed my bag. One more session in the afternoon and I would be on my way home. As the session started, something happened though. I suddenly felt a pleasant sensation in the same part of the body where I was earlier feeling pain. I continued to observe that as an out-of-body experience and could sense that my mind could control the sensation by focusing and just observing. It was a liberating feeling. As we came out of the session, I walked up to the teacher. She saw me and looked up. I bowed my head with the namaste pose. She shook her head. Then I suddenly turned and walked away. Something stopped me from executing my plan to get out of the place. I decided to finish the course. And I did and felt born again. When I started driving home after 10 days of total silence, I could not bear even the slightest noise. I turned on the radio to learn that there was a terrorist attack in Paris. After a few minutes, I switched off the radio to get my golden silence back. When somebody honked at me for being too slow, I immediately changed lane to give way and raised my hand to apologize. I had no anger. Vipassana was working for me. When I came home, my family was pleased to see the change in me. I told Priya that she was my rock and anchor and that I had gone deep within to release my inner demons. I told my children to follow their passions and dream big. The only catch was that the meditation teacher had told us to adopt Vipassana as a way of life and meditate daily for the benefits to remain. Just like exercise or dieting. Well, I stopped meditating. It was back to square one. It was nearly 1 year that I had not worked by then. The irony was that most of the jobs I applied for were filled by Indians working for Indian IT vendors who were sending employees to Australia on a work visa. I stopped meeting my Indian friends and attending community functions. I felt Indians avoided difficult conversations about losing a job or a family member. If somebody was going through a difficult phase, they preferred to avoid meeting that person or talking about the subject. I thought of looking for a job in India. I sent Raj several emails and tried calling him, but there was no response. I was no longer useful to him. I went online and applied for several jobs in India. I did not even get an acknowledgement, let alone an interview call. I spoke to some friends in India. They said Indian companies were very skeptical of overseas Indians wanting to come back to work in India, as most of them did so out of desperation, had unrealistic salary expectations, did not fit in, and perennially complained about everything. Besides, their experience was outdated. Those who managed to get a job left as soon as they got an offer back in their adopted country too. A routine colonoscopy revealed that I had some malignant cells. Fortunately, they were caught in time and removed. I felt terribly guilty that I had deprived the same opportunity of a timely treatment to my mother. The surgery made me very weak physically and mentally. As I was recovering, one day, I met Oliver, my old colleague, at a shopping mall. He said he had just returned from India after a spiritual trip. He had gone through a bitter divorce and was almost bankrupt after paying for child support. Having led the high life during the heydays of his career, he was now looking for a fresh start in life. Somebody told him about a spiritual guru in India. Like many Westerners, he was desperately looking for spiritual solace and made the trip to India to spend a few months in the guru's ashram in South India. He was in a typical eat, pray, love phase of his life and was fascinated by the mystical East. Oliver said his stay in India was transformational. The ashram was full of lost souls who found comfort in the soothing words of the guru. To stay longer in the ashram, he needed more money and he had come back to sell his property and raise some money for a return trip to India. On Oliver's insistence, I watched some of the videotapes of the guru's discourses. There was no doubt that the guru was very knowledgeable, smooth, and articulate. He was also very social media savvy and had millions of followers on his Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram accounts. Dressed in typical yogic robes, he spoke slowly in fluent English. He was well versed with Indian scriptures and quoted Sanskrit hymns and verses extensively in a soothing tone. One could go into a spiritual trance just listening to his discourses. He answered questions from the audience in a way that revealed little, but somehow felt very comforting. He kept reminding his devotees that Hinduism is a way of life, not a religion, and had an answer to all the modern ills, irrespective of geographical contexts. He urged devotees, who were from many countries, religions, and backgrounds, to focus on inner well-being, spiritual cleansing, and humanity. He was the messiah for the troubled and vulnerable. I was awestruck by his charisma and clarity of thought. I was at a stage in life where material possessions did not give me comfort and I did not know what I wanted in and out of life. I decided to go along with Oliver to see the guru. It seemed clear that I would find peace and clarity by going back to my roots, just as my father had found some peace in his old age with the religious sect that he had become active in. Priya tried to talk me out of it and was clearly unhappy and cautioned me that I was vulnerable and not thinking rationally. She finally gave in when I promised that it was just a 2-week trip, and I had no intentions of staying. My children were worried for me but did not know how to help. When Oliver and I landed at the ashram near Chennai, it was evening and the ashram lights had come on and melodious music created an atmosphere of a festival. We rushed to the main hall as the Guruji's pravachan had just begun. Hundreds of people were attentively listening and nodding in agreement. The Guruji, dressed in orange robe, sat majestically behind the massive statues of Shiva and Vishnu and asked how many of us were facing troubles in our lives. Nearly everybody lifted their hand. In a soothing tone, he said the source of both stress and happiness came from the same source. The mind. He said his foundation had found the way to not only control but conquer our minds and welcomed the new batch of participants to his workshop. We paid the workshop fees at the reception and were given a new set of robes and chanting beads. We were asked to post at least one photo of our life in the ashram every day on our social media accounts. As we walked toward our allocated quarters, I told Oliver that it was kind of funny that a Westerner had shown me the way back to my birth country and religion. As we woke up early next morning, I felt fresh and decided to take a walk around the sprawling ashram. Seeing the cows meandering around and peacocks dancing, it felt divine. I noticed dust rising near the entrance gate and, within a few minutes, endless number of police vehicles entered the premises followed by vehicles fitted with satellite dishes. I first thought some VIP might be visiting the ashram. Then I saw police in riot gear descending from the police vehicles and running up to the headquarters. By then, the ashram sevaks had started running helter-skelter and somebody shouted, "The police have come to arrest Guruji." Within no time, the media had positioned their vehicles and started reporting in exciting tones about the exclusive breaking news. By now everybody in the ashram had woken up and was witnessing the spectacle. As the Guruji was led away by police, there was total silence. Everybody was too shocked to react. It was so sudden that it had stunned everyone. The Guruji had become too big and flashy, and his vast operations, sources of funding and patronage of controversial issues had caught media and political attention. Media outlets had conducted a sting operation that revealed vast amounts of unaccounted wealth, salacious information about activities at the ashram and the Guru's personal, behind-the-scenes lifestyle. The ashram itself was mired in controversy for its land grab from local farmers and tribes to create a sprawling campus. If I had bothered to Google the Guru before traveling, I would have found out something was amiss, but it was too late. I was desperately looking for a way out when I met Oliver and fell for this. All the workshops at the ashram were cancelled and the Guruji was now fighting to defend himself and stay out of jail. As I was returning home, I was down and out. Like Trishanku, I was truly stuck in limbo and hanging upside down. Part 5. The Remaking of Me. 5.1. Spiritual Homecoming. Yes, I am Chris. Hi Chris, this is Katrina from the Prime Minister John Smith's office in Canberra. I understand you might be terribly busy with everything that is happening, but would you have a moment to speak with John, please? Any other time I would have jumped with joy to receive a call from the Prime Minister. Not today. If somebody had told me just 5 days ago that my family would become a household name, I would have laughed at them. 5 days ago, my life was dull and ordinary. That morning, I was mindlessly changing the TV channels. I was all alone at home and there was nobody to tell me what to do. Priya had secured a generous scholarship from a university in Sydney and had moved there for her PhD. Pratiksha had gone to Dubai on an international study exchange program as part of her journalism degree. She was specializing in Middle Eastern politics. Meanwhile, Prakash had secured admission to the Institute of Culinary Education in New York but had missed out on a scholarship. He had enrolled in a local university to improve his academic record and to retry for a scholarship next year. He had moved out. When I was flicking through ABC TV, breaking news flashed up. An American professor was abducted by the Taliban in Afghanistan, along with an Australian student. No names were mentioned. My heart sank. I knew instinctively that the student, in all likelihood, was Pratiksha. She was working under an American professor who was researching about the motivation of coalition soldiers who were returning to Afghanistan and Iraq on their second and third tours of duty. When I spoke with her about a week ago, she had said that she would be traveling with the professor for a few days, and when I asked where, she said it was confidential. She asked me not to tell mom. While I felt concerned, I thought the university where she was studying wouldn't put her in danger and make sure she was protected. For a few moments, my mind froze, and I didn't know whom to call to know more. I almost pressed oh. I thought for a moment and called the Australian embassy in Dubai and was met with an answering machine. I then called the ABC Brisbane station and the staff asked me how it concerned me. When I said the abducted Aussie student might be my daughter, they put me through to the head of the news division. He said they had no further information about the incident but wanted to put me on the 6 p.m. news and asked how soon I could reach the studio. My mind was occupied with breaking the news to Priya and I hung up. I decided to wait to confirm the news before informing Priya. I didn't have to wait long. Within 1 hour, Pratiksha's smiling photo that I had taken on the first day of her studies at university, which she had used for her ID, was on all the TV channels. Aussie student abducted by Taliban, screamed the headlines. Pratiksha once told me that one day she would make it big on TV and she would be a well-known journalist appearing on all TV channels. I will make mom and you proud of me, dad, she had said. Well, today, she was on all TV channels, but for all the wrong reasons. My phone started ringing non-stop. It was first Priya screaming to know what the hell was happening. I asked her to take the first flight home and had to cut her off to pick up Prakash's phone call. I told him to handle his mom's flight and pick her up from the airport. In the meanwhile, ABC was asking me when I could come to the studio. The head of news said somebody had leaked my name and number to private TV channels and I could expect them to call me anytime. I desperately needed time and peace to process the news myself and decide what to do next, but within no time there were news vans from ABC, SBS, channels 7, 9 and 10 in front of my home. My social media accounts had left no privacy and anybody could find out all about my family. I closed all the drapes and switched off the lights. I could see news anchors pointing at my house and talking animatedly. Within a few minutes, I got calls from heads of news at channels 7 and 9 offering to pay for an exclusive interview with me and my family. Name your price, they said. I pleaded with them to leave me alone to deal with the situation. Finally, somebody from the Foreign Affairs Department called me. They said the American and Australian governments were doing everything they could to negotiate with the Taliban. I pleaded with them to rescue my child at any cost. Prakash called to say he picked up Priya and was finding it difficult to reach home as there was a massive traffic jam on the road leading to our home with the news vans parked everywhere. I had to call police to escort them home safely. Priya was hysterical. She started shouting why I had allowed her to go to Dubai and whether I knew where she was going. I lied to her, saying I had no idea. Vinay called me from India to say the news was all over Indian TV channels and some news anchors were saying whether the Australian government would be as serious about saving an Indian origin girl as they would be with a white girl. If it was some other girl, I would have jumped on social media to express my views, but this time, it was my own daughter, and I was getting a first-hand realization of what it feels to be in the eye of a media storm. The next morning, the Australian Foreign Minister said the efforts were on, but when pressed further, she said the American professor's team had hoodwinked the security forces accompanying them to interview some local Afghans, and that's when the situation went out of control. Within no time, the anchors from conservative news channels started saying no Australian life should be lost for those who had willingly put themselves in danger. This created a storm on social media, with many Indian channels reporting that the Australian government was reluctant to intervene to save an Indian origin girl as there was no public support for it. If it was a white girl, what would Australia have done? Follow the hashtag #OZRacism and tell us what you think, stated one Indian TV channel. Why is the Indian government keeping quiet? Afraid of Taliban or Australia? The nation wants to know. Now, screamed an anchor on another channel. The Prime Minister, John Smith, denied the allegations vehemently in Parliament and said he felt deeply for Pratiksha and her family, and his government would do everything in its powers to bring her home safely. Soon after, he called and reassured us. We also got a call from the Indian High Commissioner in Canberra with a pledge of support from the Indian government. With the trolls making all kinds of mean and nasty statements on social media about our daughter, I started getting agitated, but Priya made it very clear we would not play into this and, instead, worked quietly with the authorities to bring Pratiksha home safely. She, in fact, took my phone away saying she couldn't trust me to keep quiet. Poor Vinay was dragged into it by a TV channel and was asked all kinds of questions about our family. Meanwhile, Hari was calling me regularly from the USA and keeping me informed about what was being reported in the US media. As the days turned into weeks, we became desperate. Priya started having panic attacks and I was smoking non-stop. Prakash kept his cool and took charge. He was cooking, cleaning, and keeping a constant vigil on his parents. He became our family's official spokesperson to the media and the government authorities. Priya and I were touched and very impressed with how our son had suddenly become mature. We felt proud of our children. One night, we had huddled together to discuss the day's developments when Priya said she wished we had stayed in India. Prakash disagreed and said we had come to the best country in the world and joked, "I know Dad came here to see beach, beer, and bikini and I will make sure I will fulfill his dreams." Priya laughed but started crying the very next moment. While I was comforting her, I got a WhatsApp call from my cousin Ram in India. He said his mom wanted to speak with me. My aunt asked us to keep praying for Pratiksha and to never lose faith in God. She said the previous night she had a dream and saw Pratiksha taking a bow before Lord Shiva sitting in the holy Mount Kailash and then turned to my aunt and said she was okay and will be returning home soon. The call couldn't have come at a better time. What my aunt said touched my heart very deeply. It was as if my parents were speaking through her. I had lost all hope, especially after I saw Prakash watching a video on his phone in his room showing the Taliban executing Western hostages in a brutal way. I knew I would want to end my life if that happened to Pratiksha. I thanked my aunt profusely and said if Pratiksha came back safe and sound, I would go on a pilgrimage to Mount Kailash to express my gratitude to Lord Shiva. I had made a commitment on the spur of the moment. When you are in the depths of despair, hope is your only savior, not reason. My mind was so agonized, imagining what Pratiksha might be going through in the hands of Taliban that I was desperately waiting for any positive sign no matter how frivolous and unrealistic it was. That sign had come from Mount Kailash. Within a few days of my aunt's call, we were pleasantly surprised to get a call from the Australian Foreign Minister that the coalition forces had managed to rescue the hostages alive and unharmed. They had a stroke of luck when the coalition drones noticed some suspicious movement in an area they were closely watching and, while taking cover of approaching sandstorm, commandos had managed to sneak into the area. While the storm was raging and the Taliban were taking cover, the commandos were able to move in and rescue the hostages, thanks to their advanced night vision gear and, by the time the storm was over, the commandos were safely in the air without firing a shot. My Singapore Airlines flight landed on time at the Indira Gandhi International Airport in New Delhi. I collected my bags and went straight to the food court. I was spoiled for choice. I went straight to Vango, my favorite place for dosa, idli, and vada. I looked around and was impressed by the ambience and quality of services at the swanky airport. It epitomized the tagline of a billboard nearby, Global Outlook, Indian Roots. I checked the arrivals information board on my way toward the domestic terminal. Hari's flight from Paris to New Delhi was on time. In 4 hours, we were going to catch a flight to Kathmandu, and everything was going to plan. The airport was milling with thousands of passengers running around to catch connecting flights. It was so huge I had a tough time finding my departure gate. Every time I came to India, I was impressed with how much progress the country was making. I was so glad Hari was joining me on a trek to Mount Kailash. Hari and I were meeting after 30 years. Despite the time gap, I still considered him to be my best buddy ever. After he moved to the USA and I went to Australia, apart from occasional mail exchanges or phone calls, we were rarely in touch with each other. We did not need to be. The bond between us was so deep and special that it did not require frequent validation. We knew we were always there for each other. Before the trip, while keeping myself fit to undertake the high-altitude trek, one had read all about the significance of Mount Kailash, considered the abode of Lord Shiva and holy to Hindus, Buddhists, and born Tibetan faiths. In Varanasi, when the crows came to feed off the Pindar, symbolizing that giant's soul had moved on and his ashes were immersed in the Gangas, I developed a special connection to the holy Ganga river. I truly felt that Ganga Mata took the troubled soul of giant and comforted him before releasing him from all the pain he had suffered and sending him to his afterlife. I read that the Karnali River, a tributary of Ganga River, originated near Lake Mansarovar, just south of Mount Kailash, which rose majestically over the lake. I knew that the trek was arduous, the infrastructure was very poor, and every year there were reports of deaths of pilgrims due to landslides, extreme weather, and the altitude. I was not at all fit and was not sure whether I could endure the high-altitude trek at well over 5,500 meters. Priya knew why I was undertaking the pilgrimage and felt equally grateful to Lord Shiva for saving Pratiksha from the jaws of death. She had two conditions before letting me go. I had to quit smoking and convince Hari to go with me. I called Hari. Hari had started a non-profit to aid and assist Alzheimer patients. His father had Alzheimer's and he felt a deep connection to this issue. He had made his money and had decided to leave the corporate rat race. He seemed quite content and, as was his personality, did not talk about any negatives with an all is well attitude. I asked him to join me on the pilgrimage to Mount Kailash. It would commemorate 35 years of our friendship. To my surprise, it was an instant yes from him. I had called him at the right time. He too wanted a break. Finally, we were meeting in New Delhi today. I spotted Hari from a distance and rushed to hug him. He was now almost bald but looked quite athletic. He had a distinctly American accent which made me laugh. He said my accent had not changed much at all. He had come well prepared for the trek. His bags were full of trekking gear and muesli energy bars. He had turned vegan and was very particular about food. The Air India flight had started boarding for Kathmandu and we rushed to check in. After 8 days of grueling travel across the rugged and remote terrains of western Tibet and daily treks to get acclimatized to the higher altitudes, the time had finally arrived to undertake the 3-day parikrama, circumambulation, of the holy Mount Kailash. Hari and I got up very early in the morning, and when we came out of our tents, it was a chilly -4 degrees. It was time to head to the kitchen tent where hot tea was served by ever-smiling Bahadur, a young and enthusiastic Sherpa from Nepal who doubled up as a cook and luggage handler. Nobody was in the mood or had the appetite to have a heavy breakfast. We knew what to expect. It had been the same menu for the past 8 days: porridge and boiled eggs for breakfast, chapati and sabzi for lunch, and rice and dal for dinner. Nobody complained because when you are trekking at high altitude and struggling to breathe through thin air while desperately trying to avoid altitude sickness, which can sneak in quietly, the last thing on your mind is having sumptuous food. Already a few of our team members were suffering from nausea and had almost stopped eating. They would not even venture into the kitchen tent and had to be coaxed to eat something. Surprisingly, it was our European companions who were feeling physically and mentally drained. We thought that being fitness freaks and accomplished trekkers and mountain climbers, this trek would be a cakewalk for them. Having done several half marathons and rigidly sticking to the medical advice that one should have 5 to 6 liters of water a day at high altitudes, Hari was feeling fit and had no negative symptoms. Not even a headache. I was not even as half as fit as Hari, but somehow, I was doing okay. I thought my spiritual energy was sustaining me. There was excitement in the air. Before reaching Dachan, the base city for Mount Kailash, we had passed through the holy Mansarovar lake and had seen glimpses of the symmetrical peak of Mount Kailash, which was breathtaking. The past 8 days had been eventful every day and exhausting. I had recovered from my ankle injury, which was a relief. Roger, our tour guide, had warned us that the 3 days of parikrama would be the most challenging. He was right. As we started walking on the first day, we could see Tibetan men and women, with little children strapped to their back, walking past us with relative ease. They were used to the high altitudes and walked in measured steps, taking the time to fill their lungs. Some were even prostrating every step of the way, stretching their full body to the ground, which we thought was superhuman. It would take them 7 days to complete the circumambulation, and it was to honor a vow they had taken. By then, we did not need to know the spiritual significance of Mount Kailash. The Tibetan pilgrims, who considered it to be the center of the universe, were showing us how faith can, indeed, move mountains. We saw some stray dogs along the way. This reminded me of the story in Mahabharata, where Yudhishthira, the eldest and the most pious of the Pandava brothers, starts ascending to heaven via Mount Kailash when a dog keeps following him. I was not ready to go to heaven yet. The second day of the parikrama proved to be the most grueling and yet rewarding. The north face of Mount Kailash was in full glory. It was completely covered with snow, but all the surrounding mountains were bereft of the same white crown. When we left early in the morning, I was unusually cheerful and energetic. I was the first to ascend to Yamadwara, the doorstep of Lord Yama, god of death. This is where one is supposed to symbolically leave one's current life and take up a new life. I felt recharged and rejuvenated. Even Roger and Cynthia, both accomplished Swiss mountaineers, were gasping for air. Others, including Hari, were also struggling. Kathy decided to ride on horseback. The horsemen knew this was the part where the will and body of most pilgrims would break and, therefore, conveniently positioned their horses and urged those struggling to hire a horse. Pedro could barely walk as he had not properly eaten for the past many days due to nausea. Nicholas was okay, but the thin air made his lungs work extra hard to breathe like the rest of us. When we all finally reached the entry point of Yamadwara, Roger said how lucky we were to get a gloriously sunny and clear day. Many pilgrims are unable to reach even this far and are forced to turn back without ever completing the parikrama because of bad weather. It appeared Lord Shiva had the final say in selecting the chosen ones when it came to showing himself in all his glory. At this point, pilgrims leave something behind, like some of the clothes they wear or a lock of hair, to signify the discarding of present body and life and moving to the next. We followed the custom and let Roger cut a lock of our hair. It was time to move on. It was still some distance away to reach the highest point of parikrama, at 5,700 meters. We continued climbing. I had slowed down but was still in good spirits. While struggling to climb, I started loudly chanting Har Har Mahadev, which seemed to give me the energy to move forward. Every time I uttered Har Har, I was thanking Mahadev from the bottom of my heart for the miracle that my whole family was grateful for. When we reached the highest point of the parikrama, we were exhausted and drained. It was as if our life was in limbo. We tied the khata, the Tibetan holy scarf, to a pole as is the local custom and stood in silence. Hari and I paid obeisance to all our ancestors. Folklore is that whoever completes the parikrama around Mount Kailash will help all their ancestors attain salvation. Before I left Australia, I had met an elderly Indian, who upon hearing that I was going to Mount Kailash, fell at my feet out of respect. He said that since he could not go there, he wanted to touch the feet of a pilgrim who was going to the gateway to heaven, Swaga Loka, to seek the blessing of Lord Shiva. My heart was full of joy that I had fulfilled my vow to visit Mount Kailash and pay my respects to Shiva. We thought the toughest part of the parikrama was behind us when we started descending. Little did we know that coming down over the rocky mountain was even more challenging. After camping overnight, we started the third and final day of the parikrama. My injured ankle started troubling me and I lagged. Roger asked Bahadur, one of our Sherpas, to accompany me as the rest of the team moved ahead. We were almost near the end of the parikrama. Suddenly, the weather deteriorated. Just half an hour ago, it had been sunny and clear. Thick clouds started gathering and icy rain started coming down. It became quickly dark with thunder and lightning. The rumbling was deafeningly loud and ominous. It was a frightening spectacle of nature's awe-inspiring power and fury being unleashed. The rest of our group had gone well ahead of us. The look on Bahadur's face told me something terrible was going to happen. It appeared as if Shiva, the destroyer, had started performing the Tandava Naritya, the dance of death. It started raining heavily and, before I knew it, the earth started trembling violently and a massive amount of mud and water came hurtling down the mountainside. 5.2 Resurrection. When I woke up, my whole body was aching badly. I had a terrible headache, and when I tried to lift my legs, I felt a shooting pain in my ankles. I looked around. It was somebody's house, or more like a hut. There was hardly anything inside, but I felt warm and protected. I tried to recall what had happened. When the weather turned from bad to worse, Bahadur had kept encouraging me to keep walking as fast as I could. He said the end of the parikrama was just about a kilometer away, and that kept me motivated to move faster. When we somehow reached the end point of parikrama, Bahadur congratulated me. I stopped to enjoy the moment and looked back. Just then, I saw a massive amount of mud hurtling down directly upon us. I don't recall anything after that. I tried to sit up, but the pain was unbearable. I saw a middle-aged man approaching me, and, as he came near me, I realized he was a Tibetan. He smiled, held my hand, and said something which I could not understand. Then an elderly Tibetan woman came forward, grinned at me, and offered a bowl of noodles and Tibetan tea. I was so hungry that I rushed to hold the bowl. I stopped midway as the pain was too much. The man held the bowl and started feeding me. I could not understand a word of what the man and the woman were saying. Then the man went near another bed next to me, pulled out a photo from underneath the mattress and put it in my hands. I looked at it. It was the Dalai Lama. The man pointed at the photo, looked at me and folded his hands as if he was expressing gratitude. I understood what he was trying to convey. He knew I was Indian and was saying thank you to India for giving shelter to Dalai Lama. I smiled back and nodded my head. The man took the photo from me and then put it right back under the bed. After eating the noodles, my headache seemed to ease. I desperately wanted to pee. I tried to get up, but the shooting pain on my ankle stopped me. I couldn't hold myself in anymore though, so I just peed in my pants and looked at the man helplessly. He nodded his head and slowly removed my clothes. He put a bedsheet on me. Then he slowly lifted me and shifted me to the other bed. I went back to sleep with sheer exhaustion. I was woken up early in the morning by a hard knock on the door. The Tibetan man opened the door of his tiny hut. I saw some Chinese army men trying to talk to my host with the help of a Tibetan translator. They came inside and the translator spoke to me in English and asked me my name. He then asked whether I was in Roger's trekking group. I nodded my head. He told me that I got caught up in an avalanche and some Tibetan nomads had rescued me. He said Roger and his team were looking for me and had been waiting at Dachan for the past 3 days. The army men brought a stretcher inside. I was told I was being taken to the army hospital in Dachan. I looked at my Tibetan rescuer and folded my hands to express my gratitude. He gave me a tight hug. When we reached the hospital, I saw Hari rushing toward me, with Roger and our trekking team members not far behind. It was a great feeling, seeing familiar faces. There was no sight of Bahadur though. Where is he? I asked anxiously. I was told that Bahadur, who had stayed back to help me, had died in the avalanche. Priya Patil, PhD in Information Systems. As soon as Priya's name was called out, Prakash whistled, Pratiksha cheered, and I rushed forward to take the video. Priya looked every bit a scholarly person in her graduation robes. As a PhD degree holder, her academic gown was more colorful than that of the other graduates with a two-door bonnet and colored-facing regalia. Her glasses accentuated her scholarly credentials. As she stood smiling on stage while the abstract of her thesis was being read out, I was the proudest husband on earth. 30 years ago, we were utter strangers. A matrimonial column in a newspaper had brought us together. We both could not have imagined the turbulence that lay ahead of us and the impact these events were going to have on our personalities and relationship. When I first met her, I was full of confidence and felt I was on top of the world. In contrast, Priya was extremely shy, brought up in a conservative background, and unsure of herself and her place in the world. As we walked together on the treacherous path of life, I wilted, and she thrived. She became the rock that shielded the family from all the wild winds, storms, and turbulence and steadied the ship. Her spirit and drive had pushed us forward, but not let us fall. There had been many reasons to give up on me, but her unflinching love for the family was the only reason that all of us had the wind beneath our wings and so soared. We posed for a family photograph before proceeding for drinks on the university grounds with other graduates and their families. Many people came near Pratiksha and Prakash to greet them. They had become quite well known in their own right. Pratiksha was now working as a news anchor for CNN in Hong Kong. She had earned quite an international reputation for her fiercely independent reporting on the Middle East. Prakash came to the notice of Australian public when he became a finalist in the MasterChef competition. The humble Madhu vada he made to reach the finals was a normal breakfast item in every household in South India, but when the same was described in a flowery language as a sexy-looking donut-shaped fritter with a crispy exterior and soft interior created out of humble black lentils that entice you all the way to culinary nirvana, the judges went nuts. If I had any doubts about whether I had made the right choice to come to Australia, I only needed to look at the photographs I took at Priya's graduation ceremony. Good morning. Thanks for calling Mr. Meru. My name is Krishna. How can I help you? Hi, I am calling to inquire about Uluru, a spiritual odyssey tour, starting next week. Would you have 2 seats available? Yes, we certainly do. Great. I am interested in knowing all about the spiritual significance of Uluru. Would you have an indigenous person on the tour? Yes. Jeff, my business partner, is an indigenous person and is very highly rated by our clients. He is the tour manager and the guide for all our outback tours. He is here right next to me. Would you like to talk to him? I had started my travel agency with Jeff. We called it Mystic Meru with the tagline Meet Heaven on Earth. Meru is another name for Mount Kailash, the center of physical, metaphysical, and cosmic universes. We specialized in spiritual tourism. We organized tours to Uluru, Anam Land, Varanasi, Dharamshala, Golden Temple in Amritsar, Kumbh Mela, Bodh Gaya, Bhutan, and, of course, Mount Meru and Lhasa. I had formed strategic partnerships with all the key people who had contributed to my spiritual awakening. Pandit Tripathiji's son, who had done an MBA, was providing us ground support in India, and Panditji accompanied many groups with expert commentary on the spiritual significance of Hindu temples. Roger was our partner for the Mount Kailash and Bhutan trips. I had adopted Bahadur's son and had assured his wife that I would take care of all her family needs. We were using Sherpas from Bahadur's village in Nepal for all our treks in the Himalayas. I was fortunate to meet Jeff when I went back to do more Vipassana meditation on the Sunshine Coast. This time, I was doing it with all sincerity. On the last day of meditation, when we were allowed to talk to other participants, I got into a conversation with Jeff, who was sitting next to me at the breakfast table. We took an instant liking to each other. I told him in jest that considering that India and Australia were linked with each other millions of years ago with a common tectonic plate, we were simply reviving our relationship of the land. He invited me to spend some time with him at his bed and breakfast near the Sunshine Coast. We had a long conversation about his life while sitting in the veranda of his beautiful rainforest retreat, sipping home-brewed beer. I was pleasantly surprised by Jeff's attitude to life. He had no bitterness in him at all toward white Australians, even though he was part of the stolen generation. He said that nobody and nothing could take him away from his land and his ancestors. He said, "The spirits of my ancestors are with me all the time and guide me. When I wake up every day, the spirits are around me, they talk to me, and I see them." When I asked him about the atrocities and treatment of indigenous people in the past, Jeff said, "I have been called all sorts of names, pushed into communities that I didn't belong to, and my generation didn't get the opportunity to be educated, coming out of the bush. You can't get back what you have already lost. Nobody owns anything because you are going to die one day anyway, and you aren't going to take it with you. There have been genocides everywhere. You can't hold grudges and you have to move forward. People need to have the spirit and strength to carry on, otherwise, you will get lost. Look at me. I have married a white woman and all that I see in her is a good heart. My son is as closely connected to nature and spirits as I do. This is my home and always will be. The spirits tell me that everything will be alright." The sun was setting and created a tapestry of hues on the horizon as our Land Rovers drove across the stark expanse of the Uluru outback. Our group was quiet, taking in all the beauty of the pristine, magical surroundings as if they were pioneers exploring new lands. The flatlands stretched for miles till they merged with the skies, and the day was melting into the night, and the wind rustled as if it was playing notes out of a didgeridoo. It was a time and place so perfect, peaceful, and placid that it seemed as if heaven had briefly descended on earth. After the spectacular sunset tour, Jeff explained the significance of the night sky to our tour group. He said, "My ancestors believed that everything on the land is reflected in the sky. If you look up at the stars, they will teach you and show you where you are, where you need to go, and how." I couldn't help but butt in and say, "Well, let me add an Indian dimension to the first people's connection to the sky. Once upon a time, there was a virtuous Hindu king called Satyavrata who became known as Trishanku." After narrating Trishanku's story, I said, "If you are wondering why I am talking about an ancient Indian king in Australia, well, guess where the parallel universe the sage created for Satyavrata is? It's right where the Southern Cross is." On our way back to our tents, somebody asked me, "What is your life story, Krish?" "It's Krishna," I corrected. I had now stopped calling myself Chris. I took a deep breath and said, "As far as my life story, well, I used to be a Trishanku, lost in limbo. But no more." Namaskara, sir. This is Shambhu from Bengaluru. Sorry, Shambhu, who? Sir, I was your driver in Bengaluru when you were posted here. You had given me your card and asked me to call you if I needed any help. Oh, Shambhu. Namaskara. How are you doing? Everything all right? Yes, sir. We are doing fine here. I am happy to let you know that my son, Shankar, has secured admission to Griffith University in Brisbane for a Masters in Environmental Engineering. Oh, that's great, Shambhu. Hearty congratulations to Shankar and you. By the way, my wife, Priya, works as a lecturer at Griffith. Thank you, sir. It's all due to the blessings of well-wishers like you. Shankar is here. Can you please talk to him? There was a pause and Shankar came on the line. Hello uncle, it is Shankar here. Hello, Shankar, hearty congratulations. Thank you, uncle. I was telling my dad not to disturb you, but he insisted that I speak with you. No problem, Shankar. I am glad you called. When are you planning to come here? There was some delay in getting the student visa. The semester has already started at Griffith. So, I am arriving in Brisbane the day after tomorrow. That's terrific. How can I help? I am all set, uncle. I don't need any help as my friends are taking care of everything. I will be staying in shared accommodation with them. That's good to know. Do you want me to pick you up from the airport? There was silence. It seemed there was some heated discussion between Shankar and his father. Then Shambhu came on the line. Sorry, sir. You know today's youngsters. They think they know everything. Shankar's friends are not able to pick him up from the airport because they are working. Shankar is insisting that he will take an Uber. I want him to save money until he settles down. So, I thought I would ask you. Is it possible for you to pick him up at the airport, sir? I am sorry for the trouble. No problem at all. Ask him to text me the flight details. You are his local guardian there, sir. He needs your guidance. Hope you don't mind. Not at all. Glad to help. I recalled my call to Jayant 25 years ago. It was now my turn to help a newcomer to Australia. Unlike me, Shankar sounded full of confidence. He seemed to be ready to face the future in a foreign country without anybody's assistance. When I picked up Shankar 2 days later, I was impressed. The young man spoke fluent English. He had done all his research. His friends had even lined up a casual job for him at an Indian restaurant. His father had borrowed heavily to send his son abroad, and Shankar was determined to do everything possible to repay the loan as quickly as possible. More importantly, he was under no illusions about what lay ahead of him. When I tried to tell him that living abroad was no cakewalk, he said that he knew that he had to work very hard to secure his future and seemed to be very clear-headed. He said, "Uncle, I am here to get the best possible education. I chose Griffith because of its reputation in environmental engineering. I also got an academic scholarship from them. I have also heard a lot about the Australian company, Visi, which is a global leader in packaging and recycling. I want to intern with them because I think sustainability will underpin India's rapid growth into the future." I asked him whether he wanted to settle down in Australia. He said, "It is a global village, uncle, and I will go where life takes me." I may continue in Australia or go back to India since opportunities are booming there too, or maybe some other place where I get the right opportunity. And all that might change if I meet someone, and we need to make a joint decision. It is all up in the air. It was clear he was leaving India not to escape, as I did, but to leverage global opportunities. I marveled at the newfound confidence of India's millennials. Shankar came home for dinner that weekend. He settled in very quickly and kept in touch with me periodically. Come on guys, you can do better than this. Just swing your hips and follow the music. What Bollywood music you are itching to dance to now? Jaya Ho. Okay, wise choice coming up. Jaya Ho from Slumdog Millionaire. It was the multicultural celebration week at the Nathan campus of Griffith University. As a DJ for the Indian cultural segment, Shankar was working the crowd and egging them on to dance with him. I couldn't believe how the son of a poor driver in India was now on stage in Australia with supreme confidence and aplomb. Seeing Aussie students enthusiastically dancing to Bollywood music while eating chicken tikka masala made me realize how the world had become a global village. Shankar had settled in well and required no help from me. Priya knew I was going to be at her university campus, but she had a lecture. After meeting Shankar, I had the sudden urge to attend her lecture. I found out from her school secretary which lecture theatre she was in and showed up there. I slowly opened the door of the massive lecture room which looked more like a cinema hall. I quietly sat down in a corner. Priya looked tiny in front of the lectern, but her image beamed across the 3 giant screens, one above her and 2 by the sides. She was explaining what seemed like a complex diagram and the students seemed to be absorbed in it. My eyes became moist seeing my wife, who had endured so much ever since we got married, now confidently facing and engaging a large number of Aussie and international students. We were busy preparing for the big day. Priya's mother was helping her in the kitchen while my father-in-law and I were running around pretending to be busy. Prakash had come home from the US and was glued to the TV watching cricket which he missed. Pratiksha was coming from Hong Kong with her partner, William, and his parents. When Pratiksha had announced a few months ago that she was dating Will and planned to marry him, we were in a bit of a shock. Will was the American professor under whom Pratiksha was studying in the Middle East and she'd gone to Afghanistan with him. It was Will who had called us as soon as they were freed and assured us that Pratiksha was unharmed. Later, Pratiksha had told us that he had been very protective and had risked himself to ensure her safety. At the time, Priya was angry that Will was reckless enough to take Pratiksha with him on a very dangerous assignment but had calmed down when Pratiksha revealed that she had insisted she go with him. Later, when Pratiksha moved to Hong Kong to report for CNN, she kept in touch with William. A year later, he too moved to Hong Kong to work for the University of Hong Kong. The fact that Will was 10 years older than Pratiksha worried us. Pratiksha assured us though that he was the one for her. Priya was worried how her parents would receive the news. Surprisingly, they were delighted and told us that we should respect Pratiksha's choice and the only consideration should be Pratiksha's happiness. They were keen to meet Will and his family. The engagement ceremony was going to be a full family affair. The week before everybody's arrival, it was extremely hectic. Shankar and his friends showed up to clean the house, mow the lawn, and paint the house. Priya insisted that I conduct myself appropriately for the occasion, including having my meals using a knife and fork. We asked Pratiksha if Will knew that we were vegetarians. Pratiksha said both he and his parents were actually one step ahead of us and had become vegan. Will's family were very warm and friendly, and we developed an instant rapport with them. Will looked much younger than his age and, when he stood next to Pratiksha, they made a lovely pair. When he put his hand across Pratiksha's shoulders and hugged her, I looked at Priya from the corner of my eye and smiled. Priya did not seem to mind the public demonstration of affection that she had so vehemently opposed when we were dating and still did if there were people we knew around. Once they had settled in, Will asked me about my childhood days in India. I come from a small town called Badami in North Karnataka. Is this place close to Hampi, Krishna? I felt a bit uncomfortable with him calling me by my first name, but at the same time, I was pleasantly surprised he knew about Hampi. Yes, of course, it's only a few hours drive from Badami. How do you know about Hampi? Well, I visited India during my college days, and I followed the Lonely Planet guidebook which devoted 6 pages on Hampi. I loved it and would love to go back with Priti. I said excitedly, well, in that case, why don't we have your marriage in Badami? Sounds great, why not, said Will. Pratiksha did not seem to be very happy with the idea though, as she always wanted her marriage to be held in a Rajasthani fort. Will's parents seemed delighted with the idea. They said their American friends were keen to attend an Indian wedding at a heritage destination. Shall we give the special present to your dad now? Asked Will. Pratiksha smiled and said, oh, yes. I was curious. Before opening the present, Pratiksha made a small speech. Well, we are all here today because Dad decided to migrate to Australia many decades ago. The main reason he chose to come here was because of one movie. It was called Wind Rider. So, Dad, we are glad to present you the poster of Wind Rider, signed by none other than, guess who? Who? I was on edge. Nicole Kidman. Dad. What? I couldn't believe it. Yes, Krishna, Will said. Last month, Nicole and Priti were at a function in Los Angeles hosted by the Australian Embassy. Priti told Nicole she was responsible for her birthplace being Melbourne and not Bombay. They had a big laugh about it, and then suddenly Priti asked Nicole whether she could sign a poster of Wind Rider. Nicole gladly agreed. Priti straightaway googled and printed the poster in the embassy office. So, here it is. When the framed poster went up on the wall in our lounge, Prakash hugged me and said, thanks for choosing to come to the best country in the world, Dad. Epilogue. It was the last day of Australia-India cricket test match at Gabba. Having won the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2 years ago, the Indian team had come to Australia led by Virat Kohli. The Adelaide Test ended in disaster with India bowled out for its lowest ever score of 36 runs. Soon, Kohli left for India on paternity leave and the commentators said that was the end of India. But the Indian team remained unfazed and convincingly won the Melbourne Test. It was dismissed as a fluke. The Sydney Test was a pivotal moment when injury-plagued India showed its sheer grit and determination by snatching a draw from the jaws of defeat. India's tail end tortured Australians and the world took notice of this incredible team. The series decider of the Gabba Test in Brisbane started with the cricket world watching with bated breath. The statistics showed no team had defeated Australia for 33 years at the Fortress Gabba. With all the star batsmen and bowlers absent due to injuries, India fielded its B team. While the star-studded Australian team featured the best of its batsmen and bowlers, the Indian team consisted of rookies with incredible personal stories of overcoming poverty and biases with sheer talent, fortitude, and focus. Natarajan, the son of a loom worker, had battled poverty all his life. Muhammad Siraj, the son of a rickshaw driver, lost his father in the middle of the series. Sundar was named Washington by his father in honor of a rich neighbor who had funded his studies during his struggling days. Navdeep Saini's father, a driver, could only afford to train his son with tennis balls. All of them were debut players who got a chance to play only because the established ones were absent. Like the Bodyline series, the Australians tried to terrorize the Indian players with fierce bowling. But nothing could stop the Indian bravehearts. They were not going to let go of this golden opportunity. Their bodies were ravaged by the hard knocks inflicted upon them by the fiercest Australian attack. It was a true David vs Goliath battle. When India won the unwinnable match, Australia and the world stood up in awe, took a bow and cheered. It was as if my karmabhumi shook hands with my Janmabhoomi and said, well done, mate. Good on you. The Indian team represented the very best of the new India, supremely confident, connected, and committed. With half of 1.3 billion Indians being under 25 years of age, this victory was a massive boost to India's confidence and marked its place in the world. The test and series win had removed any self-doubt and the Trishanku-like dilemma of an entire nation. Just as I was celebrating the incredible Indian victory, there was a knock on the door. It was Shankar, who had come to invite me for his graduation and to celebrate his job offer from VC. The future was here.